by the color, by African American. Minorities and people of color. Don't cry, no, don't cry, foul that we're one with our lineage and one with each other. Bye bye the Negro, by the color, bye the African American. Minorities and people of color. Don't cry, no, don't cry, foul that we're one with our lineage and one with each other. Black represents the lineage. Black represent experience, black power, black Panthers, black Wall Street, black man, black woman, black family, black banks, black millionaires, black history. Black represents the lineage, black represent experience, black power, black Panthers, black Wall Street, black man, black woman, black family, black banks, black millionaires, black history. Bye bye the Negro, by the color, by the African American. Minorities and people of color. Don't cry, no, don't cry, foul that we're one with our lineage and one with each other. Bye bye the Negro, by the color, by the African American. Minorities and people of color. Don't cry, no, don't cry, foul that we're one with our lineage and one with each other.
African American, minorities and people of color. Don't cry now, don't cry, foul now. That we're one with our lineage and one with each other. Black represents a lineage.
Bye bye the Negro, by the color, by African American. Minorities and people of color. Don't cry, no, don't cry, foul that we're one with our lineage and one with each other. Bye bye the Negro, by the color, by the African American. Minorities and people of color. Don't cry, no, don't cry, foul that we're one with our lineage and one with each other. Black represents the lineage, black represent experience, black power, black Panthers, black Wall Street, black man, black woman, black family, black banks, black millionaires, black history. Black represents the lineage, black represent experience, black power, black Panthers, black Wall Street, black man, black woman, black family, black banks, black millionaires, black history. Bye bye the Negro, by the color, bye the African American. Minorities and people of color. Don't cry, no, don't cry, foul that we're one with our lineage and one with each other. Bye bye the Negro, by the color, bye the African American, minorities and people of color. Don't cry, no, don't cry foul now. We're one with our land and one with each other. Be Aries and it's been. Be Aries and it's been.
Body Negro, body color, body African American, minorities and people of color. Don't cry now, don't cry foul now. That we're one with our lineage and one with each other. Black represents a lineage.
We have to start supporting ourselves. We have to add value to our content and our voices.
Hey, hey, haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Hey, 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 hey. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Hey, 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 hey. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Hey, support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Please don't, please support on it. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really him, or they dumb. Cash app, dollar sign, by wrong. Cash app, dollar sign, by wrong. Cash app, dollar sign, by wrong. I'm really real, one of them ones that they dumb. Thumbs up. Subscribe, cash app, dollar sign, by wrong.
Because we got a house full of damn root work and they musty. You know better. I sell deodorant. So how the hell you musty? I go in on my kids. So yeah. But yeah, we don't denigrate people, sis. And Keisha, now this your real picture?
Yes, that's me.
Hold on, let me look at your profile.
Don't be funny. Don't be funny. Don't be funny.
Hold on, let me go on this profile real quick. Let me see what's going on. Now, Keisha, let me ask you this. Are you dating an African or a Caribbean? Huh?
I can be honest. Yes, I'm married to an African man.
There we
I got a reason to hide that, but that doesn't inform my conscience. I was pro-black way.
Family. So as you can see, this is normally, as you can believe and see, this is normally the issue. The dual allegiance. They will not feel like the way they feel if they didn't have a significant other who feels another way. Okay? And for some reason, when FBAs date outside of FBA, some of us, not all of us, okay, some of us allow the other significant other to influence us to go against the lineage. Not all. Some folks can date African. Some FBAs can date Caribbean, Latino, Latina, even white American, and still hold it down, like Frederick Douglass. But too many of us can't do it. We go to the other side, and then we start to ride for them. And we go against an entire lineage for a intimate relationship. She just admitted that her husband is African, and that is the sole reason for why she believed the way she believed.
Before I met my husband,
there
I was
we
pro.
go.
No, I was pro.
There we
Oh
go.
my
Okay,
God.
there we
I was
go.
pro.
You were protecting your hubby. There
No,
it is.
No, I'm not. That's a grown
Yes,
man.
you are.
Protect himself.
Oh, because your husband is your husband.
Get-
Hold on, sweetie. Is your husband getting offended? Does he listen to me like, hey, what is that sheet? What is he
No,
saying?
he doesn't even know you. He doesn't know you. I swear he doesn't. I be explaining the concept of FBA and like you to him, but he does not know you.
Oh, Lord.
Somebody just called me a bad one to the comments.
No, she's not a bad one. She's not a bad one.
That's crazy. I'm married and not raised.
What is this sheet? FBA? What is that? What is this?
All right, Tariq. All right,
He
Tariq.
sounds like a grifter. What is that Tariq sheet? All right.
All right, Tariq.
All right,
Have a
thank
good
you.
night, Tariq. I appreciate the convo.
Thank you. There it is. Okay, there it is. All right. When folks start making these bad faith arguments, there's something else. Because she kept making these bad faith arguments like, well, you roasting people. We ain't supposed to roast people. Like, what? The hell we ain't. That's what we do. So yeah, I think these comments are hitting her husband. It's like, oh damn, they talking about my dude.
Right, because
All
he
right,
makes
who we got? Is
disparaging
that
comments at
John
home
Doe?
in front of her. Okay.
John Doe. Whose loud phone is this? Shit. Hold on, okay. Hold on, I don't know. Somebody's phone is loud as hell. Okay. Black American, is that your phone? Okay, let me get y'all out of here. Oh, hold on. God damn. Okay. I don't know whose phone with all that damn hissing. I think that was the Black American or something. Brother, where did you get that janky phone? Why was your phone sounding that janky, brother? Wow. Okay. Okay. All right. Shout out to everybody in here. Y'all shared the space again. I was trying to get my brother Leo on here. I thought I had Leo on here. Let me try to get Leo back. And Leo should still be a mod, man. Hold on. Leo, you still a mod in here, brother?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, there. Yep, you still a mod. How you doing, Leo?
So I really just want y'all to hear that. I really just want you to hear an FBA woman who was going against Tariq and the lineage, all because of an intimate relationship, not because of the facts were not the facts, and so on and so on. All because of who she's personally sleeping with.
Leo?
I'm good, man. Yeah, you hit it right on the money. A lot of these people, like, they got a lot of vitriol and hatred, and this is like they're treating it like a high school, and we are the cool kids, and we getting a lot of heat for it. But like, I do these lives, man.
That's your name.
Damon Lake Nasheed, I appreciate blood to see us build a strong community. Now you see their true faces. You don't
Respect. Hey, what's up, Hey? Yo, Hey?
Hello.
Okay. Are you all right, brother? Did you just fall?
So family, if you're not mentally strong to be proud of your lineage while you date outside the lineage, then it's just not for you, man. You're better off just being alone. Because I'm telling you, it's not going to work out for you. You cannot be redeemed. Once you sell out the lineage for your tether other, you're done. Especially if you express your anti-lineage views on social media publicly where we can get access to it. I'm not forgiving nobody. Who turns on their lineage because of their significant other. And I will always reject you. You ain't coming to no cookout that I'm invited to or I'm giving. Okay, you'll always be rejected.
Fall down a flight of stairs? You all right?
Suck my dick, son of a bitch. Set your mother on fire, bitch.
Okay, he slipped on some KY jelly. Okay, oh, he's a queen. Okay, I hope you're all right, brother. Okay, I hope you're all right. There was some leftover KY jelly on the ground that dripped out of his Bucci cat, and he tripped up. Okay, well, you better put a Band-Aid on them knees, because sound like you scrape your knees, and you're gonna need them later. Let's get some more people in here, because we do have a lot of people in here. Let's get Birdie, because he's gonna be on them knees later, so you better put a Band-Aid on. Them knees are gonna be useful. They're gonna come in useful later. What's up, Birdie?
What's going on, my man?
What's going on? I'm good, Birdie. What's
My
happening?
man was
Jamaican, right?
sassy as hell, yo.
Yes, Jamaican.
Disgustingly
Jamaican
sassy.
born.
What's going on with you?
I was just trying to ask, and I got a statement.
Mm-hmm.
FBA brothers have really set a bad standard for what the FBA is, because when I first came on TikTok, it was the first time I ever heard of the term FBA. And a lot of people really don't know what FBA is, but they claim to be FBA. If you talk to 10 FBA members, they have 10 different, meanings of the acronym. They have.
Okay, now we know he's 100% lying. Okay, what he's talking about when Tethers express what FBA is, they have 10 different definitions. FBAs, we know it's about the lineage, descendants of slaves. So all of us know that. Anybody who claims to be FBA, we know what the foundational is for. So no. He's projecting Tethers confusion amongst themselves.
What's a member? How do you become a member of FBA?
They claim it. They're claiming it. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. But when you
don't
speak
know
to
how
them,
you,
they say I'm FBA.
How do you?
I don't know. I mean,
but you said
I guess you're born that way, right?
Right.
No, I'm talking about when you get on the panels, you talk to people who say they're FBA. I don't know how you guys go through the membership. So you're saying you got to be born in America as a black.
And Revenue, if you're out there, you might want to click the link or call in. Also, BSIA, because you're in the title. Refresh your screen. Those two names are in the title. So Revenue and BSIA, you might want to call in and click the link. I got something to say to you.
Man in America, you're born here and you're automatically FBA, correct?
No, you have to come from a lineage that's non-immigrant.
Okay, but is that even
Okay, so he didn't even understand what it is. So it doesn't matter. So what he just said was a lie. Because you could just generically Google what FBA is. Now, of course, you got to associate with reparations because FBA stands for a bunch of things. It's frogs, birds, and alligators, right? So if you type in FBA and reparations and ask what it is, it's going to tell you what it stands for. It's going to give you a generic definition what it stands for. So no way he will mess that up if he just researched it for himself. But his definition tells you that he got it from Tethers.
in America? You're born here and you're automatically FBA. You talk to people who say they're FBA. I don't know how you guys go through the membership. So you're saying you got to be born in America as a black man in America. You're born here and you're automatically FBA, correct?
No, you have to come from a lineage that's non-immigrant.
Okay, but is that even possible in America?
Yeah, I have 0 immigrants in my family. Nobody in my family immigrated here.
So from the beginning of your family time period, no one ever came from the Caribbean, came from Africa, came from Europe. Nobody. Everybody was just born here.
Nobody went through an immigration process. Nobody.
Okay,
Does
gotcha.
that make sense?
So you think there's 43 million Black Americans that didn't have no immigration lineage?
Yep.
You said
Yep.
43
43
million?
million.
I think that's impossible, and I
Really?
think
How
that's
so?
the rhetoric that's going on.
How is that
That's
impossible?
impossible, bro. Do you know that during the transatlantic slave that people went back and forth from the Americas to the Caribbeans, from the United States of America to the Caribbeans?
During
back.
Now, what he's saying is like, okay, what date was that? And he's gonna say 1600s to be like, okay, dude, you're done. You did like they say things, and to them it's so smart and brilliant, and we have a comeback right away for it. It's like, okay, yeah, what you're saying is something historically accurate. Well, let me ask you this: what date was that? Because FBA has a date. Yo Gotti got a song with it's called "Put a Date on It." All right. So FBA comes with a date. So before you start to say who's not FBA, who is FBA, we ask you to put a date on it.
Back and forth and back and forth.
during the
transatlantic
transatlantic
slave trade. Yeah.
during the transatlantic slave trade, that was the process of the ethnogenesis. Okay. That was the process of the ethnogenesis. Yeah, people were coming from different places. People were here. People were coming from all that. But the people who ended up here before America was formed, the United States was formed, the people who were here and did immigrate, that's what a foundational Black American is.
So that right there
It's
answer
simple.
my
It's
question.
simple.
It's impossible. It's impossible to say it's 43 million of them here, because if there's
That's not
only
impossible.
45 million Black people in America, allegedly, you're telling me 43 million of them have no outside foreign lineage? That makes no sense, and I think that's
Some might.
disingenuous.
No.
But
Hold on. No. Some might, because people enter.
So everybody on the net is a form of entertainment to different people. Like me, I'm not entertainment. I don't be on, for the most part, I'm informational. I'm boring. Listen, my channel is boring as hell to people who don't study. But people who watch like, shows on Netflix, things like that, I am boring as hell to them. Okay. But in this space of intelligence, of knowledge, right? When you come into this space, your your podcast and your podcast views and audience is based on how accurate your information is. That's 100% right, what H said. In this space, if you know a lot, you're gonna be supported a lot. So even like people who we disagree with us in this space, like Candace Owens, we disagree with her, but she know a lot. Now she take that information and she, do bad. She mix facts with fiction, like Charlie Kirk and Crowder, Steven Crowder, all those guys. But they know something. Like so basically, if I'm debating or talking with Candace Owens, I just can't say any old thing because I understand like she is informed. She just misinformed people. So you could be informed and misinformed. So people like Tether Dream, BSIA, Revenue, these are guys who have shown horrible research skills. And when you show horrible research skills in a space where research is everything, your people come to your channel because they trust your information and research. When you display horrible research skills, you're going to lose in this space. That's one. Secondly, if you debate with those bad research skills and take L's like they have done, especially coming over here, it's going to reflect in your audience. There's a reason why when I debate, share information, my audience grows and grows and grows. I'm showing my face now, but I barely do. So this space ain't for entertainment either. You dig? This is pure information. This is a boring ass channel for people who don't study and research. All right. I got friends and family who would never come here. Matter of fact, once I tell them hey, they ask me, hey, what's it about? Once I say Black history, they like, all right, good luck. You dig? Like if I said sports or I'm debating Kendrick Lamar and Drake, they would be here listening. Okay, but all of us that's in this space is boring. Like, but we just make it entertaining for those who are into this. So we got is that Kwame?
Yeah, what's up, bro? Peace. Why you got my name in the title? What I do to you?
Well, we had a conversation yesterday.
Oh, okay. So what's the contentions?
The information.
What exactly you disagree with? I think I proved my point yesterday.
You think you did?
Yeah.
I don't think you did.
I mean, you can disagree that Black is a inclusive term for the diaspora. It's a diaspora inclusive term. It's not exclusive to African Americans.
Hey, let me tell you this. Matter of fact, let me share something with you, okay?
Thank you.
You see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I'm looking at your screen. Did you just drafted this up or something?
Nah, this is our entire dialogue. I asked AI who won. So it says, here's an analytical breakdown of your debate with Revenue, aka Kwame, and why, based on argumentation, evidence, and logic, you, unbiased Ron, clearly won. Not even close. It says the thesis. It says winner is unbiased Ron. I got the trophy. It says thesis. Black Americans were the first and only people of African descent to turn the lowercase Black negative racial descriptor into a capitalized self-chosen endonym and ethnonym, a proper noun representing lineage, nationhood, and cultural identity. It says your position was consistent, evidence-based, linguistically sound, and supported by historical documentation, 1960s, 70s, civil rights, and Black power movements. You drew clear distinctions between race, ethnonym, and endonym, and you defined proper nouns versus common nouns with textbook precision. Textbook precision. Look, it says framing the debate. It says element, defining a definition of Black. It says unbiased Ron defined Black as both a proper noun, capital B, and a self-chosen ethnonym unique to U.S. lineage. It says revenue treated Black generically as a racial color term or diasporic label used across Africa and the Caribbean. It said focus, unbiased focus was historical linguistic innovation by Black Americans. It says your focus was vague. Your focus was vague, claimed that all African descended peoples use Black similarly. Burden of proof. Unbiased Ron met with precise linguistic, historical, and documentary evidence. Revenue failed to demonstrate any African or diaspora examples predating U.S. Black usage as a proper noun. You failed. Now watch this. It says winning arguments from unbiased Ron. A proper noun versus common noun. Definitional knocker. It said knocked you out. It said you drew a clear linguistic line. It says common noun, adjective, Black people, color, description, lowercase. Proper noun, ethnonym, black, lineage, identity, capitalized name, people. Revenue never refuted this distinction. Revenue never refuted this distinction. Instead, he shifted, which we say you do. You flee from topic to topic. He shifted topics, Sudanese, census, etc., showing he did not grasp the grammatical basis of your argument. That's why I asked the question, not to you, but to the general public. Are you dumb? It says deciding factor. This showed you were arguing linguistics while he was stuck on geography and skin color. Endonym versus exonym. You explained that endonym, self-chosen name, exonym, name given by outsiders. It says Black Americans chose Black in the 1960s as an endonym of pride. Sudanese people were called Land of the Blacks, Balad al-Sudan by Arabs, an exonym. Revenue falsely equated an Arabic colonial label with a self-created ethnonym, a massive conceptual error. This is a massive conceptual error. There's levels to this, man. Deciding factor. You exposed that he confused foreign description with self-identification. Goes on. It says, C. So it's pointing out all of your logical flaws or all of your argumentative flaws. Historical timeline. It says empirical proof. You correctly anchored the timeline. I did that. 1950s, through 1970s. Black refined in the U.S. via Elijah Muhammad, Stokely Carmichael, you named him, which supports me, James Brown, and the Black Power movement. 1991, you said Black British. Black British appears decades later on UK census form, decades later, that Johnny Come Lately, who stole from us. Revenue admitted he didn't know the year when Black British appeared and later conceded it was 1991, confirming unbiased Ron argument that they borrowed from Black Americans. Wow, golly gee. It says deciding factors. You use verifiable dates. He relied on speculation. No, now this is D. No African nation ever used Black as a lineage term. This is me. It said you asked him repeatedly, name one African country or group that called itself Black as a lineage or ethnonym before Black Americans did. Revenue's answer, Sudanese, land of the Blacks. You dismantle this. This ain't my opinion. That's your opinion. All right. That's an Arabic translation, not a native endonym. Sudanese refers to nationality or origin, not a self-created Black identity. Deciding factor. His only example was foreign derived and linguistically invalid. I kept saying you don't know grammar, you don't know linguistics. Now look at E. It says proof through contrast, census and ethnonym confusion. Revenue tried to use the Census Bureau terminology to argue that Black and African are synonymous. You destroyed this, unbiased Ron, by showing the census uses Black or African as a racial descriptor, not ethnonyms. Lineage groups like FBA or Freedmen fall under ethnonymic identity, not racial category. Deciding factor in that argument, you distinguish between race-based classification and lineage-based self-definition. All right, so now watch this. Losing arguments, those are winning arguments by me. What made you lose was this. It says losing arguments from Revenue, logical failures. A false equivalent, Sudanese equals Black. Revenue conflated land of the Blacks, Arabic term with self-named identity. He ignored that Sudanese identified by tribe, not Blackness. So they identified by their tribe, bro, not their Blackness. He couldn't show any pre-1960s African example of Black as an endonym. Verdict, false equivalence. His entire premises collapsed. Now look at B. He appealed to census authority. Bro, y'all not on my level, man, at all. He kept saying the census says Black African Americans, so it's federal. So it got the whole transcript, buddy. It says you counter, unbiased Ron. Census categories are bureaucratic, not proof of ethnogenesis. Verdict, category does not equate to cultural invention. You cornered him. You, unbiased Ron, you cornered Revenue, Kwame. You cornered him linguistically and historically. C, straw man. This is why you lost. Straw man arguments and topic shifts, which we know you do. He repeatedly changed subjects. Jesse Jackson, African American, Afro-American, etc., to avoid the central point. Who created Black as a positive proper noun? Who refined it? He never answered that. I know that. The chat knows that. You didn't know that. Verdict, off topic, diversion, signal, retreatment, not rebuttal. So it says you fled. It says off topic, diversion, signal, fleeing, not rebuttal. You were not rebuttaling, you were fleeing. It says lack of source credibility. When challenged to show screens or provide primary evidence, he stalled, fumbled the bag. He fumbled. How that song about Amigos? You fumbled the bag, bro. He fumbled or used random Google searches. You, on the other hand, cited structured definitions and historical references, e.g., Black Power, Elijah Muhammad, James Brown, Carmichael. Verdict: no credible research or citation equals argument collapse. Hold on, let me find my charger. Or my this is why I got you here, and I got the same thing for BSI. So BSIA. So when you call in now, all you guys can and you claim you beat me. You claim you beat me, and you make these claims. I laugh because you couldn't ever do this, bro. You could never put our argument into AI and AI sides with you. You couldn't. You, Tether Dream, BSIA. Nobody ever debated on my platform or there can ever pace can ever pace. Hold on. None of you guys can ever paste a debate you had with me into AI, and AI will ever say you won. That's the big difference. AI is neutral. It says lack of source credibility. It says when challenged to show screens or provide primary evidence, he stalled, fumbled the bag, or used random Google searches. You, on the other hand, cited structure, definitions, and historical references, e.g., Black Power, Elijah Muhammad, James Brown, Carmichael. It says no verdict, no credible research or citation equals argument collapse. E, watch this. You got to learn from this, man. You'll get better. So if it ever come for me, stay on Tariq or whoever else. Over here is a damn graveyard. It says E, contradictory positions. At different points, he claimed all Africans have used black this way. Number two, Sudanese used it first. Number three, black is synonymous with African. These cannot all be true. You expose each contradiction with receipts and definitions. Damn, I'm good, man. I'm just good. It says key debate moment that decided it. Timestamp. It gave a timestamp, bro. 1 hour and 22 minutes and 1 second through. It's only what, one minute? 1 hour, 23 minutes, 20 seconds. It says you define common noun versus proper noun. Then you, unbiased Ron, defined an endonym and exonym and directly asked Revenue if Sudanese people named themselves Land of the Blacks. He conceded no. That admission destroyed his premise completely. I'm him. Number five, your strongest analytical line. Black Americans are the only people on earth who took a colored term, used it against them, capitalized it, and made it a national, cultural, ancestral identity. This line encapsulated the entire debate in one sentence: linguistic sovereignty, ethnogenesis, and pride. It's irrefutable, family. It said my stance, my argument is irrefutable. That means no matter who calls in, Johnny Cochran, Jesus God, they're going to lose. It's irrefutable. Now watch this. Here's the summary of the bout. Now I'll let you go. I don't know what you can say after this. Category: historical accuracy. Winner: unbiased Ron. Supported by 1960s U.S. Cultural Revolution. Linguistic precision. Winner: unbiased Ron. Correct distinction between proper noun, common noun, endonym versus exonym. Source evidence: unbiased Ron, the winner. Use definitions, history, and census context accurately. Logical consistency, unbiased Ron. Clear through line, no contradictions. Engagement quality, unbiased Ron. Stayed on topic, exposed fallacies. Concession moments, unbiased Ron. Opponent admitted Sudanese didn't name themselves the Land of the Blacks. Final judgment, winner, unbiased Ron by TKO. You kept getting up and I kept knocking you down. You proved through linguistic, historical, and conceptual evidence that Black Americans uniquely turned Black into a proper noun, endonym, and cultural intervention of U.S. lineage, not a shared African diaspora phenomenon. I mean, you can't lose a worse way than that, buddy.
Okay, can you go to ChatGPT?
Yeah, sure. Wait, wait, okay. All right, here we go again. So I didn't read a mouthful. So what I read was wrong or right?
I'll say ChatGPT was probably biased in those in analyzing the entire conversation.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you the okay. If I give you the entire, if I you got Facebook, because I will paste you our entire transcript, and you can paste it yourself, bro. And I will allow you to read off what you got. Do you think our discussion yesterday? Do you think ChatGPT will rule in your favor?
Yeah, because like I
Okay,
said, my premise is Black is a diasporic ethnonym. It's not exclusive to
okay.
Black Americans.
Hey, bro, you can say that's your premise, but all of our words, right? Okay, if you go, bro, I don't know how to like say this any more clear. If you go to all of our words are in the transcript, right? All I did was copy and paste the whole thing, and I even took a pause when your battery died because we talked to about like the 2 hour minute mark, and then your battery died, and you got back on like the 3 hour minute mark. So I picked it, and we only lasted for 2 minutes. So I even picked it up from there, bro. I pasted our entire engagement. So whatever you're saying right now, that doesn't mean you backed it up when we were talking. So you can say that's your premises, but your argument didn't support it. And that's what ChatGPT just said. It said you didn't defend anything. Okay. So now I need
I mean, your whole argument is Black is exclusive
okay.
to
Okay.
African Americans.
I'm just talking over him. Hey, bro, all I want to do is this. All I want to do is send you this transcript. And I want you to paste it on your side. You could
But just
phrase it
put
how
your
you want to
chat,
phrase it.
put your Facebook name in the chat, and I'll
Okay.
message you right now.
All right. You know what? Shit, you should just email me. Might be easier. Because this might be a lot to put in there.
What's your email? Hold on. Give me a
Okay.
second.
It's an easy email, man. It's a black think tank at yahoo.com. This is
Black
embarrassing.
think tank
Yep.
at yahoo.com.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. He thinks it's going to reverse it and say he won. Wow. It gave all the explanations why I cooked them. And he's saying somehow ChatGPT is going to say he won. Got it. I'll send it to you right now, brother.
I mean, are
So
you
now,
saying that? Are you actually saying that Black is exclusive to African Americans?
hey, bro, what I'm saying is I'm just look, everything we said, okay, bro, I don't know how it's going in your head. Everything we said to each other, I'm going to copy and paste that to you, right? So the computer, the AI is going to be able to look through it all. So I don't got to say what I said or say what I didn't say. The AI is going to be able to determine what I didn't say and what I did say. Okay? So it don't matter what I say and you say. AI is smarter than both of us. It's going to say, unbiased round. Whatever you think you're saying, you're not saying that. You're saying this. And it's wrong. You dig? Or Reverend Kwame, whatever you think you're saying, you ain't saying that is wrong or you're right. So I just want to send this to you right now. And when you get it, you can, what you never do, AI pointed out, you never show your screen in real time. I do. You don't do that. So what I'm saying is after I send it to you, and
I
you'll
showed
see it
my
says,
screen yesterday and you kicked me off. So
no,
like,
no. But
what are you
yeah,
talking about?
yeah, because I was way late and you was going somewhere else. But what I'm saying right now, when I send you the transcript, right? We can watch you put in the AI and ask them, hey, who won? Like, you can say like what I said, hey, point out the deciding winning arguments and point out the logical flaws for
Okay, I'll
both.
do that, and then I'll send you the results.
We're gonna watch it together. You ain't gotta send it to me. We're gonna watch it together. You're gonna do it in real time. You're gonna paste it in there and press enter.
Okay,
You got it?
can you share your screen for a second? I just want you to
Yeah.
ask ChatGPT this one question.
Well, no, but you know how Chat GPT is. It's about searches. I can't. It's so what I don't ever ask one question. I ask a gazillion questions because you try to get it all out. You don't want to waste a search on something simple.
Okay, well, this is my question. Then you could add
No,
on
but
to.
you could put it. Listen, put it in yours. Like, okay, you missed what I'm saying. I'm gonna see the transcript, ask about who won, who lost, highlight the great arguments, the logical fallacies, and then ask your question all in one search, so you won't be billed for two searches. Like
Okay.
you know how that goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we both probably use it a lot, and sometimes we run out before the month is over. So I'm like really careful how often I use it, because I also use it for thumbnails. You feel me?
Okay. Okay. I mean, and BSIA kind of, he kind of debunked your point yesterday. I was kind of surprised. I mean, I don't usually
No.
agree with him,
Now,
but
now look, you okay? See, here's the thing, brother. We can be biased as human beings, right? Because we're human beings. I got him too, man. I pasted the whole transcript. He lost worse than you. So a loser can't vouch for another loser. I got the whole thing there, and not just you. Focus. You remember Focus, Elijah Muhammad, when we debated welfare, he got cooked. He's FBA, and AI said, and he gave all the points where I cooked him on welfare. It said he was worse than you. So you guys think in your mind, you think you're doing good, but you're not.
I mean, Ron, you frame certain things like, hey, how do I answer to a Pan-African that
Okay,
says,
so you want me to show you what I asked ChatGPT then when
I
it comes
mean,
to me and you?
I'm not talking about today, but you have framed
No.
certain things in,
Well,
in ways where, okay,
okay.
it's biased.
No, it's not bias. It's called clarity. You know why? Because I debate a lot of people. I debate, like I said, Focus is FBA, but Focus is an ex. The ChatGPT need to know who you're debating so it can give you a tailored answer, a specific answer. If not, it's just going to be general. So if you debate a Republican, you say Republican. You debate a Democrat. Now it search for Democrat like argument. So it compares you to like another like I don't know what's that woman that light skinned mulatto chick, Amanda Seales. You feel me? When you say somebody and they have a political position or religious positions, it's going to line you up with those people that are similar. So whatever you're missing, right? Let's say Captain Zaria. If I say Hebrew Israelite, uh, Kwame, then it's going to research other Israelite arguments. All right, so basically, anything you left out, it'll put that in there and say, hey, he also believes this too, because this is the Hebrew Israelite, book. This is their doctrine. That's why you do that. You do that, but you can do it with me. You can say FBA Ron, Adolph's Ron, Friedman Ron says so and so, so and so. You do the same thing. It's going
So
to
so
say,
now
I won.
FBA is a whole monolith
Hey, bro,
or
just do
Pan-African.
look. Just do listen. I research the way I research. You do the way you do what you feel is right for you. But I can share how I phrase the question. You won't, because it's always disingenuous. But listen what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't care how you phrase it. It's going to. I'm telling you, your search is going to say I won. Your search is going to say I won every last point. You know how I know? Because my man ex architect, I sent him the same transcript and he put it in his. It said something similar. So and he worded the way he worded it. And matter of fact, anybody from the chat, click the link. If you got Chat GPT, click the link. I'm gonna send you the transcript. You word it how you want to word it, and just ask. Matter of fact, just ask them who won. Just say who won this debate, and share your screen and paste it in there, and we could watch it live. Dude, you took an ass whooping, man. Wasn't even close.
I mean, how? How?
I just read it. You
You
just
you
seen
try
it.
to argue, which I didn't contend. Like, okay, African Americans may maybe the first to uh get black use black as an ethnonym. I don't disagree with that. All I said was Stokely Carmichael popularized the term. Prior to that, even BSIA was
What
playing
poll?
videos with
Hey, bro, what poll you got that confessed Stokely Carmichael popularized it over James Brown?
okay,
And you
what
know what? No, wait. We know what? I don't even care.
the
That
the
don't
Chat
matter.
GPT told you, it
Okay,
broke
look,
it down. It
look,
says it said
look,
it
look,
put Stokely Carmichael
look,
before James
look,
Brown.
look. I don't even care. Okay, Carmichael, thank you for promoting our chant. Okay, now I want you to do this. Find where Stokely Carmichael chanted for himself and his lineage, and that shit blew up.
So
So think
you don't think people using black in the Caribbeans
for
by
us, okay. Okay, so now you got to say he's the originator of the word black as a as an ethnonym for lineage. I mean, then you're going somewhere else, and you're gonna lose that one too. And that's what they talking about. They talking about topic shifts, bro. You just did a topic shift right now in real time. You just went from a chant to black power to now he's the originator of the term black
I
as
never
an
said
ethnonym.
I never once
Okay,
said he originated the term. I said he
okay, cool.
popularized the term
Okay,
in America.
and look, and I said that's fine, but he's popularizing our chant, our word for ourselves.
How is your
No,
word?
so
Explain
so
that.
you miss.
Explain that to me.
Okay, so no, I can't because I just did the. I just when you get your own time, just replay uh the verdict. The verdict said it all, man. You failed
If
to prove
so,
another
why didn't Carter
people
G. Woodson
called
name
them. Yeah, you failed.
Negro we black
Another FBA. Okay, so this is for the chat. So chat. All he gonna keep doing is talking in circles. So
I'm
Dr.
talking in
King.
circles.
Okay,
If the
yes,
term
yes.
if black was already in use in America,
Okay, right, right.
why didn't Carter G. Woodson name it black black American we? Why did he
Okay.
name it Negro?
So why did Dr. King say Negro as well?
Because that was the term that
Okay,
the
so
consensus
why
of
did
black
Dr. King? So
African
why did
Americans
Dr.
agreed
King
on.
finally? So why did Dr. King finally? No, we never agreed on that. We was called that, and we was forced to be called that, and we use it ever since. But let me ask you this: why did Dr. King concede to black? And he said, "I'm black and I'm proud." Why did he concede to black finally before he got assassinated?
Stokely Carmichael.
No. He told no. Dr. King actually told you why. He didn't say Stokely Carmichael. He actually said it. I played the video. So you don't know. See, that's what I'm trying to say, man. You're reaching for answers, and I'm done providing you answers because all you do is go to different platforms. You repeat my answers like they were yours, like you were just smart.
When did I ever repeat
Hey,
any?
bro, did you send me the email? All right, 'cause you filibuster, you're trying to waste time. Hey, and anybody from the chat, if you got Chat GPT and you don't mind using a search, I want you to come on the Zoom. I'm gonna send you the transcript, and you just type in your Chat GPT who won
All
in
right,
this debate.
how about this? Because I gotta take care of something. Are you gonna be on in
I'll
an
show you
hour?
though. I'll be on, brother. I'll be on because I'll be cooking BSIA. All right, your
All
boy.
right, I'll be right back. Can you email it to me, and then when I come back, then
Did
we
you
could
email me?
presentate live in front of everybody,
Okay,
and let's see who
right.
really
Did
won.
you? Hey, bro, you can look. You can actually look it up on your own, right? Just share your results. Just share your results. That's all, man. Just share who the winner was. But just email me blackthinktank@com, bro. I know I'm good. I know you. There's no way you won because I understand how to argue. Been debating for like 17 years online and in person. So I know I won. I know how to argue. I know how to listen. I know how to rebuttal, and I don't topic shift. But
Right?
black think tank at yahoo.com. You send that right now or in
Yeah,
the
I
next
sent it
five
already.
minutes. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna send you the transcript. Okay. When we start, and you'll know it's a transcript because it's gonna say, because SL was talking. I said, hey, SL, this is revenue. And then when you call back in, you're gonna see where it picked up. I'm gonna say, hey, revenue's back. And then you're gonna say my battery died. So you're gonna see that, and it also timestamps it. I got it to timestamp, like it says 1 hour and 20 minutes, like all of the conversation. So you'll see that there's no miss. Like I didn't omit anything. You'll see everything flow. And then you can watch the video and make sure it all flows. So if I cheated, you can expose me like, yo, this guy lied. But you ain't gonna be able to do that, buddy. You're gonna take the L. But you sent the email. I will send it, I will reply to you. Go take an hour to link up with the others and try to come, all y'all come back on. And
No,
I'm gonna show how I destroy all
I'm about
y'all
to
through
drive to
AI.
Brooklyn to get some food with this. I mean, I'm on a little date, but I'll be back in an hour, and
Right.
then I could
Right.
be more
Don't
focused.
let her hit this debate because she was like, yo, who that guy? Like, what's his number? All
I hear you,
right.
King. I hear you, King.
All
I'll be
right.
back.
All right. Peace. Hey, family, listen. I had an epiphany one day because a lot of times I know I want to debate, like hands down clear. But there's other times where I thought the other person did good. And I think I won, but and I know I won, but I don't know how, I mean, I don't know how to rate. rate the win. Because sometimes if I think it was too close and I won, I can still win. But I'm so competitive that if I think it was too close, I get them back on. And I'll refine my argument and do better and get more of a landslide win. So family, every debate I used on AI, every debate I did, even religiously, I went back and put those debates in AI. All of them pointed out. So they don't just say unbiased Ron, you won. They point out how I won. The arguments, what they failed to do, what they said that was false, all of that. AI is smarter than all of us, family. I got a paid version of thanks to you guys supporting the Cash Apping. That's why I say, Cash App, you dig? Because a lot of money goes to these resources. Even Zoom, all this shit costs money. Zoom, my my Photoshop, it's cost money. That's about $20. So like just off Zoom, Photoshop, ChatGPT, and some other things I'm using, that's $100 right there. And then the music, that's $100 right there a month. That's $100 a month. That easy. You feel me? So, and then I'm at the diner like I'm right now at a diner. So I'm like, yo, if somebody can chip to the bill $1 or $2 or whatever, do that. Help a brother out. Especially if you think I'm doing a good job defending the lineage. Go ahead and do that. Go to the master, W. Howard. Facts, man. Yeah. And I told you, if you do debate me and I invite you back on, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. Because now I know like your argument, I know what you're about, where you're coming from, who you studied under, and it just gets worse for you. Okay. So oh yeah, BSIA. So now Kwame's opinion that he did good. Nobody in the chat believes he did good. So I even asked AI on him because I knew he would do that, right? I knew BSIA would do that for him. Like they're all the same clique. So I got AI to look over most of my recent arguments. Like it's a landslide, family. It's not even close. And like I said, even with focus on welfare, it was a landslide debate. So I'm like, damn, I'm better than what I thought I was. I thought I was pretty good, but I thought he might have got something off. AI said he got nothing off. It said I TKO'd him. Let me share that one more time with y'all. One more time. It says final winner. Hold on. Connection getting weird. Okay, right here. It says final judgment. And it explained why. I don't know how I was like, what are you gonna say to this? He said he just topic shift. He just went somewhere else. It's explaining why I won. Historical accuracy, W. Linguistic precision, W. Source evidence, W. Logical consistency, W. Engagement quality, W. Concession moments, W. Final judgment, winner, unbiased round by TKO. You prove through linguistic, historical, and conceptual evidence that Black America is uniquely turned. It says Black Americans. They don't say tether Americans. Black Americans uniquely turned Black into a proper noun and an endonym, a cultural invention of U.S. lineage, not a shared African diaspora phenomenon, which he was arguing. He's arguing so much, he's topic shifting so much, he don't even know what he's arguing. That's why I say for me, it gets kind of boring. It's like, all right, dude, like you're just going to benign and neglect everything. At that point, it's going to get boring. But I have something he don't have, family. I have that glow. I have that FBA glow. And that's what separates myself from people like him. Matter of fact, let me plug myself in here. Okay. Boom. Yes, I don't know how he rebounded from that. Just ass whooping.
Marry, people in America, some might, but those 43 million are somebody's going to have a direct lineage to the beginning of this country where nobody immigrated. At least one. You'll have some mixed people.
Okay.
Just like Jamaica. So listen, like a Jamaican. You're Jamaican. And like you said, people went back and forth. They went back and forth from here to Jamaica. In fact, Jamaica was a slave-breaking colony. They would send people over there to get punished. From here, right. And the thing is, if they stayed over there, they became ethnically Jamaican, all right? They became ethnically Jamaican. They were amalgamated into Jamaican society, culture, nationality, and ethnicity, which is fine. Right. Same thing with us over here.
But that's my point. That's the point I'm making. So there's a lot of people that came from Jamaica to the United States during the slave that was amalgamated into what you consider to be a FBA foundation, and that's impossible to say. There's 43 million of them.
It's not impossible. Okay, there's
the numbers don't add up, brother.
43 million are not immigrants, and also immigration didn't start in a major wave until the 60s with Black and Caribbeans. In a major wave, that didn't start till the 60s.
All right. I don't want to pull feathers out of a duck's ass. Let's talk turkey, right?
Yes.
Listen, what I'm saying is that you are considered the leader of. That's what people consider you. I know you don't consider that, but
nobody else does. Nobody else does.
Brother,
nobody has said. Not one person has said Tariq Nasheed is my leader, because I'm not. Not one person. You've never heard nobody say that, sir. No, nobody. You have never heard anybody say Tariq Nasheed is my leader. Nobody has said that, nor have I said I'm anybody's leader. No,
I never said you said that. I was just about to say I don't think you think that. I don't think think that. I know that. Listen. Now I'm not trying to argue with you, bro.
We're not arguing. We're not arguing. There's no argument.
Okay, so he's saying, I'm not saying, he's saying, Tariq, I know you're not saying it, but then he's speaking for us. He's saying, but the members, he calls us members. He says the members are saying it. It's like, nah, which one? I would love to know. I would love to, if I ever hear an FBA self-proclaimed ADOS Freeman person say Tariq Nasheed is their leader, I know they're not FBA. So that Jamaican Tethers, like flat out lying. Anybody who's FBA, who's other leaders that sit there and say Tariq is their leader, we know they're not FBA, because we wouldn't say that. We had no leader. So he's a lying tether. So that means that that's another tether cosplaying and just spreading, bad faith arguments, cosplaying as us saying Tariq is our leader. But again, that still goes to what Tariq is saying. Like, dude, whatever information you're getting is fake news. It's misinformation that you're getting in those tether circles you're in. You're not in FBA circles. We are all day long. Ain't no FBA person going to sit there and say Tariq Nasheed is their leader.
But what I'm saying is that you don't think that, but there's a lot of people that look at you in that term, right?
No, they don't.
They don't. I'm telling you, brother, they do. Anyway, you can be humble if you want to be.
I am, but I'm just not. You can't be the leader of a lineage.
I respect your humility. I respect your. No, it's a movement. They said FBA is a movement of delineation from every other Black people, pretty much.
It's a lineage.
They never mentioned. What's that?
FBA is a lineage.
Okay, but that's what they said. They are saying that it is a movement. What they're doing is delineating from everybody.
Delineation is a movement, but FBA Foundation Black American is a lineage.
Come on, we gonna talk, or you gonna try to deflect from everything I say, brother? I really didn't come up here to argue with you. I was trying to, clear it up so everybody could get a better understanding of what's
I've not deflected from one. I'm addressing you, sir. I've not deflected from anything you're saying, sir. I'm addressing everything you're saying directly. I'm directly addressing. I haven't changed the subject. I'm addressing you. You said something that's incorrect, and I have to correct you because you're putting it on me. I know what I said. I don't know. I know what I think. I know what I am.
I know you don't think you are the leader of the movement, but many people see you, right? Outside folks see you as that.
Nobody that's FBA, that claim to be FBA, sees Tariq Nasheed as their leader. The dude is just tether lying.
No, they don't. That's not true, though.
Oh my goodness, bro.
What you're saying isn't true. We can't move on if you're gonna say something that's false.
All right, let's leave that. Let's put that. Let's
If
put
you're
that
gonna say
down.
something
Let's
false, we
table
can't.
that.
No, because no, nobody thinks that. I'm not the leader of anybody, and nobody
I'm
has
not
said I am.
saying that you. I'm not saying you are. I'm telling you, people see you that way, my brother. That's
No,
why
they
you got
don't.
900 people. You see the young man
People
who was on
lie.
a dating show a second
No, no,
ago?
no.
Listen.
People, listen. The only people who say that are non-FBAs because they're lying and trying to redefine our lineage. The only people who tell that, because that's a lie. And the only people who tell that lie are people who ain't even from the lineage because they're trying to redefine our lineage as a group with a leader. That's why the argument is in bad faith, sir. You see?
It's not an argument. I'm telling you what I've heard.
And shout out to the Cash App for $2. They said drink some water because they know I said a mouthful. Pause. And Heru Haynes, $5 Cash App. Shout out to you. He said let me cook one day, fam. Yeah, man. Shit, tomorrow might be the best day to cook. You know, either later today or tomorrow. So if Heru Haynes is in the building, matter of fact, Revenue said give him an hour. So you might be able to cook until Revenue comes back. So yeah, man, if you're around, let me know.
I'm telling
From
you
your
what I've
people,
witnessed.
your
I'm
people
telling
say
you,
that.
not my people. No, who's
Yeah,
my
no,
people?
no,
Jamaican.
Oh, and by the way, I still got the challenge for anybody who has Chat GPT that that's might, just to play it safe and neutral. Revenue said that somehow Chat GPT on my side said I won because it's my Chat GPT. So I asked him to do it, and then I'm saying anybody in the chat, if you got Chat GPT and you don't mind sharing your screen and showing the result, I can email you the all of the discussion between me and Revenue yesterday. And you could just simply say, hey, who won? Like but you got to tell them what we're arguing. One person is saying, oh, not just, I don't know, maybe AI could figure it out. Just say, who won this debate? Two people arguing over black. And you could ask AI to work out, you could ask AI, hey, find the argument and decide who won. Don't even give AI a heads up. Just say, hey, two people arguing about black. Find the argument yourself as an AI smart robot and determine the winner. That's all. Because I do want to see a neutral, or not really neutral, because my search is neutral, but I do want to see an independent search result from what mine was showing and what Revenue showed. But I know Revenue is going to show the same thing. So now maybe he's trying to find a way to manipulate Chat GPT to make it answer dishonestly. That's why you need a whole hour to Google and YouTube. I don't know. But that's why if Smiles can hop on as Chat GPT, so when he's done manipulating Chat GPT, making it evil Chat GPT or tether Chat GPT, we can have a separate independent research analysis on who won.
People say that, sir. Now, if
You
your
talking about
people are
Jamaican?
lying, you need to talk to
Or
your
you talking
people,
about
and that's why they're
Jamaican?
lying.
See, and by you using that terminology, your people, and this is what I wanted to.
Or I forgot. Or you could email me, and I could just email you it. You could just do it yourself. You ain't got to even share your screen. But you're going to have to eventually for us to see it.
Get down to the bottom of this, Tariq,
Slow down.
right?
Slow down.
If you're driving down the street, right, in a car, yes or no? I'm just giving you an analogy. You're driving down the street in a car, and police pull you over, and
Let me slow you down. Just
he
slow
doesn't
down.
see an FBA.
Not the police car analogy. Yeah, how is it possible that every tether uses the police car analogy? That's just unbelievable, man.
Oh, Lord.
See a black man.
Sir, our lineage is not contingent upon what a white person thinks.
Oh, God. These guys, man.
Our
I see
lineage
why
is
they.
not contingent upon what a white person thinks or
I
how a
see
white
why.
person pulls us over. Because if we're going to be honest, when I've seen Caribbeans get pulled over and they make sure to talk with that accent to let the cops know that they're not FBA.
Now, I disagree with you, Pinky Wells, on that, because you can't just say that and then we ask you, well, who are these people? And the guy say, well, we don't know. No. That's not how it works. Because you said Tariq doesn't call himself a leader, but some of his FBA followers see him as a leader and refer to him as a leader. No, I disagree. I'm in these FBA spaces just as much as y'all, if not more. And the average person does not, they might see him as an influencer. They might see him as a scholar. Scholars aren't leaders. I mean, but but here's the problem with that type of mindset. just because like we have teachers, we have bosses, and we might respect our boss. We might say, you're so damn smart, but we don't see our boss as our leader. We might see, like I said, a scholar. It's a scholar who we respect and we like their research is just on point. But just because we admire their scholarship, their information doesn't mean we see them as a leader. You know what a leader is? I don't think y'all really think about the term leader when y'all just throw it out there and random, just miss the void. A leader is somebody who can tell you what to do and what not to do and lead your life. Leaders lead your life. So that means Tariq Nasheed will be able to tell you who to date, who not to date. And when he consistently says date who you want, Tariq is not anti interracial relationships at all. So I think I know more of him than most of all y'all. 'Cause I've been watching him since you streaming before. And I watched damn near all of his episodes. You dig? So I think y'all just saying stuff, just guessing and hoping it's right. But that's why I put the link out there and the phone number, because you can gauge your guest opinions to what I know for a fact. And I'm a real researcher. When I read things 10 years ago, I still remember those things. So I used to watch his Ustream all the time, every last episode. I caught up. So when I got hip to him, I was like, oh, this guy's pretty good. And I went back and I watched all of his Ustreams, every last one of them. So y'all know who I am. I will binge watch something. I went back and watched all of his Ustreams. That's when people say he got a problem with women. Like, shit, which episode? You're a goddamn liar. He always gave them more reverence than the men. The men call in, he'll bang on the man like click. But the woman, he'll give her more, leeway. Even to Babel, he'll give her more leeway. So many shows, he'll say, hey, man, how about the women call in? He was always catered to the women. So when people say certain things like, yo, you got to source up. So if people believe he's the leader and they see him as a leader, meaning that he can guide their life, you got to show us. You got to show us. You got to show and prove. Otherwise, it's just what you want to believe. You want to believe that, so you'll say it. But on what I do, you got to prove all things. Okay, you can't just ramble. You got to prove. You say it, prove it, or we dismiss it.
I beg to differ.
I know. I've seen it. We put up videos of it, sir. They let people know, hey, we're not one of them. Hey, Bumba Clyde. Yeah, they let them know, hey, if you're gonna shoot somebody, don't shoot me. All right.
You got to be more genuine, brother. You have a lot of people.
Screenshots ain't gonna do it. I don't know why. Listen, man, this is me. Okay, I'm not Joe Schmo. A screenshot that could be revenue second account. That could be Ditso second account. That could be Linwood second account. That can be BSI. That screenshot. That could be your account. That could be you typing something in there, pressing enter and screenshot and say, hey, look, somebody's Ron. This is somebody. No. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. You can screenshot a white supremacist. Like we know that there are Russian troll farms. We got people cosplaying as FBAs saying the most wild shit in the chat and saying I'm FBA. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. No, that's not good enough.
Follow you, bro. You got to start telling them the truth and try to help these young men and women understand who they are.
But you can't tell untruths and say because your community. Slow down, sir. Your community sits up here lying, talking about I'm the leader, so that they can try to frame our lineage as a group. Your community does that, sir. So you have to talk to them and ask them to stop lying, because that's a lie, and it's a deliberate lie.
Right. And these same people who say Tariq's our leader, they're the same. When that doesn't work, they'll use Malcolm X as he's our leader. And then they'll use like Marcus Garvey, like they have to make somebody our leader. And if you follow all the screenshots you're doing, if you follow their conversation like I would do, like so for example, if somebody said something suspicious in my chat, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scroll all the way I'm gonna track their conversation and see if it was other controversial things or maybe this one thing I might have just don't know what they're talking about. But I'm definitely gonna look for a track record of that. Of a like trollish type of behavior. So you guys are screenshotting people and you're not really researching correctly if this is a troll, this person being sarcastic. But how would you ever determine? That's why I say Pinky, I say call in. See, I got the ability to determine if you're a troll or not by saying call in. Click the link. If you don't do either, I block you. So unless you can do that with those people, you can never determine if that person is a troll or somebody who's of the lineage that really believes he's the leader. Like there's no determining factor that you have to gauge either way. I got one. It's call in, click the link, or get blocked.
Bro. And I'm telling you, 1,000 people are watching you literally melt right now, bro. I'm telling you, because I'm talking to you, and you turn it into something completely.
I'm calm as a cucumber right now, sir. The fourth T. Here's the fourth T. Family in the room. Am I melting? I'm calm as. I'm not even raising my voice. I'm sitting back chilling with my feet up. I'm not melting, sir. I'm talking to you calm. I'm not even yelling at you, sir. You're not even.
Nah, Pinky, I don't think you're getting it because you don't want to get it. I think you just stuck on what you believe. And that's why I go by the name Unbiased Ron. I'm unbiased. Whatever it is, whatever the real research is or the real determination is, that's what I decide with. Like I call myself unbiased for a reason, and just I'm unbiased. I don't take sides. If everybody argue in the chat, I'm unbiased. I don't take sides. Like y'all gotta work that shit out. But just because you think you're doing the right thing, it doesn't mean you are doing the right thing. Okay, research is something really very tough to do. Some of us, like me, have just a natural gift, and that's just in us. That's my whole life. Basically, I've been a researcher. I've been on YouTube for 17 years. Like you guys just hopped on here. You feel me? And not just on YouTube, but I've been debating for 17 years on YouTube. You guys are just new here. So research is something that you guys probably not good at, probably not known. In my entire city, I'm known for the researcher. DJ Focus lives in my city. Chad Smith is from the chat, live in my city. So many people in that comment on FBA News and Updates, they know me in real life. Like my whole life, basically, at least from adulthood, I've been a researcher and I've been good at it. And I've been on debates. I've been on Side Netter. Matter of fact, his great debate, I'm there at the Auto Ballroom with the Armor Squad. I'm there. I mean, I'm their researcher. I just said I'm a great researcher. They got me designated as their researcher, the Armor Squad, because they trust my research, man. So, but just because I'm a good researcher, that don't mean you are, or somebody from the chat. Like that got to be proven. That got to be a track record of you being a great researcher. We don't just tag anybody a great researcher. You got to earn that. And I had to earn it the hard way. I came on the scene on YouTube. I got invited to, like what I do now. I work my way that way. People invited me on to say something. I was right. I was wrong. I got cooked. I came back, corrected myself, refined myself, and got really, really good where the YouTube community like trusted me. Like, you know what, this guy's pretty good. Even my ops respected me. Like even now, you see, my ops know I'm good. But yeah, man, it's sometimes you could be stuck in your own way, and you need an independent party to help you out. And that's why I said, hey, anybody who want to come on can click the link, come on. I give them the transcript. You put it in your chat GPT. So that's called being independent. That means I'm not stuck on myself. I'm not stuck on my own research. Put it in yours. You reword it how you want to reword it. And I don't believe there's nothing you can do that'll show that I lost to revenue. I don't care how you reword it. Once you press enter, it's going to say I won by a landslide.
Even being honest about that. You're talking about I'm melting, sir? I'm calm as a cucumber.
Can I speak, my brother?
But yeah, I don't want you to tell untruth, sir. I just want you to bring, because you sound like you're an intelligent brother, and I'm talking to you calm. I'm not melting, so don't do that.
And I know you're intelligent, so that's what I'm saying. We should be having a conversation.
Which we are, but it has to be based on facts, okay, and not projection. Right. Okay. And last question. Go ahead, Bertie. Last question.
It's not a question. I'm gonna make a statement.
Got it.
I would like for you to try to help these young FBA men and women understand that they have a bigger purpose than to separate themselves from blackness and then to be xenophobic as they are. On TikTok, they're very xenophobic. They're very hateful towards other black.
You're not going to do that, Bertie. Jamaicans, Bertie, your community, Bertie, Jamaicans have such a nasty disposition towards us when they get over here.
Really?
Yeah, sir. In New York, Jamaicans have this disposition. We're lazy Yanks.
I was raised in Brooklyn.
And that's the headquarters of it. That's the headquarters of it. Boy, we all types of lazy Yanks and good for nothing we're all types of derogatory terms from Jamaican immigrants. And you stay away from those lazy Yanks. Your parents tell you all that stuff. Don't do that, brother. We know what they say. We know what your community does. And not
What do
all
your
of them. Many
community
of them
say?
are cool. I love Jamaicans. I go to New York all the
I know.
time.
Everybody love us.
Yes,
Everybody love
indeed.
us, brother, across the
Yes,
world.
indeed. And
Everybody.
I go to Jamaica all the time. I got riders out there in Jamaica, by the way.
All
But
right.
let's
Yes,
not
we
act
do.
like you ain't got some people coming from Jamaica
Hey man, peace to Reborn. Dennis, $10 cash app. Appreciate it.
who be on the bullshit as far as us and bring a lot of
And
vitriol to
Americans
it.
are not on the bullshit. A lot of
No,
Americans
we
ain't
don't
on the
go to
bullshit.
we don't go to Jamaica with it. We don't go over there. We go over there showing love. We don't do that. We go over there showing love. We show love here. We don't undermine you guys.
Tethers. What's the word tether mean to you, my
That's a
brother?
person who undermines us, and they're a funky tether when they do it.
So
Yep,
you promote that word tether.
all day. If you undermine us, you a musty tether.
So now I understand and I know that you are the leader of this group of
No, I'm not.
uneducated Google
Okay, now you're
scholars
gonna,
who
sir,
are
lying.
useless. No, this is
He's
true.
tapping out, tapping out, tapping out. He's tapping out.
See, so now if we take this exchange right now and put that on AI to determine like the logical fallacy, the inconsistencies, like the person who's all over the place, it's going to say, oh boy, it's like all over the place. See, and like that's what we could do nowadays. And I'm confident, whatever conversation I ever had with any of you guys, like I bet you AI going to say I won. And a lot of times it's going to say a landslide because most people don't know how to communicate. They can't express themselves correctly and they can't listen to somebody else and then respond to what somebody said. And then you got to know when to concede. You got to know when to say, you know what? Good point. You got that. But that one, okay, cool. I'm going to cook you though, but I'm going to give you that. You got to be intelligent enough to when people are winning or won a point, you got to give it to them because AI is going to pick that up and say, yeah, old boy don't want to concede points they lost. You dig? That's not gonna happen, man, with me. Because I know how to be like, okay, fine, whatever, you got it. That's why we call Stokely Carmichael. You see, with Stokely Carmichael, he said, oh, he popularized black. I'm saying, you know what? No, he didn't. I'm saying, you know what? Okay, fine, whatever. See, that's what I can do. And AI can sense that. Like, okay, this guy's honest. He just want to get his point across, but he's not gonna lie and be dismissive of people who contributed to uh, propagating black or black power. So that's why I could say, all right, cool, whatever. All right, let's just say he was the main guy who promoted the most. Cool. He still promoted our words. Thank you. Thank you. He promoted our word, and he's a writer. See, but Tethers pitch Carmichael to like be against us when he's really not. It's like, nah, okay, he helped promote black power or blackness. Okay. Yeah, for us, for this lineage, DOS. He didn't promote that for where he's from. You dig? Where he's from, those people primarily call themselves after their country. Jamaican, Haitian, Trinidadian, or Zimbabwean.
Yeah. Fourth T.
Everybody on this panel is saying that you are.
Fourth T tapping out. Thank you, sir. All right, he's tapping out. Four T's. I tell you, they do the four T's. I told you about the four T's. He did all four. Yeah, you're lying. You're the only people who say I'm the leader are Tethers because they have a problem with us delineating. So they try to reframe our lineage as some damn group with a leader. The only people who say that are Tethers, lying Tethers. Nobody said I'm their leader. You cannot be the leader of a lineage.
And then guess what, family? I could take it here. I'll go here. So what if some FBAs think he's the leader? So does that make him a leader? So it's okay. What's in your mind? Some people think Jesus Christ is the leader. Some people think Muhammad is the leader. Some people think it's their pastor. Some people think it's their favorite rapper. Okay, so if somebody wants to believe that's out there, who wants to believe Tariq Nasheed's the leader, so what? Okay. Now what? That's what they want to believe. That's their personal right. They have to believe, they could believe what they want to believe. Okay, so let's go with that. That person believes he's the leader. What's the next point? Okay. There's 43 million of us. 6 people want to believe he's the leader. Okay. Now what? See, it goes nowhere. It falls on his face. It falls on his
Playing the
face.
4 T's. I've been breaking that down. We see a lot of that in these spaces. Is people doing the 4 T's. They come in here doing the 4T tactic. All right, I broke that down earlier.
Peace to first class citizen with the super $10 super chat. Peace, man. Peace and love.
The first T, I break it down again, is tiptoe. They'll come in tiptoeing, acting like they're polite, like they have a false sense of curiosity. Hello, brother, Bumbaklada. I'm just trying to understand your members. Why do your members say this? Okay, then they make a statement framed as a bad faith question. That's the first T. Then they twist it. We start saying, well, okay, but what does FBA mean? Okay, well, Foundational Black American means people who are not immigrants. But during the transatlantic slave trade, the people are going back and forth. Okay, they're trying to twist logic now. They're trying to twist. The third T is trolling. They start asking a bunch of bad faith questions back to back to back. Uh-oh. They're just asking bad faith questions.
Yeah, this is my lucky day.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, this is my lucky day. I was able to get revenue on here, make them tap out, and now I got you on here.
Yeah, let me just say something real quick.
Go ahead.
Everybody listen in the chat. Ron is, and I love you, brother. I want you to do well and be well, but man, you're so misled. So, but everybody in the chat, Ron is using Chat GPT to judge who won between him and everybody. But even when you go to AI, anybody can Google, can Chat GPT decide who won a debate? And even AI says AI language models like Chat GPT cannot reliably or impartially decide who won a debate. While AI can evaluate specific aspects of debate, determining a winner often relies on a nuanced and human judgment. So AI.
Oh, no. Read that last part about human judgment. Read that part.
Yeah, Chat GPT cannot reliably or impartially decide who won a debate. Now, let me finish. While AI can evaluate specific aspects of a debate, determining a winner, quote, it has air quotes winner, often relies on nuanced human judgment, which AI lacks.
Wait, so hold on.
So it says,
hold on. Wait, hold on. You gotta stop. Okay, that's why when I ask ChatGPT, I don't see. Okay, bro, I'm different than you and most people. When I put my debate in, I ask specific things. Okay, I don't just put it in and say who won. Yeah, if you do that, you're probably not gonna be a winner. But you gotta ask certain things that we debated. Okay, so then ChatGPT is smart enough to determine if somebody is historically wrong. So if you say a date, if you say Dr. King was assassinated in 2022, and the debate is when he was assassinated, and I say 1968, it's going to determine you lost, and it's going to be accurately right. Okay, so now there are some debates that are like debatable, like very highly controversial, like abortions. Now, something like that, the way ChatGPT determined a winner, BSIA, let me help you out. They determine a winner by our personal arguments. If we stick to our arguments and support our arguments, yes, ChatGPT going to have a hard time deciding who won. It's pretty much going to cheerlead both of us, I'm guessing. But if somebody presents an argument and they fail to back it up, like you did, and I'm going to play your stuff. And that's why when I read off the results between me and Revenue, it pointed out what he failed to do. And it said he topic shifted the entire, and it gave points. It gave timestamps when he did all this stuff. Now for you're here. That's why I said it's my lucky day. Because it has, now I would love for you guys to do this for me. Put my argument in there versus you. I guarantee ChatGPT won't find no flaws in my argument. I guarantee you. I guarantee. Okay, wait, hold on. Just let me finish. Let me finish. You got to respond to what I'm saying. You can't just talk over me. I'm saying, okay, cool. I'm saying if you put our dialogue in there, our back and forth in there, I guarantee you it won't have a problem with my position, my arguments. I guarantee it will still say you lost and say You had logical fallacies. You were disingenuous, and you were using stats wrong. And go ahead, and I'm gonna give you a case in point. Go ahead.
My point, everybody in the chat, listen. Ron's whole premise is wrong. His premise is using Chat GPT. It says again, even AI says a language model like Chat GPT cannot reliably or impartially decide who won a debate. You're using something that even AI says you can't use. You're literally using something that even AI says you can't use Chat GPT. But what are you using? Chat GPT. That's all I wanted to say, brother. You can use it, but even AI says, man, you can't use it to reliably. And check this out, Ron. Everybody can Google it. There's something called AI hallucinations. Because Ron talks about what Chat GPT facts. Even you're wrong on that. There's something called AI hallucination, where even Harvard University says, yes, AI will just make up facts. Doesn't it exist in reality? AI, Chat GPT will literally make up facts that does not exist in reality. That's why you can't use Chat GPT as an end all be all, because Harvard University, OpenAI, all of them say, does AI create hallucinations, make up facts that don't exist sometimes? Yes. So you're using ChatGPT all wrong, bro. You're only supposed to use it like Wikipedia as a starting base, as an ideal generator.
No.
But then you got to go to the sources. That's a fact, bro.
Well, first of all, see, people like you read stuff and then misapply it. That's the difference between me and you. You read stuff and misapply it. So what you just read, you misapplied it to our debate. That had nothing to do with us. And here's a case in point. Okay, so what you did with your video, right, that I'm going to analyze, right, your video, which is called Warning. If you are ethnically Black, then you are not American. It says, listen closely, FBA's Black Americans. You did a 46-minute, 50-second video with a whole bunch of specific arguments that you thought were correct. You tied in history. You talk about the OMB. Your information is either wrong when you mention the OMB or is right. The OMB has a website. The OMB has documented things. So you either represented them correctly or you didn't. So now ChatGPT pointed out when you misunderstood what the OMB is about. For example, ChatGPT concluded the OMB does not give out nationalities. You keep using them like they give out nationalities. It says it just collects numbers. The only person that believes OMB gives out nationalities, it said, is in BSIA head. Okay, wait, no. It's my turn. You were talking. I was quiet. No. It's my turn to do it.
I never mentioned nationalities, but go ahead.
Okay, cool.
You're making up something. I never mentioned nationalities. So go ahead.
I got it. 6 seconds into your rant that got no views because it's bullshit. You said, if you say, this is a direct quote that AI pointed out. It said, if you say you are ethnically Black, you're not American. You said to be American, your ethnicity has to be American. All right. You put a period there. That's either wrong or right. Then you said this. You said descendants of American chattel slaves are ethnically American. We're the only Americans. All white people and others are immigrants. You said if you call yourself Black, like Black American or Foundation Black American, you're not ethnically American, so you're not American at all. That was your claim. That shit is either true or false.
That's true,
okay,
bro.
Okay, cool. I got it. Well, the fact checker.
When I say ethnically, I'm talking about lineage ancestry.
Okay, bro. I know what you're talking about because you did a whole 46-minute video where you said it over and over and over and over. It knows what you're talking about. Okay, so it says this claim. Look, fact checker. It says this claim confuses nationality with ethnicity.
I never used nationality. Bro. You're lying on me, bro. Yeah. Go back to the video. I never said nationality. You're lying.
Dude, you want to just relax or you want to get muted? I mean, how you want to do it? I'm trying to let you
Ron, I never used nationality.
Okay, relax. Oh, yeah,
no, but you're lying.
No. It's dude, bro, you don't have.
I never used.
Okay, so, bro, I'm gonna put you in the back. I'm gonna talk.
I'll leave, but you're lying.
But then leave then. Okay, then leave then. I'm put you in the waiting room. You don't got to say the word nationality. Are you dumb? That's the question. Are you dumb? You're using it as a nationality. One more time. You said if you are ethnically Black, you're not American. To be American, your ethnicity has to be American. You just made that shit up, by the way. Descendants of American chattel slaves are ethnically American. You said ethnically. Look at your listen, chat. He's so dumb. He don't understand the analyst. He's using American as an ethnicity. So the fact checker is saying he's confusing ethnicity with nationality. It's saying you cannot use American as an ethnicity. You're confusing American nationality with black ethnicity. That's what it's saying you're doing. I never said nationality. Of course you didn't. You're using American wrong. American is a nationality. It's not an ethnicity. So again, this guy confuses nationality American with ethnicity black. And is not how American identity or history works. See, he don't even let the sentence go to a period. It says that he doesn't know, family. It says that he doesn't know how American identity or history works. Matter of fact, let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. You're out here, man. And all your followers is going to be with you. Okay? None of y'all can do anything with me, man. Okay. This is the quote. This is the fact checker. It says this claim confused. So his claim, this is the This is the entire claim. Okay. That's the entire claim. That claim. Let me highlight this. Let me highlight this. Boom. Okay, so that claim confuses nationality. This is the assessment. It's not saying you said this. You're confusing nationality, which is American, man. You're confusing that with a ethnicity, which is black. But you know, the four T's. The four T's, he had to get up. Well, I think he might be still around. Let me invite him back on. Yeah. But I'm sure he heard me now, so maybe he can relax. Because I'm done reading the first point, he can respond. But the fact checker, this is the claim, and this is an ethnicity, this is a nationality. He doesn't believe so, but that's the facts. That's grammar. Okay. So this claim confuses nationality with ethnicity and is not how American identity or history works. So this, what he said, that is not how American identity or history works. It says in the United States, being American is a nationality. Is citizenship. Is not a single ethnic lineage. All person, and then look, it's going to go to 1868 14th Amendment birthright citizenship. It says all persons born in the U.S. are citizens by law, regardless of race or ancestry. This is history.com. It says after the Civil War, the 14th Amendment, 1868, explicitly guaranteed that all persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States, finally resolving that Black Americans, including the newly freed slaves and their descendants, are fully American citizens by birthright. History.com. There is no legal or historical rule that one must have a specific ethnic origin to count as American. One more time, family. There's no historical rule. He makes shit up that one must have a specific ethnic origin to count as American. I'm glad you went and dug them up and sent them over here. Okay, it says, in fact, one of the defining features of the U.S. is its multi-ethnic population. Americans descend from many groups: African, European, Asian, indigenous, etc., all of who share the same national status as Americans. That's the denominator. That's the common denominator. Okay, so now I'm gonna get this out the way, then you go. So this is the fact checker. It says historically, Black Americans have always asserted their American identity. For example, in 1853, even before slavery was abolished, Frederick Douglass himself, born into slavery, declared of Black people, By birth, we are American family. This is Frederick Douglass. He quoted him the other day, but he thought he was 400 years old, only 200 years old. But Frederick Douglass quote, by birth, we are American citizens. Okay, so this is before the 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship. Yeah. Okay. Go get your spare. All right. So I hope you're listening here. It says, by the facts of history, we are American citizens. By the hardships and trials endured, by our ancestors in achieving the independence of our land, we are American citizens. Goldwaterinstitute.org, source for you. This is what you guys can do. Sourcing up on you. He emphatically argued that Black Americans are not nationless like you said we were. Or outsiders. We're not nationless outsiders, but an integral part of the American nation. Douglass even rebuked those who suggested Black people should immigrate or identify elsewhere, saying, like a lot of Tethers say we should do, call us African or other things than what we are. He was against that. Of course I know that, because I'm a big proponent of Frederick Douglass. Hold on. So to my family, you're looking how to research correctly. I don't research with feelings. I don't have an agenda or narrative and research based on that. I just pull it up and just read it. Okay. So it says, Douglass even rebuked those who suggested Black people should immigrate or identify elsewhere, saying all this native land talk is nonsense. The native land of the American Negro is America. That's our land. His ancestors for 270 years have lived and labored and died on American soil. Colonization schemes tend to weaken his hold on one country while giving him no rational hope of another. That's a quote, goldwaterinstitute.org. In other words, Black Americans had no other homeland but the United States, and he urged them to claim America fully. Martin Luther King, somebody you kept quoting. After this, I'll let you go. So Martin Luther King likewise stressed that Black Americans rightfully belong in the U.S. and are not outsiders, like you say. In his 1963 letter from Birmingham jail, responding to those who called civil rights protesters outsiders, King wrote, anyone who lives inside the United States can never be considered an outsider anywhere within its bounds. SparkNotes.com. He was affirming that Black citizens are Americans. He said black, B-L-A-C-K, black, that's there. So he's affirming Black citizens are Americans who have every right to live, work, and advocate anywhere in the country. King and other civil rights leaders proudly identify as Americans of African descent, often using terms like Negro American or Black. He used Black American. So it is beyond me that he would use Dr. King to say we're American, but omit the fact he said we were Black American. Anyway, they never claimed, watch this, they never claimed that calling themselves Negro or Black meant they were not American. So to reference Dr. King and make this crazy ass argument shows the world and the chat, you're not on my level at all. So they never claimed that calling themselves Negro or Black meant they weren't American. That's your argument. Instead, they fought for equal recognition as Americans, the false dichotomy this speaker creates. It's talking about you. This is your video.
Hey, guys, is this Chat GPT?
Are you, wait, I got to put you back in the waiting room.
Yo, this is Chat. You can't use Chat GPT.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm quoting Dr. King's words. What are you talking about? This guy's retarded. Again, he has a comprehension issue of what he reads. He misapplies what he reads, okay? Like he misapplied Dr. King and Frederick Douglass to say we're not Black, we're just American. And they said, no, we're American and Black. Okay, so now I put him in the waiting room. But he can go. Once I'm done, he can go. I'm almost done. I'm gonna put you back in, but I'm almost done, like a few more sentences and you got it. Okay, so they never claimed that calling themselves Negro or Black meant they weren't American. Instead, they fought for equal recognition as Americans. The false dichotomy this speaker creates. It's talking about your leader. So you guys are worried about Tariq being my leader. You need to worry about your leader, which is BSIA. BSIA, that's your leader. So you guys are the only one with a leader. and your leader has an acronym BSIA. I have no idea what that means, but the two letters BS lets me know everything else about them. BS. If your name starts off with BS, you can't be trusted. All right. So look, the false dichotomy. Let me highlight that. The false dichotomy this speaker creates, Black versus American, would have puzzled these ancestors. As scholar W. Du Bois wrote, the goal was to make it possible for a man to be both Negro and an American without being cursed and spit upon by his fellows. Eric M. Photography.com. In short, one can embrace identity and American identity simultaneously. In short, one can embrace Black and American simultaneously, but this guy says is one or the other. All right. So let me let him back in. He's gonna rant and rave and say the same thing over and over and over. And then I'm gonna just go, once he's done, I'm just gonna go into his second argument of logical fallacy. La La Land.
Hey, Ron, I'm
Yeah.
going to read it again. AI says you cannot use ChatGPT to analyze a debate or provide a summary of arguments. It cannot or thoroughly judge a winner. It can't.
Shake your screen. Shake your screen. Let me read it with you. Shake your screen. Go ahead.
You're
No. Share. No. I want to read it with you. I'm
Yeah.
challenging you. I shared my screen, what I read, everything.
No, I'm not going to share my homepage.
Then go back in the waiting room. Then go back in the wait. See, folks, when you're honest, you're transparent. You don't want to share his homepage. That means you put it there. Bro, what are we talking about? He said he can't share his homepage. That means that's his information. He copied and pasted into his own page. Bro, show us the actual look. I showed you guys exactly the website where I'm reading from. Okay, so now let's go on. He can't. He won't show his nothing to talk about. If you can't share your source, then leave us alone. But let me continue though. So right after he said that mumble jumble in the same video, that's called warning. If you are ethnically Black, then you are not American. Listen closely, FBA's Black Americans. Okay. Now, at the 1 minute and 29 minute mark, the speaker, look, it don't say BS. We know he's about BS. It don't say BS. It says speaker. I didn't even put his name in there. It said, what's a German? This is his quote. He said, what's a German? Someone ethnically German from Germany. What's an American? People who come from America, who have their ethnogenesis here. That's us, descendants of U.S. slaves. Jamaicans descend from slaves on Jamaica. Haitians from slaves. This is a direct quote from this video. Haitians from slaves in Haiti, etc. And they are the only ones who are truly Jamaican or Haitian. Likewise, we are the only people who are ethnically American. If you are not ethnically American, i.e. not from the U.S. slavery, you're not American. You're an immigrant from whatever country your people came from. Watch this. Fact checker. The speaker is using flawed logic. Family, you will never hear this from me. No assessment, any AI, no professor, real professor. Nobody would ever look at my words and say, hey, that guy is using flawed logic. The speaker is using flawed logic. Let me highlight this for y'all. So it hits the right way. By treating American as if it were an exclusive ethnic category like German or Jamaican. This is a misuse of the concept. It's true that Black Americans, descendants of enslaved Africans in the U.S., have a distinct ethnogenesis, a unique cultural identity formed in America. Scholars do recognize, this is, see, I didn't even edit this at all. I just copied it verbatim. But I would have, if I touched this, I would have did this. You dig? So scholars do recognize Black Americans or Black Americans as, it's the same shit. So it's the African Americans and Black. Nope. You see me, if I would have looked over this, It just said one thing like that. So scholars do recognize Black Americans as an ethnic group with a heritage, where I'm at, my son, shaped by the experience of slavery, segregation, and creolization in the U.S. Wikipedia.org. Their culture, now I would say our culture, language, patterns, music, cuisine, etc., is indeed homegrown American. But that doesn't mean we alone, but that doesn't mean we alone constitute American ethnicity to the exclusion of everyone else. Cooking them. The United States have never been a single ethnicity nation from the start. Wait, I mixed that up. The United States has never been a single ethnicity nation from the start. American in quotes. Identity was civic and exclusive, at least in principle, of anyone born or naturalized here. Even the speaker's analogy is faulty. Everything about his argument is garbage, family. Even the speaker's analogy is faulty. So AI is lying on him. And then, but we heard it ourselves. We know it is. Modern Germany is actually multi-ethnic as well. See, now he said, look at, yeah, he used Germany as a all-out solidarity, one ethnic group, garbage. It said modern Germany. So his example is garbage, family. He used Germany. Modern Germany is actually multi-ethnic as well. About a quarter of people in Germany have immigrant backgrounds, yet many are German citizens. German census, you guys want to use censuses, German census data might count ethnic Germans, those with long-standing German lineage, at roughly 74% is the website. But that doesn't make the rest any less German in nationality. Likewise, in America, millions of citizens have recent ancestry from Ireland, Italy, Mexico, Nigeria, China, etc. But that doesn't nullify their American identity. So his claim is being shredded. The FBAs are the only Americans. Okay, it says we don't say a person born and raised in America isn't American just because their parents or grandparents came from elsewhere. They are simply Irish American, Chinese American, Puerto Rican American, or Jamaican American, and so on. Hyphenated terms that acknowledge ethnic roots while affirming national identity. In fact, many white Americans today are several generations removed from Europe. Their families have been in the U.S. since the 1700s or 1800s. Culturally, they are thoroughly American, often speaking only English, observing American traditions. Some of them even identify their ancestry as American in surveys. They don't even list Irish, Scottish, English. By the speaker's rigid logic, his goddamn. Oh, you can't use ChatGPT. The hell we can't. By the speaker's rigid logic, those people wouldn't count as Americans either because their distant ancestors came from Europe, which is clearly absurd. Nationality isn't a pedigree, my boy. As long as someone is a U.S. citizen, especially if they were born and raised here, they are American, regardless of ethnic. So you can be Black American, you can be Irish American. The same goes for Black Americans. Calling oneself Black or African simply acknowledges ancestral origins in
Yeah, I gotta
Africa.
get going in a minute, bro. Are you gonna stop,
Yeah,
bro?
but well, now I'm reading. No, well, bro, you called in my show. I have something going on.
Yeah, I gotta get going.
Okay, well, get going. But you called in here though. You can't tell me to hurry up and head up and buy. Head up and buy in my own store. Like, nah, like I'm almost done. I got one more line, but you can't,
All right,
dude.
finish up your line, bro.
No, he's a guest. Tell me to finish up. These people are crazy, yo. Yeah, I would never call somebody's show and say, hey, man, I gotta go. Can you hurry up? All right. Anyway, but this is y'all leader though. The same goes for Black Americans calling oneself Black or I don't like that right there. Let me fix that. Black or Black American simply acknowledges ancestral origins in Africa. It doesn't negate one's American nationality. I'm gonna cook your next point after that. Okay, go ahead and say the same thing over and over and over. Go ahead.
Wow. Again, even OpenAI says you cannot use ChatGPT as an authority, and you're doing just that. It's sad, bro. But I like you, Ron, and I want to say I do like you, bro. I think you're a good dude. I like you, but man, I'm. Can everybody see the screen? Can you see this, Ron? I'm not even on my.
No. I don't want you sharing nothing but sources. I don't want any.
I'm sharing you a source.
No,
this
no,
is
no,
the
no,
passport, bro.
no.
This is the passport.
I don't want that. I don't want that.
Hang on. So Ron is not letting me show me.
Yeah.
Let you guys show the source. Okay. I just gave you the source. Ron said no.
For what?
Let me see. Let me see if another source.
What? That's not a source. That's not a source.
Ron, it's the passport.
No, but that's not a source. That's an image.
Your passport. Okay, Ron, take out your passport.
Yeah.
No,
you don't
Ron.
understand what a source is.
Ron, no, Ron, take out your passport.
Yeah, you don't understand.
Ron, do you have a passport? Everybody
What's your
in the
point?
Chat. No, okay, everybody in the
make
chat.
Your point.
Okay, listen. Okay,
that's not a source. The source is after you make your point.
You always say I let you speak. Okay, let me know when I can speak. Go ahead.
Dude. Go.
Okay, everybody, listen. I want you to, and I teach this on my channel. Take out your passport. See, Ron is using ChatGPT. You cannot use it. Even ChatGPT says you cannot use ChatGPT as an authority.
No,
he's doing that.
Nobody's
let's
authority.
Move forward. Hang out. Let me land. Everybody, to show you I'm correct and ChatGPT is wrong.
Oh yeah, he's correct.
Listen to me, bro.
Yeah, this guy got some balls on him.
Ron, will you let me speak, bro?
He's right, but AI is wrong.
Ron,
Go ahead,
will you let me speak?
This is your cult leader that got cooked every time he comes over here.
Ron, will you let me speak?
Go, man.
Everybody.
You got to go, right? So you got to make it quick. You got to go.
ChatGPT is wrong. And I'll prove it to
right.
you. Everybody in the chat, I'm going to prove it to you. Not only does ChatGPT it says itself it cannot be used as an authority because some things
nobody uses it as authority.
No, it says that, but also check it out.
Yeah, you're misapplying it again.
Listen. To prove ChatGPT wrong on nationality being American, I can prove that wrong easily. Everyone pull out your passport. Everybody in the chat, take out your passport. And it's going to say nationality. And nationality is going to say the United States of America. Your nationality is not American. It's not. ChatGPT is wrong. It got it wrong. And most people have
what? Wait. The passport says what as your nationality?
Your passport, which I brought up, but you won't let me share my screen. So everyone take out your passport. It's going to say nationality. And it's going to say your nationality is the United States of America. It does not say American. No.
Same thing.
United States. No, it's not.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Right.
It says the United States of America.
I understand what he's missing. I understand. You know why? Because your passport is going to be specific and designate you where you're coming from. Because you can take that passport and go to South America. So yes, it just can't say American on there because now you're in South America. Okay. Yeah. So right. So it's going to be once you leave family.
Ron, let me show you how you're wrong. Ron, you're wrong.
Hold on. Okay. I got it. I got to mute you. Family, when we're in the country, we're going to use language that the country understands that's only talking about this country. But once you leave this country and you have terminology that another country uses, you got to be specific. That was a horrible point. So yes, if you're leaving America and you're going somewhere else, the United States of America, you're going somewhere else, you want to be specific on where you're leaving from. It's going to say we use America, by the way, this is for BS. Your name is BS. When we say America, family, we use it in a shortcut term. It's always called the United States of America. Even when we say ADOS, even when we say American descendants of slaves, we're using that in a shortcut. It's really the American descendants of United States slaves. So everything is always we are United States of America citizens, guys. We're not just American citizens. No. You can't cut me in. You can't cut me off.
You don't let me.
Okay. You can. I'm showing your flaw. We are United States of American. We're citizens of all of that, not just America. We are United States citizens of America, bro. Okay, so it's going to be very specific. It's going to say these people with this passport leaving this country or from this, if you got your passport in this country, this person is a United States citizen. This is not somebody leaving Peru to come to over here and going back. This is a person who is homeborn legally, citizenship wise here. Go ahead. I mean, goddamn, I'm surprised you missed that.
Okay.
Oh, my bad. I mean to mute you. I'm mute. And look, family, I'm gonna fact check that. This is
Ron is so wrong in so many ways. Again,
right.
Ron had to admit I was correct. On your passport, it says your nationality is the United States of America,
which is true.
It's not American. So Ron just agreed.
No, but American.
No. Stop. Let me finish. Yeah. But when you say, let's go to Italy. Their nationality is Italian. You see what I'm saying? So one could be.
What about Germany?
No. Germany, same thing. It's going to say. Actually, it doesn't say German. It says Deutsch. It says Deutsch. It doesn't even say German. It says Deutsch. Cool. It says Deutsch. But hang on. Even like in German, and I teach this on my channel, people. The nationality of America is different from most countries on earth. Because when you go to Europe, your nationality is the country. Your nationality is Italian. I don't care if you're African. I don't care if you're Caribbean or Japanese. You become a citizen of Italy, your nationality is Italian. In America, it's different. Your nationality is the United States of America, which is correct. So that is what Ron's missing, and ChatGPT. ChatGPT cannot be used in authority because ChatGPT can't figure that out.
Yeah, but we're going to use him as authority.
No, listen. As a legal term, I'm talking legally. In America, your nationality is not American. It's the United States of America. But in Europe, it's switched. Your nationality is Italian, German, French, no matter where you come from on earth.
Can you see my screen?
Your nationality is the United States of America. That's a fact. But go ahead.
Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yeah, I can see
this is embarrassing. Right. It says U.S. passports list. United States. This is AI over. This ain't ChatGPT. It says U.S. Since you got a problem with ChatGPT, of course. U.S. passports list United States of America as the nationality because it's the official. Listen, as I just said earlier, family, I just winged it and I'm right because it's the official full name of the country, providing a unique and consistent identifier for international travel. It says, while people, wait, hold on. This is family. I said this by winging it, just off. To me, it's common sense. It says, while people from the U.S. commonly call themselves American, the official document uses the full name. We use a shortcut. Like I say,
that's
Ron.
What I teach, bro.
Okay, but you're wrong here. I say Ron. My full name is Rondell. Oh, see, your name not Ron. No, it's Ron. It's my nickname. Or no, your name not Rondell. You never use it. No, it's my real name. It's my full name. I just say Ron because Rondell people have tongue twisters with. They call me Darnell, Rodell, just Ron. Anyway, because it's the official full name of the country, providing unique and consistent identifier for international travel. While people from the U.S. commonly call themselves American, the official document uses the full name to distinguish it from other countries that could be referred to simply as America. Family, I'm good. Or have American in their name, and to ensure clarity for international officials who may not use American as the demonym for U.S. citizens. Family, I said this without ever looking this up. It's just that common sense.
You just agree with me. The U.S. passport nationality says United States of America.
But it's synonymous with America. Okay.
You agree with me. That's what I've been saying all along.
I have a question for you.
But hang on. But in
wait,
Europe,
no. This is the question for you. Dude, we can't. That's topic shifting. Let's keep right here. Let's not jump to.
Let's stay right here.
Okay.
Everyone, he just agreed with me.
Okay. Sure I did. All right. No, you agree with me.
No.
After you disagree. Said it first. Okay, so hold on. I got a question for you. Do you want to answer the question or not, man? You can't just keep. Okay, I got it. You taught me. Family, they always win. They always taught me. Okay, whatever. I'm humble. Hey, I got a question for you. From what we read, are they saying your nationality as American in America? When we say Americans are nationality, is that short synopsis saying that that's interchangeable with the full name, United States citizens of America? are they saying it's interchangeable or one is one or the other?
What's interchangeable? You're saying a
Okay,
lot. What is interchangeable?
this is a comprehension check. You just said earlier that American is not on our passport because we're not American.
No,
And then
I said, no, bro, I said that the nationality on your passport is the United States of America and not
right,
American. It's
right. But what's
switched
the
for
difference?
Europe. And the
No, no,
difference
no.
is in Europe.
Listen.
No, no, but listen,
No,
let me
no,
help
no.
you out.
Wait, no, 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 no. Stay here. Stop going to Europe. Stay United States. We're talking about the passport.
Bro, you said Germany, bro, not me.
Okay, no, no, no. Yeah, because now you read that's coming in
Oh,
your
okay. You
video,
can't
man.
keep going to Germany and
Okay,
America,
hey, bro, that's from your video. I'm reading the fact checker from your
but then
video.
stay on.
Okay, right. So we're here at passports now. So you're either gonna deal with this or I gotta remove you. But you're purposely trying to not go forward. Let's stay with the US passport. So from what we read, aren't American citizenship interchangeable or synonymous with what's on your passport that says the United States of Citizens of America? Aren't those two terms synonymous and interchangeable?
Well, it doesn't say what you just said. It says
Okay.
nationality,
All
the
right.
United States of America. You said
Okay.
citizens within that. It does
All
not
right.
say that.
All right. Okay, bro, I'm saying whatever. I'm not looking. Do I have your passport? I'm saying whatever that says there. Whatever that says there, is that synonymous with American citizenship?
Yeah, it's synonymous with being
Okay. Yeah.
no, listen to me. It's
Oh my
synonymous with being
God.
no, let me answer. It's synonymous with being a citizen of America, not American. So you can say the United States of America or America. That's not saying America is not synonymous with American. American is a
Hey,
lineage,
bro.
ethnicity.
Okay, so let me read it one more time. Let me read it. I don't know why this reading. Actually, I know why. A lot of us look at articles and we think we read it, we think we understood it until there's a comprehension test like today. And U.S. passports listed United States of America as a nationality, right? Is that true?
Yes, United States of America is our national.
And that's the full name, right?
Yes, it's in your passport.
Okay, cool. And down at the bottom, it says that in America, when we're not using a passport, we just simply say American citizenship, American or American, American. We just say American, right? As our nationality, we just
No,
say
no,
American, right?
yeah, no, I don't. No, I use.
No. Not you, not you, not you. I'm saying the average American, not you, not you.
Well,
I'm
they're
saying
not American,
when
but just because people use it commonly
all
doesn't
right,
mean anything. But
okay,
go
all
ahead.
right, yeah, but all right.
It's not correct, but go
All
ahead.
right. Anyway, well, I wouldn't expect you to agree with that. That's why we have a fact
It's
checker.
not
But
an
anyway,
agree. No, it's a fact, bro.
okay, all right. Anyway, let's move on to hey, don't do that.
Well,
Don't do
everyone
that.
here
Don't.
agrees that your
Okay.
passport says USA and not
Look,
American. I win that
where,
point. Let's move on. We're the only
sure you do.
Americans.
Well, I
Let's
don't
move
know.
on.
You win according to who? I forgot. You're smarter than ChatGPT, the other
Chat
determinator.
GPT even admits its bias and gets things wrong and makes shit up.
All right.
So, bro,
So
I
now
can't believe you're
let's
using
go
something
to
that says you can't use it.
yes. No, it didn't say that.
Yes,
You
it is.
misapplied
Chat
it.
GPT. What? No,
No. Okay.
no, Ron, show your screen. Put it in. Can
Let me
Chat
put you
GPT?
back in the waiting room. So at the 2 minute and 59 minute mark, the speaker, he said, if you're ethnically black, you're not ethnically American. And if you're not ethnically American, you're not American at all. You can't have it both ways. So matter of fact, come back in. Let's answer to what you said already. Oh, he left. He hauled ass. Yeah, this is what a family. All I do is show them what they said. I'm just showing him what he said already. I'm not showing him anything independent. I'm saying you said this. Let's address it. Hold on. Let me get back to. Okay. Bro, do I benefit from the civil rights? Maybe you need to take your medicine. Okay. Yeah, some questions like that. I think I know what time you're on. I'm just going to ignore you because I'm already annoyed. I'm already, annoyed by this guy who can't comprehend. Leave me alone. Don't highlight me, man. Leave me alone. And definitely don't highlight me for no stupid questions like that. Leave me alone while I'm in this war mode. Okay. So he quoted 2 minutes, 59 seconds. This like family, we're not even 3 minutes in the video and he's already lost. But the video is stupid. He says, if you're ethnically black, you're not ethnically American. And if you're not ethnically American, you're not American at all. This is stuff he just made up. He said, you can't have it both ways. So when you say I'm black or black American, FBA, you're declaring that your nation is not America. There's no nation on earth called black. You become nations. Now, I already beat him up with that when I asked him, who are the Aboriginals? But let's go. Here's the fact checker that he doesn't want. Here's the fact checker he doesn't want. Oh my God. Here, the speaker asserts that identifying as black makes one nationless. Now, listen, I told you, family, these people, they want to take our glow. And to take our glow is to take away black from us. Okay, they want us to be everything but black, African American, just American, Negro, color, anything but the word BLACK. Bam, watch this. Here, the speaker asserts that identifying as black makes one nationless because black isn't the name of a country. This is a semantic trick. Oh my God. I mean, look at his art, but he got followers that come to see me. Their leader. Now he's the real leader. He's just making shit up wrong as hell, and they still stand by this guy. I don't care. This is a semantic trick with no basis in how identity or nationality actually functions. Yes, black refers to a racial ethnic group, not a nation state. But black Americans do have a nation, the United States. I mean, this is common sense. How do you think we fought for in the Civil War? A black American is also family, it's hard to have these conversations when people like don't know their own history. It's really, really hard. Okay. So it says this glare is coming in, kind of killing my table. It says okay, yes, black refers to a racial ethnic group, not a nation state. But black Americans do have a nation, the United States. A black American is, by definition, an American of African descent. The term black American or African American itself literally contains American, indicating nationality. For example, when someone says Irish American, we don't claim they have no country. Yeah, this is a great point where when somebody says they're Irish American, he don't have the same conclusion for them. Oh, you don't have a country. We understand they are Americans whose ethnic heritage is Irish. So for everybody else, family, for everybody else, it makes absolute sense and they have a homeland. Only when it comes to us, all of a sudden it don't apply to us. I told you he's misapplying research. Oh, ChatGPT. And I said, share your screen. Let us read what that says. And we know like that's just his conclusion. He misapplied it, misread it like he does in this entire 46-minute BS video. The dude name is BS. That should tell you enough. So the same goes for African American. You know, I don't want that. The same goes for Black American equals American with can't have that. Can't have that. 'Cause we know Black is an experience and something we made up. So let me put that in italics. Okay. Black American equals American with Black heritage. Identifying ethnically as Black American, take the African out. I do all this just because I send this to somebody and I don't want you guys being confused. Identifying ethnically as Black American does not mean you are stateless. It simply recognizes your people's historical origin. Yeah, I can't see nothing over here. Damn. I mean, give me a second. Let me move my table. This glare is ridiculous. I can't. Give me a second. I can't see the screen anymore. I'm gonna move my seat. And while I relocate, let's get some Cash App love in the building, okay?
Over and over again. And the fourth T, they start tapping out and just start blatantly lying and crashing out. Well, you are the leader. You are the leader. Okay, there you go. All right, thank you. These people are like clockwork, man. They're like clockwork. They go right to trolling to tapping out. That's why when he was doing the third T, I said, oh, the crash out is about, the tap out is about to come. He's about to start tapping out. And then they do the same thing. They come in with the bad faith questions. These people are so predictable. They're very predictable. I got 1,000 people in here. Shout out, well, over 1,000. I got the most lit spaces in here already. I ain't been in here for a few days. I got the most lit spaces in here. Shout out to everybody. Respect.
I'm digging. I'm on my way. Where you going, Rootwork Jones? There's some musty suckers on the streets. I got to go handle that. I got to split, baby. Can you dig it?
When you need to clean the stank off the streets, you don't call your mama. You call Rootwork Jones. Rootwork Jones is a stone cold dude that keeps the stanky suckers.
Yes, sir.
Just say what's on your mind?
So yeah, I think we talked before on the last live.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
So why do you always make these jokes about Africa?
Yeah, I make jokes about everybody. Everybody gets roasted, so that's a part of my culture.
I mean, because I remember these videos where you were speaking so highly about when you went to Africa, how they treated you, and it's like you go to jokes you come here and make it. It's like the opposite of what you used to believe in.
Everybody gets roasted, sir. You're not above getting roasted. What makes you think you're above getting roasted by any foundational Black American?
No, I mean,
one T, by the way. First T, go ahead.
Okay. Number two, why happens to the African Americans that just want to be called FBA?
What have to be called FBA?
Most African Americans don't want to be called FBA.
I told you I spilled water on my damn laptop, and now the damn thing it says playback normal, but it's tripping. So give it a second. It's wilding.
What about it?
What do you do with them?
What am I supposed to do with them?
I mean, I'm saying, like, you guys are like 1% trying to make a decision for all African Americans.
When have I made a decision for anybody?
To be called FBA.
I'm not the leader of anybody, sir. I don't have a gun to nobody's head. I don't force anybody to do anything.
Yeah, but you came up with a term.
Right. I came up with a term. I didn't force it on nobody. I didn't colonize anybody. I didn't do what they do over there in your homeland. I didn't go up in villages with guns forcing people to go along with an ideology. I didn't do that.
But gun? Who did that? Who did that in my homeland? I don't get that.
Boko Haram, people like that.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Am I lying? Y'all do that. Y'all people in your homeland. Y'all go force stuff on people.
No, that's called terrorism.
Right. That's what they do. I didn't do that. So you're making it seem like I didn't make nobody do nothing, sir. People gravitated towards the term. They like the term because it makes sense. I didn't make anybody do anything.
Yeah, but like how many terms? Like you got the Hebrew Israelites, you got the Sulam, you got the I mean, it's just different names. People are just confused. Like
no, we're not confused. That's the thing. Foundation of Black Americans. This thing, you see how
it's like a name of the day. Like every day is like a new name.
The thing is, Foundational Black American is the most powerful name we've identified ourselves with, because look at how it has people so shook. Y'all do spaces every day about Foundational Black Americans.
Do you think Africans like care? Like
yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Like how do you like
listen to you? Y'all stay in spaces 24 hours a day, talking about us and talking about how shook you are. Y'all literally do spaces all day, every day, all across social media, crying about our lineage.
Crying
and whining.
You think you? I mean, I don't understand.
Y'all cry and whine about us 24 hours a day.
How does that pay my bills?
Sir, look on social media. Y'all are shook. Why? Listen to you call up. Why do you called up? So you must do. Look at all the people.
No, I just don't want the little Goosey comment.
No. You're gonna get roasted because we give you those comments because y'all come in trying to denigrate our lineage.
Can I roast you back?
Yeah, let's go. You want to go?
You know what? I ain't gonna disrespect my people. Man.
Oh, okay. You know I light your ass up.
I will light your ass up, man.
Oh, somebody. But
you know, I have African American friends that I respect, so I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, yeah, you don't want to go there, sir.
Because you might say something funny, and I might just take it there.
Yeah, I'm because you can't clown us, so that is all good for me. Go ahead.
But so I just, your people like to make disparaging comments about.
No. But the thing is, man, y'all gotten away with denigrating us for a long time. With all of
We've gotten away
for a long time with all of that anti-FBA sentiment. We've ignored you for a long time. And then it got to the point where it started to leak into the political realm and it started to affect certain policies. So then we had to start kind of doing a lineage.
Okay, so good. I like that you said that. What politicians do you know that has real power, not the ones that almost won or whatever, that is disturbing? You guys make it seem like we have a bunch of politicians that's trying to cosplay as y'all. What politicians do we have that has...
Kamala Harris, buddy. Kamala damn Harris.
She's not in office.
She was in office, sir. We made sure she didn't get into the presidency. We made sure of that. All right.
But y'all making it seem like there's a bunch of Africans.
No, I'm in California. And we had old musty-ass Barack Obama who undermined us and didn't help us and didn't protect us. Who was this DOJ, who was another tether who didn't do anything and undermined us and didn't do shit. So yeah, the list goes on, sir. So we're not gonna play that. Oh, who did what? No.
But what about the African Americans that undermine y'all? They don't do shit. They don't do nothing like Clarence Thomas. Like Clarence Thomas, Tim Scott.
Yes, he's a
Tim Scott.
We recognize. Notice we call ourselves.
But when it's Africans,
stop.
Hey, let me give a shout out to the chat while I can do it. Hold on. Make sure my microphone got any action. Okay. So Ray, we got Cherry Red, we got Healing Arts. I thought they didn't like FBA, they are obsessed, right? We got Terry, Obama Musty too. So I made Terry and I made Healing Arts both moderators. We got Prince Arcane. He said Eric Adams, I'm gonna make him a mod. I'm making all y'all mods, giving y'all lineage wrenches. Go ahead and like the video while we're at it. Go ahead and subscribe, hit the notification bell. Cherry Red, Bebe Rodriguez, Donnie Williams, Buckhorse DC is in the building. We got Critical Thinkers in the building. We got Ru Hannes. I was looking for you. Hey Ru, click the link. The link at the top. Before I start getting back on BS again, reading his garbage information, debunking them. So let me shout out Pinky Wells. Let me shout out Free Papua TV. They call people black in Mexico. Free Papua TV. Who call people black in Mexico? I don't know what that even mean. Black is not an experience. Oh wow, yeah. Matter of fact, click the link. Papua. Isn't the link at the top? Yeah, so I don't respect people who argue and disagree with me when I got the link at the top and I got a phone number too. So like there's no reason why we can't dialogue. Like you're making definitive claims when you know I and almost the entire chat disagrees. So that comes off like you're trolling. So free pap. I'm gonna give you're gonna need to be free from this timeout for a half an hour, by the way. So we need free Papua TV shirts because you're gonna need to be free from that timeout, 30-minute timeout. But you still can click the link while you're on timeout. And I'll put the phone number too. We got Diamonds, Girls, BF in the building. We got Bro, who's asking me crazy ass questions. We got H in the building. We got Soul Online in the building. We got None of Your Business in the building. We were definitely lit today, Saturday. Who else we got here representing? We got Revon. Thanks for the cash app, Revon. We got Souls Align. Yeah, so bro, I would rather you click the link. You asked me a crazy question like that. Do I benefit from the civil rights? Hey, bro, I would rather you ask me that question live. Because I think somebody hacked your account. I don't think that's you. So call in, click the link and ask me that question. Black Feather Archery in the building. Kevin 3904. Some people are purposely obtuse. Let me make him a mod. Give him his lineage wrench. Everybody with a lineage wrench, make sure you like the video. Make sure you are subscribed and notification bell. MC Fact is in the building. Who else is here riding out with us? We got Jason in the building. Polo Styles in the building. Taya Carter is here. We got Claude, Neely Francis, Amos, #1 in the building, representing the lineage. We had, okay, so that's pretty much where we're at least for the people who are commenting. I don't know if you're here unless you give a comment. We got Hoshep Shut 22 says, I'm so happy I did a presentation at Lincoln University regarding preserving our burial grounds. I presented with the great Dr. Blakely. We will create a third memorial park in Sikeston, Missouri. All right, shout out to you. Respect to you. Berners Brad's in the building. Salute FBA News and the FBA family. FBA takes it to the top. Facts. Solar Live family. El Sheba Sekmet. Let me make you a mod as well. So if you have a lineage wrench, if your name is highlighted blue, that's because you are on code with us, right? You're riding with us. So, you know, let's keep that. Let's keep it lit. Some of us got the glow, so we're glowing, and that glow is very, very attractive. You feel me? So let's play a little more Tariq Rosen, and then I'm gonna get back to myself cooking BS information that's BS.
Don't talk over me. He's a sample that we've called out. We call our samples out. You don't call yours out, so we have to check them. Y'all didn't tell us who the Sambos were. Y'all didn't tell us that y'all got people over here who's going to undermine us. Y'all didn't. In silk. We warned you about Clarence Thomas. We warned you about Jesse Lee Peterson. When they show up, we like, hey, he's a Sambo. Don't kind of ignore him. But yeah, when y'all send over the Myron Gaines and all these weirdos who come from Africa who just.
And last but not least, family, you know, if you're feeling up to it, if the glow is guiding you to, go ahead and hit the Cash App that's not showing. All right. So let me show the Cash App. Yeah. If you're glowing and you're feeling grand today, you're feeling good, you got some extra coins, support the channel with a few coins in the Cash App. Let me make sure the Cash App is sharing. That can be done. Yo, the dude, when he misread the passport thing, like, oh, yeah, sometimes I really think they come here to be taught. I think they come here to be taught. Like, they want to low-key be corrected. So here's a little motivation for those who needs that extra push to send some coins into the Cash App of Unbiased Ron.
We have to start supporting ourselves. We have to add value to our content and our voices.
Hey, haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support on your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they done. Cash App, $sign unbiased rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support on your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they done. Cash App, $sign unbiased rhyme. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. I'm really real, one of them. I'm really him, I'm really always standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters donate. Haters gone, hate supporters donate. Support me your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really him, but they don't. Cash app, $ on by his rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters donate. Haters gone, hate supporters donate. Support me your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really him, but they don't. Cash app, $ on by his rhyme. I'm really real, one of them. I'm really him, I'm really always standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. I'm really real, one of them. I'm really him, I'm really always standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters donate. Haters gone, hate supporters donate. Support me your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really him, but they don't. Cash app, $ on by his rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters donate. Haters gone, hate supporters donate. Support me your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really him, but they don't. Cash app, $ on by his rhyme. Please don't. Please support, donate. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $ on by his rhyme. Cash app, $ on by his rhyme. Cash app, $ on by his rhyme. I'm really real, one of them ones that they dumb. Thumbs up, subscribe, cash app, $ on by his rhyme.
Yeah, so family, like when I notice that we're too lit, I know we got a lot of haters in the building. So that's why sometimes I'll randomly just play a song because I know a hater is not going to sit through a lineage anthem song, a lineage motivational song. I know they're going to bounce. And it happens every time. I see the numbers every time I play a lineage song, they be out. And this is their kryptonite. And I ain't going to stop. You dig? I ain't gonna stop because we got the glow. Peace to Queen Nurse. Make sure you subscribe, like, you dig? And yeah, man, subscribe, like, and go ahead and donate. Don't hate. Be one on code. Be one with the lineage. And donate. Do not be one with the haters and hate. All right. So let's go back. Oh, let me finish on Tariq real fast.
Just completely denigrate us. Y'all don't say nothing. Y'all just kind of sit back and people calling us akatas and all types of stuff, and y'all don't say nothing. So we're
do you know what that word means?
Oh God. Yeah, I know what it means. What are you gonna tell me, sir?
You know, okay, so when you say Africans call us akatas, you know, that's my tribe. That's a Yoruba word.
Right. What are you gonna tell me it means?
So why you keep making it seem like it's some kind of word made for you guys?
Because they use it on us all the time.
Yeah, but it's not. I could be called Akata.
Because you're over here. That's why.
Yeah. So why you make it seem like it's some? It wasn't a dirk. It wasn't meant to despair African Americans. Why y'all?
I tell y'all these folks. I did not. The fourth. He's lying. The 4T. I told y'all. This dude did every 4T. Now you lying, brother.
I'm lying about what?
Man, okay. Thank you, brother. You're not gonna sit here lying. But when they start lying about Akata, man, these folks sit here and they've been calling us Akatas for years. They said, man, don't act like no Akata. You acting like an Akata girl or them Akata boy. Oh, stay away.
Wait. Hey, family, did y'all hear the new song? Y'all ain't hear this one, did y'all? I just thought about it. Y'all didn't hear this one. The Tethers gonna hate this. The Tethers and white supremacists, they gonna leave. But Lineage, this is the new song, Lineage. Check this out. I gotta add the lyrics later, family. That's how you know it's new when they don't have any lyrics. So the theme of this song, we're saying bye-bye to the misnomer names that was given to us. Negro, colored, African American, minorities, and the people of color. So I'm saying bye to those names, and I'm saying don't cry foul that we're naming ourselves. That's the whole theme of this song. Check it out. You're gonna love it.
Bye bye the Negro, bye the color, bye African American, minorities and people of color. Don't cry now, don't cry foul now. We're one with our lineage and one with each other. Bye bye the Negro, bye the color, bye the African American, minorities and people of color. Don't cry now, don't cry foul now. We're one with our lineage and one with each other. Black represents the lineage, black represent experience, black power, black Panthers, black Wall Street, black man, black woman, black family, black banks, black millionaires, black history. Black represents the lineage, black represent experience, black power, black Panthers, black Wall Street, black man, black woman, black family, black banks, black millionaires, black history. Bye bye the Negro, bye the color, bye the African American, minorities and people of color. Don't cry now, don't cry foul now. We're one with our lineage and one with each other. Bye bye the Negro, bye the color, bye the African American, minorities and people of color. Don't cry now, don't cry foul now. We're one with our lineage and one with each other. Be Aries and it's be Aries and it's
Bye the African American, minorities and people of color. Don't cry now, don't cry foul now. That we're one with our lineage and one with each other. Black represents a lineage.
Yeah, that's the newest one. Bye bye to all those fake names that was given to us. We're naming ourselves. Okay, don't cry foul. All right. I add the lyrics later. You know what I mean? So anyway, let's get back to the cook session. We're fact checking BS. All right. This what happens when you guys roll the dice and come to where I'm at to challenge me. Bye to your false information. Don't cry foul that you're getting cooked. Okay. So it says that he is using a semantic trick. that has no basis in how identity or nationality actually functions. Okay, so remember, his position is we're not black. His position is black. Like his position is the same as a Moor. So I believe if we dig up his background, I believe if we dig up BS background, he's going to be a former Moorish guy from one of those science temples. All right, they are the only people who supposedly are FBA who will have that big problem with black. Okay, so a semantic trick that doesn't work. Okay, so he's saying black. I'm here. Black refers to a racial. No, I'm sorry. Okay, no, it's saying yes. The fact is, black refers to a racial ethnic group, not a nation state. But black Americans, we do have a nation, the United States. Okay, he's saying if you call yourself black, you don't have a nation. And his claim is also if you call yourself black, you're not American. So of course, when he first came on, I'm listening to this for the first time, and it makes no sense. So I'm trying to ask him questions to make it make sense, and no answer he gave to me made it make sense. So I invited him over another time. The next day, he came back over, and I knew I had him. I knew, okay, this guy just making shit up. So then I just had a formatted debunk session for him today. So I put his name in the title. I put revenue name in the title, and they both came. By the way, Rick, stop doing that. I said stop doing that. Okay, so I put revenue name in the title as well, and they both came on to get cooked, which is crazy. That's why I say, got me my lucky day, and they came right back to back. Like, wow, this is beautiful. So we're still getting on BS. BS is BS. Okay. A Black American, Black American is by definition an American African descent. Nice. Now, yeah, no, I don't like that. Oh, okay, I can say that. Okay, by definition, we are an American of African descent. I got a problem with that. The term Black American, or no, we don't need an or. That stands by itself. And that's why this is just a generic, just honest research. Because if I really was looking for something, it wouldn't say African American there at all. Because I would have told it, do not refer to African Americans like I normally do. Okay, so the term Black American itself literally contains American, indicating nationality. For example, I read that when somebody says Irish American, BS wouldn't come with the BS and say they don't have a country because they call themselves Irish American. So when we first talked, he said the hyphen in Irish American, the hyphen pushes back to the prefix. Again, he made that up. Like, that's why the question is, are you dumb? Like, you can't come in 2025 and make up linguistic rules. You can't make up grammar rules. Like, yo, grammar is grammar, man. You learn this in elementary school, grade school. So the hyphen doesn't push to the prefix. The hyphen just connected to the two nouns. So the term Black American itself literally contains American, and somebody who says they're Irish American, BS won't come with the BS and say they don't have a country. So we understand that you fix that, that we are Americans whose ethnic heritage. No, I had it right. Damn, I'm about to mess this up. Mess with that guy. We understand that they are Americans whose ethnic heritage is Irish, right? We won't say that now that they don't have a country. That's like a dumb argument. That's why like logic got to play to logic. It has to apply to everything. So he's reading some things about ChatGPT and he's misapplying it. He has a history of misapplying things. So he misapplies Black American to Irish American. They got to be equal. If it means that for Black American, it has to mean that for Irish American. So anyway, it says the same goes for Black American. We equal American with Black heritage. Identifying ethnically as Black American does not mean we or identifying as Black American does not mean we are stateless. It simply recognizes our people's historical origin. In U.S. history, Black people were often denied full recognition as Americans, notably in the Dred Scott Supreme Court decision of 1857, which infamously claimed African Americans. It never said that. It never said African. It said, if anything, Negro. Actually, yeah, me let me put Negro there. The term was actually Negro at that time. Negro Americans were not intended to be included under the word citizen in the Constitution. We got a source right here. And by the way, I did a video explaining Biddy Mason case with Dred Scott because they both sued because they both were led to a free state. So they both sued to become free, right? Based on that. And they got two different results. Biddy Mason case was similar to Dred Scott, but in California. But Dred Scott, where was Dred Scott? Missouri? But Dred Scott got the nope, go back to slavery. And Biddy Mason actually won her case. Like they said, okay, you can be free. But that video explains why the two different outcomes. All right. So, but that exclusion was overturned by the Civil War amendments. Since then, Black Americans have been legally and constitutionally American, regardless of what they call themselves. You see that, family? Regardless. Wait. That's why I said, hey, for you guys who are not new, who've been here with me almost every live for at least the last month, you guys heard me say over and over and over, it doesn't matter if we call ourselves the Ninja Turtles. And I really mean that and believe that. It doesn't matter if we call ourselves the Ninja Turtles. It doesn't matter. We're still American. And the name is personal. We could call ourselves Halloween. It don't matter. It's the name of the lineage that we agreed to, and that's going to be in the books. They're garbage. They're black garbage. Okay. Okay, so I already did the Frederick Douglass, I believe. No, let me do it. No, this is something else. So Frederick Douglass fought against efforts to deport freed slaves to Africa. That was the ACS. That was the Liberian thing, family, which I cover on my channel 1,000 times. If you guys been rocking with me for the last 3 months, you should know everything about the ACS in Liberia. Okay. So Frederick Douglass fought against efforts by slave owners and abolitionists who were white, trying to relocate free blacks to Liberia, right? What happened? He insisted that the native land of the American Negro is America, right? So I did read this already. Is the Dr. King thing in here too? No. Let me just read it again. He warned that if Black Americans, he insisted that the native land of the American Negro is America. He warned that if Black Americans start to view themselves as strangers in America, it tends to weaken their hold on the country while giving no rational hope of another. In other words, abandoning their American identity would truly risk a form of nationlessness. So you got to first abandon. You got to abandon, okay? You got to abandon your American identity. And calling ourselves Black does not abandon our American identity. He made that up. Like there's nothing he can source that would ultimately say that. Made it up. Which Douglass deemed nonsense. Instead, he and others claimed America fully as their home. You see, family? So this is interesting. Why what's that school scamming guy named Dr. Umar? It's interesting. Dr. Umar would name his school Frederick Douglass. Like, yo, this dude was as American as anybody could be American. Like that confused us who studied Frederick Douglass. Like, why would you put his name there? Like he's against Umar, everything he talks about. Frederick Douglass would be against. So as you can see, Frederick Douglass was FBA to the core. Okay, so bottom line, being Black is not a nationality, but Black Americans have a nationality. So being Black is not a nationality. That's the bottom line. But Black Americans have a nationality. American. The absence of an independent country named Black is irrelevant. BS. That's BS. Because Black Americans are citizens of the country named United States of America. Oh, the passport. Oh, but we're American. Dummy. This is the full name. They are far from nationless. No, no, no. Yeah, I can say they. I'm gonna put we. I feel better with we right here because the reader is going to be one of us primarily, and if Smells read it, oh well. We are far from nationless. Our nation is the USA. It didn't say American. It said the USA, the very nation, our ancestors. So he tried to use semantics earlier today, family. Don't worry, I'm gonna fact check that and embarrass him tomorrow morning again. The very nation our ancestors helped build and defend. The speakers, this is BS. The speakers' BS reasoning is like telling a Cherokee person they are nationless because there's no country called Cherokee, ignoring that they are citizens of the U.S. and or members of the Cherokee Nation in the political sense. It's simply a misunderstanding of terms, family. So get used to that. Get used to guys like him just misapplying, misunderstanding terms. Him, Revenue, the guy who was talking to Tariq Nasheela earlier that I was playing, they all either just act dumb or they really just dumb. That's why the question is it needs to be asked. Are you dumb? Because like we don't know if you're playing dumb or you're just actually dumb. So now, 3 minutes, 36 seconds. Speaker. Not only that, he said, if you called yourself Black, so he has this big thing with Black, right? He want to take our glow from us. He says, not only that, if you called yourself Black, you become flagless. Family, he just making this up. And he got followers. He got people who could take him serious, and he's like low-key their leader. See, what makes you a true leader, family, what makes you a true leader, if you could say almost anything and everybody just agree with it. Tariq is not our leader, and if he says something crazy, we would check him, which we have. Like, I don't know what's going on, like what's in your Kool-Aid, but we don't agree with every antic Tariq Nasheed does. Just like you guys don't agree with some of my antics, and sometimes I might get on Tethers too hard, or sometimes I don't get on them hard enough, and you guys don't agree. Sometimes I mute them too often. You guys don't agree. Sometimes I don't mute them enough. You guys don't agree. So family, we're human. There's a lot of things and some things that I'm going to do that you guys are going to say, hey, I don't agree with that, but you still rock with me. Tariq Nasheed, same thing. There's some things and a lot of things he's going to do that we don't agree with, but we still rock with him overall. So it's the overall. We got relatives, siblings, kins, but that's an FBA thing. We cannot agree with everything and still rock with you. We got the glow. So he says, if you call yourself Black, you become flagless. He made that up. The American flag, he says the American flag is for Americans, i.e. the descendants of U.S. slaves. That flag so somehow by saying we're Black, we're no longer descendants of the U.S. slaves. Anyway, he says that flag on the screen is not yours if you identify as Black. Like this, you know what this, now that he keeps saying that, this is like Moorish science mixed with like Nation of Islam type of rhetoric. It said you'd have to use a Black heritage flag or something. Now he just telling us like you got to do this or you're not American. Just making it up. We got to only use the Black heritage. And look, he said Black heritage flag. Oh my God. Hey family, he left out American right here. This your man, Pinky? This your man who left out American? This is his quote. So he purposely left out Black American together. Because remember, his angle is we can't be both. So he said Black heritage flag. Because I'm a thorough researcher, I knew it's called the Black American heritage flag. Yes. Okay. So, but that was very dirty. Now, y'all leader misguided you guys. Y'all leader lied to you, and y'all still follow the leader blindly. I had to put in American because he left that out. He used Black heritage flag. No, it's called the Black American heritage flag, sir. He said, so you have to use the Black Heritage flag, which is really called the Black American Heritage flag, or something else. So even the founder of the flag, Charles, he knew we were Black and American. He called it the Black American Heritage flag. Whether BS want to give us BS or not. He says, because the stars and stripes don't belong to us. We just made it up. Here's a fact checker. This is completely family. I wish I would send my information to AI and it says something like that about me. It says this is completely false. The US flag represents all Americans of every race and background. There is no separate flag for ethnic Americans versus other citizens. Black Americans have shed blood for the stars and stripes since the nation's founding. In fact, the first person to give his life in the American Revolution was Crispus Attucks, a black man killed in the Boston Massacre of 1770. So black soldiers fought in the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, over 180,000 strong, brave, beautiful black troops in the Union Army, and every American war thereafter. They have proudly carried and saluted the American flag, even when the country didn't always treat them fairly. That flag is theirs. Let me put ours. That flag is theirs, ours, as much as anyone's, earned through generations of service and sacrifice. It says legally and culturally, the American flag doesn't belong to only one ethnic group. It's the flag of the United States. If you are a citizen, if you are a United States citizen, which Black Americans are, that is your flag. During the civil rights movement, civil rights activists often invoked American symbols. Look what the civil rights activists did. They invoked American symbols like the flag and the Constitution to demand equal rights, precisely because they saw themselves as a rightful American or as rightful Americans. For example, Dr. King spoke of the Republic's flag and founding creed, urging America to live up to its promises for all citizens, far from fleeing flag, or I'm sorry, far from fleeing, far from feeling flagless. Okay, so Black Americans have historically taken ownership of the flag, e.g., World War One veteran Luther Wesley said upon returning home, I fought for the stars and stripes and I have no other flag. The notion that a Black American can't claim the US flag unless they reject the word Black is baseless and frankly insulting. This is embarrassing. It mirrors the old racist trope. Now listen what he's mirroring. Listen what your leader is mirroring. Your leader is mirroring the old racist trope that Black people are somehow not truly part of the American family, which is exactly what Black patriots have fought against, right? So this guy is literally spewing conservative hold on. So this guy is spewing Confederate conservative propaganda. It's also worth noting that inconsistency, the speaker says the US flag is for descendants of American slaves. Hey, don't do that. Then we're gonna make a mess. It's also worth noting the inconsistency. So now we got an inconsistency here. The speaker says the US flag is for descendants of American slaves who he deems the only Americans. If I'm reading this, I'm laughing to myself. Yet those are the very people who commonly call themselves Black or African American. But let's stick with, because he against African American, which we are. But this is what's not consistent. Yet those are the very people. 1 second. Right there. Go get a napkin. By the trash can. Go get it. Right here. Go right there. Grab it. There you go. Grab it. No, out the trash. No. There. Move over there. Hold on. Over here. Come over here. Here. All right. Let's get back to task. Yeah. Supporters donate, haters gonna hate. Cash App unbiased Ron, you dig? Let me surgically tear this apart. Make that red. Okay. So it's also worth noting the inconsistency. The speaker says the U.S. flag is for descendants of American slaves who he deems are the only Americans, yet those are the very people who commonly call themselves Black American, right? So he said one side of his mouth, he said we are the only Americans, and then the other side of his mouth, he said we're not Americans because we call ourselves Black. Stupid. He essentially, look, he's essentially arguing with himself. Family, you can't make this up. He's essentially arguing with himself. The same Black American community he calls the sole true Americans are the ones he's chastising for using the label Black. God. Oh my God. The dude is no, you can't use ChatGPT, yeah, because it's highlighting how dumb you are. I get it. But whether they say, not they, let's put we here. But whether we say Black or not, we are the descendants of slaves, and we don't drop that. Don't drop that. And we are Americans. So by his own logic, my God, family. So by his own logic, we have full claim to the flag. Oh my God, this is embarrassing. His position collapses into a mere word game. Family, that mere word game is literally what we call plebiscite babble. So a lot of you folks that follow this guy, subscribe to him, you guys are sold onto plebiscite babble, a guy who's talking in circles. It says in reality, hold on. In reality, Black Americans had never been flagless in the United States. We have fought under, bled for, and wrapped ourselves. So what happens is, family, I didn't want to be biased. And when I wrote this, I was acting like I'm non-Black. And see, if I'm the opposite of what he was saying I was. So a lot of times when I talk to ChatGPT, I make it seem like I have no ties to the argument. Like I'm not, I make sure ChatGPT don't know if I'm FBA, Pan-Africanist, if I'm a coon. I act like I'm like neither. I'm just an outsider trying to listen to this conversation, and I'm trying to determine what's going on, who won. So I literally, when I find out things like this, I come from the perspective. I come from an unbiased perspective. Hey, I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm not Black. I'm not a tether. I'm not none of that stuff. I'm on the outside looking in, and I want to know what's going on. Help me out, Chat GPT. That's exactly how I come at this. You can't come at something more biased than that. All right, more unbiased than that, I should say. No. You said bias. Shit. Hold on. So I hope a lot of y'all are taking note how to research. Come on, why is this highlighted? Oh my God. So I spilled water on my computer earlier. My son fault. He had the water in my computer. And it's been acting like a fool ever since. Y'all heard it like speed playing Tariq Nasheed. That was hilarious. Okay. So let me make sure everybody is all right. This everybody following, everybody good. Let me see. People making let me end the poll first of all. So 8 people said they don't have the FBA glow. We know that those were 8 total trolls, and we know 2 of the 3 was revenue BS. Or 2 of them. Oh yeah, I would love. Hey, wait. Bebe Rodriguez says Anthony Johnson is a fable. 0.1% of black slave trafficking owners were black during the time he was alive. All others owned the family. Yeah, I would love for a person. Okay, good. Get it here. No, that stay right here. I would love. Yeah, the link is pinned to the top. I would love for somebody to come on this platform and make that argument that we own slaves. I dare you. Click that link and come on this platform and try to convince me and the lineage that we bought into the system of slavery. Like we were enslaving ourselves for personal monetary gain. Please click that link and come on. I need to add more content. I need to make myself more verified, more validated. Please click that link. Make that argument. Okay. So let's continue with the BS. And this dude got followers and subscribers and everything, man. This is hilarious. It's actually embarrassing. Okay, so at the 3-minute 47, 3-minute 47 mark, the speaker. Matter of fact, I want to play a little bit of it. Just so I know that this lines up with what he's saying.
Another one I just spoke about. You become nationless. There's no nation on earth called black. You're nationless.
So you see, he's actually saying the words that we're reading.
Not only that, you become flagless. Because the United States flag is for Americans. And who are the only Americans? The descendants of shadow slaves here in America. We are the only Americans. All
that's the part where he's arguing with himself.
White people are immigrants, Africans, Caribbeans, Latinos, Asians, men of Arabs. They're all immigrants. We're the only Americans, the descendants of shadow slaves. We are the only Americans. That means we are ethnically American. When we say we are the only Americans, we literally say we are ethnically American. We come from America. We were made in America. On top of that, we built America. And all this greatness flows from us. But back to my point. When you out there want to say, well, I'm a black American, I'm a FBA, I'm a black man, I'm a black woman, I got black kids, you're not American. Because the only Americans are those who are ethnically American.
You gotta understand, when you make it, see, one thing we don't do, family, as FBA, the lineage, Adolf Freeman, we don't really tell you what you're not. We tell you what we are. Unless you're trying to tag along to what we are. Okay, so then we'll tell you you're not that. And then when we say you're not that, believe me, we have the evidence, facts, everything to go along to prove you're not that. Like how I do by saying they're not black. Like I stand 10 toes on that, and I've been defending that effortlessly since I've been saying it.
And who are the only?
But he can't defend this statement that we're not American. Like it's falling apart on his own head. He's arguing with himself.
People in America who are ethnically American, us, the descendants of shadow slaves. Just like the only people who are ethnically Jamaican are the descendants of shadow slaves on our island. The only people who are ethnically Haitian are the people who descend from slavery on that island. The only people who are ethnically Trinidadian are the people who descend. Not only are you not American, but you're nationless because there's no nation on earth called black, BLACK.
and there's no nation on earth called Aboriginals. So, family, yesterday when I asked him, I said, "Hey, man, there's a nation called Aboriginals." He said, "No." I said, "So are they nationalists?" Oh, no. I mean, that easy. I'm just like winging the common sense questions, and he's falling apart. And he's supposed to be teaching people.
There's many traps in identifying as black. BLACK, like I am black. That's my ethnicity.
What's the trap?
That's my ethnonym, black. There's many trap doors.
Like what?
One is you mislabel yourself. You're not black. You're brown.
Okay, he said. Now he take it as a color, dude. We don't say black as a adjective. So that means you're not really studying my videos. I always say capital B, not lowercase b. So off that was a moot point. You just said that for no reason. That's called a straw man. You're arguing something we don't argue.
Another one I just spoke about. You become nationless. There's no nation on earth called black. You're nationless. Not only that, you become flagless, because the United States flag is for Americans. And who are the only Americans? The descendants of shadows.
And we're cooking.
America. That's what a German is. They literally come from Germany. That's what a Jamaican is. They literally come from Jamaica. That's what a Haitian is. They literally come from Haiti. If you're ethnically black, then that means you're not ethnically American. Can't have it both ways. Let me say this again. If you are ethnically black, you are not ethnically American. Are the people who are ethnically American. So if you are not ethnically American, then you're not, if you're not ethnically American, you're not American. Because the only Americans are the people who are ethnically American. Like this. If you're not ethnically German, you're not German. Again, if you're not ethnically American, you're not American. So when you say you are ethnically black, you're not American. Worse yet, not only are you not American, but you're nationless, because there's no nation on earth called black, BLACK.
Right. And there's no nation called Igbo, Yoruba, and all those funny terms. Right. That makes so much sense. Not well thought out at all, genius. Not well thought out at all.
That's why we're delineating, because we don't like that disingenuous disposition. Those I told the family, didn't I tell y'all, just like clockwork, they do the 4 T's. They're going to ask a couple of bad faith questions, then start getting trollish, and then just start lying straight out. Oh, when they start doing them lies, man, I do not respect that. I don't respect it. That incessant lying. Let me get on that.
Hey, family, I'm not aware of the 4 T's. Can anybody, if you're aware of the 4 T's, can you put them in the chat? Because I want to start using that when I debate these trolls and tethers. The 4 T's. What are the 4 T's? This is new to me.
That 4 minute family. Yeah, they try to gaslight us. I don't respect that lying. Well, we got a lot of people in here. Shout out to everybody in here. Family, you know what? That lying and scamming, that's become culturally normalized in many of their communities, family. And a lot of these cultures that they have, manipulation, scamming, deception, that's like, they look at that as a form of intelligence, or you just got to do whatever you got to do to come up. That's not a moral failure. For us, family, lying and scamming, I got to stay away from this dude. No, that's a moral failure. For them, that's a trade. That's a part of the culture. They teach each other how to lie and scam and manipulate. You understand? That's part of the culture, because you got to go to the green card office lying. Well, I'm 15 years old. I'm a teenager, and I'm a refugee. You got to just lie, and it's normalized. And then they get online. You got to lie to create content. Because truth be told, you got nothing happening without foundational Black Americans. This dude talking about, we do not talk about you. Y'all talk about us all day. You can't talk about yourself. Ain't nobody listening. You cannot talk about anything else.
Yo, y'all ever see their views when they try to not talk about us? The viewership drastically changes. It'd be hilarious. It don't matter how small the viewership is. Like, let's say if they got like 120 views talking about us, family. When they don't talk about us, literally 15 views. Like nobody shows up. I shared my screen to a bunch of channels and I showed that dynamic. When they talk about us, it's like they get 10 times the amount of views. And when they don't, people barely even want to come see them. So nothing he's saying is a lie there.
Because you're not Black, you're brown. No nation on earth is called Black, so you're nationless, worse than an immigrant. You're flagless, because the American flag is not yours. You can use the Black Heritage flag, but that flag.
Family, you heard him? He said the Black Heritage flag. He purposely did not say Black American Heritage flag. For those who don't know what that is, let me look it up for you. You see that right there, family? It's called the Black American Heritage flag. So for him to acknowledge it, he would be forced to put together the two nouns he don't want to put together. Okay. So this is the Black American Heritage flag, family. It's not called the Black Heritage flag, but y'all leader is purposely lying to you, leaving out words so they don't go together. One more time, he purposely said Black Heritage flag, and he didn't call it what it is, which is the Black American Heritage flag. Remember, because he's so against Black and American showing up together. Listen one more time.
This, because the American flag is not yours. You can use the Black Heritage flag, but that
he called it the Black Heritage flag. And remember, we had caught a tether calling it the African American Heritage flag. So nobody wants to call it what was called. It was called the Black American Heritage flag. All right, so give me 1 second, Haru. Let me go after this one, and then okay. So right here, at the 3-minute 47-minute mark, he says all white people are immigrants, Africans, Caribbeans, Latinos, Asians, Arabs, all immigrants. He said, we descendants of U.S. slaves are the only Americans. Okay, I don't even know his point for that, but they are immigrants. But I want to know how this American thing is just like confusing him. So the fact checker said this statement twists historical facts. None of the major population groups in America today can claim to be native to the U.S. except Native American tribes, whom the speaker tellingly omits. White Americans' ancestors did come from Europe, just as African Americans' ancestors came from Africa. But many have been here for centuries. By the mid-1700s, colonists of European descent already called themselves Americans. So by the mid-1700s, colonists of European descent. Wow, he can cook like this. He said that's why they fought the American Revolution. Those early white Americans certainly weren't immigrants by 1776. They were a locally born population establishing a new nation. The cultural fusion of various European ethnicities, English, German, Scots, Irish, etc., and the colonies created a new American identity among the white settlers distinct from Europe. So one could say white Americans had their own ethnogenesis on this soil, e.g. the development of a Yankee culture, which most of us acknowledge, or a lot of us do acknowledge. Okay, so the bottom line, American identity is not exclusive. When we say we built this country, and we include Black labor, enslaved and free, and white labor, and contributions from many others, which I cooked them on. Like, he didn't even know what we contributed to. When we say we found this country, We're foundational. He didn't even know where we were strong at and where we were at, but we were not the most numerous. He didn't know. So your teacher, like you guys be having teachers who don't have a good grasp of American history, let alone black or white. But Hebrew Heinous, what's going on? I'm gonna stop right there. And we got Hebrew Heinous on the panel. Once you unmute, we can hear you. Once you unmute,
all right, can you? Oh.
Yes.
What's up with you, fam?
What's going on, brother?
Man, chilling. Shouts out to you cooking, showing these niggas the difference between fast food and a 5-star restaurant. But I think this is where we got to get at it. I just want to hit on a couple topics right quick because I consider myself a 5-star chef as well, bro. And I think that when we talk about the term black, even before we go off into that and let that resonate, one thing that we got to understand is that we already know that we live in two different Americas. Whether or not they establish the laws, they always have a real hard time enforcing them. So we're not even gonna get into that. My thing is that I'm all into us understanding the quintessence of black, because I noticed that one individual was saying that there was no such thing as a black experience. And we went over this many times, and there's no reason for us to entertain individuals when they're completely disingenuous. So I would say all that to say this. We could take one clear example, because I have many. We could take one clear example. When we talk about Tulsa, Oklahoma, specifically, we go back to that black experience. The thing is, they didn't really call us black because of skin color. We need to stop saying that. See, we had a real particular, we had a resource over here that was in dire need for them in order to spur on their industrial revolution. This is something key that we have to understand. And when I say this, I know many people are not going to know this because they always talk about Tulsa, Oklahoma, and then they always entertain the conventional narrative of how Tulsa, Oklahoma was destroyed. Oh, some white bitch was in the elevator, and then she got whistled at by a white dude, and all of a sudden she corralled, she got these white boys to come over and start a war. Nothing could be further from the truth. The reality of it is that if you look up, and I encourage all you to do this because this is extremely important, when you look up the nickname of Tulsa, Oklahoma, the nickname of Tulsa, Oklahoma, can you hear me? I seen that it was loading for a second. Can you still hear me?
I hear you good.
Okay. When you look up the nickname for Tulsa, Oklahoma, it was called the oil capital of the world. Let me say that again. The nickname for Tulsa, Oklahoma was called the oil capital of the world. We control the oil to encourage or to spur on their industrial revolution. This is key. We always have money over here. Matter of fact, when you look up and research the fact that these crackers never had any money. Their revolution of 1776 was financed by Spain. Spain bought their uniforms and their guns. You need to know that. The United States only established their first currency was in 1792, and the currency was called the Fugio, F-U-G-I-O-S. Fugio is Latin for I flee. So even these crackers and blancos was fleeing. They named their first currency I flee. So let's not get off into that. So this is the thing. Let's go back into a little bit more history because we're going to take you back just to put a lot of these things into context. Because I am of the firm belief that how can you have slavery, which they coin as the peculiar institution? And the reason why they call it a peculiar institution is because there's no way that you can have a system where you got one white dude with a musket sitting up there overseeing 300 niggas who scared of Uncle Charlie, Master Charlie. That's ridiculous. Okay, so how do we know all that? Let me help you. So the fact of the matter is, before that, we know that when they came over here, the first establishment over in the United States, the oldest one, is St. Augustine, founded by Pedro Menendez. Okay, that was in 1535. All right, why is this important? Because Spain had the largest settlement over here to begin with. All right, that was East and West Florida. East Florida, the capital was St. Augustine. West Florida was Pensacola. All right, why is this important? So important? It's because Florida was considered free territory, which it should have been considered that anyways, because we were the ones ruling it. So I digress. The point being is that all throughout this period of time, they came over here warring with us. Look up a documentary on YouTube called The Spanish War Dogs. The reason why they were able to overtake us so easily was not because of their weapons or their guns. It was because of a specific weapon, a biological weapon. They were sick. These Europeans were sick and plagued. That's how they did that. They brought their Spanish war dogs over here to attack us. That was their first means. All right. You had the Spanish, the French, the Portuguese, the so-called English coming over here. They created a confederacy to come over here and attack us. I heard you, so let's go on. So you have the war. Let's look at the Seminole Wars then. The Seminole Wars, the first one was from 1817 to 1818. The second Seminole War was from 1835 to 1842. The third Seminole War was from 1852 to 1858. Why is this all important? Because you also mentioned Dred Scott. Dred Scott was fighting for his independence in 1857. Eventually ended up dying in 1858. And also, let's realize too, they only had 30 states in the so-called United States at that time when the Dred Scott decision was made. So let's not have an anachronistic mindset where we're sitting up here superimposing the United States as we know it now to the so-called United States that existed then. That's where we have the trouble. These crackers wasn't doing it like that. Okay? So out of all this time, we have to understand that they were always at war. The individuals who were so-called slaves were what we would consider to be POWs. Okay? Because there was always wars with this Blanco, no matter where he went. No matter where he went trying to take over us, we were already warring with this motherfucker. I'm gonna put this in proper context. I don't know if a lot of y'all remember the movie Django. Remember in Django, when Calvin D. Candy said, I parted ways with my phrenologist colleagues because I believe that there's a level above bright, a level above talented, a level above loyal that a nigga could aspire to. Now, notice what was going on in that. He said the science of phrenology. So back then, even if we want to accept the narrative of slavery, they were using a pseudoscience to say that, oh, education or intelligence was dictated by bumps on the skull, which is a pseudoscience, right? But why is it so important? It's important because they were always alluding to you that niggas like Django had always existed when they came over here to take over this land. They just compartmentalized it because what they try to do, and they do it effortlessly, is they sit up there and make themselves more powerful than what they really actually were. How many people know that there was no such thing as dynamite during that time before the Civil War? Dynamite was invented in 1867. See, but we don't know that because we don't know the dates. Remember, just like Jay-Z said, men and women lie, numbers don't. So there are embellishments in this cracker storytelling that makes him look more powerful than he is. A more accurate assessment of the weapons that Cracker had was the movie Glory, when that motherfucker had to load a damn musket and shoot them ball bearings out. That's what the fuck you had if you had anything. You see what I'm saying? So we have to understand when they were warring with us, we were the quintessence of the revolutionary spirit. Just like how when they try to articulate the civil rights movement as one in which, oh, we were fleeing. Oh, they talk about, no, we had periods of migration, but even when we migrated, we still had to go to war with that cracker. You see what I'm saying? But let me go back to my original point, which is Tulsa, Oklahoma. Who was warring with Tulsa, Oklahoma for real? John D. Rockefeller. He had Standard Oil.
And not too much profanity because they will shadow ban me.
Okay, my bad, fam.
Right,
I get hyped, bro. I'm sorry about that. John D. Rockefeller owned Standard Oil, and we were the only ones competing with them in order, if we were to even say it like that, we were the only ones competing with them to take over the Industrial Revolution as we've seen it in its perennial stages, needing oil. Because we have to understand, who cares if you have an industry? If you don't have oil to run that industry is non-existent. The number one industry on this planet is energy. You have to understand that. So black people had control what was called of black gold. That's why they called us black people, because we controlled black gold. Not because of the skin tone. If you know anything about chemistry, organic chemistry is the study of carbon. Carbon is only Latin for coal. Coal is decomposed plant material. You see what I'm saying here? So they understood that in order for them to energize their revolution, they needed the oil. And that's why they were always warring over us. Even when we controlled Mexico, if you look up a town in Mexico called Nacimiento de los Negros. Nacimiento de los Negros means the birthplace of the blacks. And ironically enough, the Olmec civilization was sitting on oil. The capital of the Olmec civilization was called La Venta. La Venta is now an oil, rich in oil deposits. Mexico has tons of oil. That's why they're destabilized. That's why we're destabilized, because we are pushing this Blanco's infrastructure in terms of his energy sector. That is crucial for our understanding. And that's why they call us black people, not because of the color of our skin and all of that different stuff. It is because of what resource that we control as black Americans. See, FBA, we be cooking on so many different levels. And one of the things that we have to understand is we have to look at the dates, because if the dates don't line up, we can't allow this Blanco to keep talking this mess, right? Supposedly, he started the American Colonization Society in 1816. So if you were sending our people or attempting to send our people over to Africa, how big was the slavery institution? How are you sending us somewhere while you're simultaneously warring? Now, mind you, he's also warring with the French. He's warring with the Spanish. You see what I'm saying? You're in all of these wars.
Yep.
But go ahead.
I listen. I'm saying, yep, I see what you're saying.
Okay, so you in all of these wars, and yet and when you make your movies, you act like you were sipping lemonade, watching 300 slaves just do work. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Even during,
Right.
see, and I'm gonna tell you how they recast this even in the 20th century, right? Because we all seen the movie Gangs of New York. White folks were able to identify themselves because they spoke, they knew different tongues. Okay, so that's why the 20th century or the 1900s was considered the era of naturalization. See, so that nullifies or that destroys this thing to where they say, oh, white was a construct that we created to colonize the Americas and the rest of the world. No, you didn't, because you was never getting along. You was always at war. So stop all that. You didn't really become white until the 20th century. Okay? Now, with that being said, notice how in the 20th century, like I said, the civil rights movement was always framed like, oh, we are the world. They always promote the march on Selma, the Montgomery boycott, the march on Washington. They always frame it in terms of civil disobedience. But one thing that we have to understand, which is crucial, if we take a look at, we were still going to war. When we migrated, which was the first migration, because there's two actual great migrations. The first one was around 1914, all right? And during that migration, we would go to places like St. Louis, Missouri, and all of this different stuff. But notice that as soon as we would migrate places, there would be so-called, quote-unquote, race riots. 1917, race riots in St. Louis. 1919 is actually called the Red Summer. You go to 1947, you had riots in Detroit. I'm from Michigan. 1960, I believe that's 1949, excuse me. And then you had the second riots here in Detroit in 1967. Okay, then you got the watch riots. Everywhere throughout the civil rights movement, our people were fighting back. And we weren't just fighting no ordinary
That's
Blanco.
interesting, yes.
We were fighting a militaristic campaign against this Blanco. Because if you think that the police are not an extension of the United States military, I suggest you sit back and take another class. So this is what we're saying. We are the quintessence of the revolutionary spirit. There is nobody like us, because there's nobody who has to battle the beast, especially when you have to battle the beast from the belly of the beast. That is what we have to understand. So when you reframe and recontextualize the argument that they have never had anything stable in regards to us because we have always been fighting back, that is the essence of what it means to be Black from a cultural perspective. But from when we talk about the commercial and military aspect of being Black, we have to reference the fact that we were the guardians of oil. If we notice the fact that they got this concept called peak oil, where they know they're running out of oil, notice as much oil from Mother Earth that the Blanco takes, the more destabilized she becomes. The more destabilized she becomes. Okay? A lot of people need to know this too as well. So when the Blanco really first got here, he had heard tales of us guarding a very volatile land. That volatile land is called Yellowstone National Park. Okay, Yellowstone National Park is actually used to be the home of the largest calderas. Calderas is Spanish for cooking pot. So once again, here we go. Spain was all up through here. They were the first ones to know who we are. Why is this the case? Because the Moors ruled Spain. Okay, and you know that the Spain was the preemptive power because the Spanish dollar is who the United States modeled their first currency after, the Spanish dollar. We know who rules the dollar rules the world. Okay, so in Yellowstone, the United States so-called army at that time, who was headed by an exploration by a guy by the name of Ferdinand Hayden. Ferdinand Hayden was the one who was leading that exploration. He was a geologist into Yellowstone because they knew that when volcanoes erupt and earthquakes happen, they spit out jewels and diamonds. You can look this up. When a volcano erupts, it spits out diamonds, rubies, precious metals, and they kicked our people off of guarding that land. Matter of fact, you know how we know what we're talking about? Because the first national monument of the United States of America is in Wyoming, Brooks, Wyoming at that, and it's called Devil's Tower. Yeah, you better believe you being ran by some devils. That's the United States' first national monument. All right, so our jewels, our diamonds. You know, because if you go even further west off the coast of California, the very thing that's peculiar about the United States of America, which makes us a very good empire, is the which made us the empire that it was, is because that area is called the Ring of Fire. The Ring of Fire, home to 80% of the world's volcanoes and earthquakes. We were guarding jewels and precious metals and stones that they hadn't seen anywhere else. So when somebody talks about the Olmecs, let's piggyback real quick. We're going to go, this is called the Einstein-Rosen bridge, where you connect two distant points. So just hold me that. I'm finna go back. So when you talk about the Olmecs right quick, we're saying that the Olmec heads, see, everybody talk about the Olmec heads and they let these Blancos sit up there and trash talk them about, oh yeah, they may have
So,
African
Ron,
people.
this is what you do now. You support pseudoscience ideologies now?
Excuse me?
So, first of all, you are interrupted him. And secondly, you're under this cult mentality that when people speak, they're like this is how they think. All right. Let me give you tether psychology. They think when we talk amongst each other, everybody who talks is the leader.
Man, I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Yeah. He just a foundation Black American spitting his knowledge. He's independent like me.
So you agree that the Olmecs was Black, and you agree that Black Americans was here prior to the transatlantic slave trade?
Listen, first of all, research. Listen, this is what I need to tell you. Black people were, the term black, like we said, in terms of a color, that's what you're trying to, impress upon somebody. First of all, I was talking about the Black experience, and I was telling you how we had empires, and if those empires were in America, then more than likely they had to been associated with us, and I'll tell you why. Because we had knowledge of the land. All right, and I was finna show you because I'm
Do
gonna
you
ask
have
you.
any peer review article that support anything you saying?
I'm telling you the reason. I'm giving you the names and the dates, homeboy. What is you not listening to? This
The
is what I'm
same
telling
guy
you.
who the same guy who needs sources got his ass kicked in a landslide debate with me with no sources.
This is what I'm saying. Now listen to this. This is why I'm telling people this, man. It's
Man,
because
Ron, I thought you supported science. I thought you was,
okay, what's not science? What's not science? So you telling me that our people didn't have oil in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
I'm saying
Is that
that
what you're telling me?
I'm saying that no Black American was in no parts of the Americas prior to the transatlantic slave trade.
Prior
You
to the
can't
transatlantic.
find you can't find
Okay.
no expert to support anything you're saying
And who are
at
those
all.
experts? Who are those
No peer
experts?
review
You talking
articles,
about
nothing.
Blancos, bro? You talking about Blancos as the experts? I'm just giving you
I'm
the dates.
talking
I'm
about
telling
you
you.
can't
So this is what I'm
find
thinking.
any
Okay.
expert that's credible
Okay.
to support
All right. So this is
anything
what
you're saying.
why, and it's crazy how everybody that you seem to have some sort of or would have credibility, they always try to discredit the ones like Ivan Van Sertima, who talked about the Olmecs being a Black civilization. They don't credit Ivan Van Sertima, but he graduated as a professor. He was a professor at Rutgers University. So
You
you
do
telling me
know he
I
had to
shouldn't believe?
retract all his claims, right?
Yeah,
You do know he had
because
to
they didn't want
retract
him to be
everything.
published. So, but this is what I'm saying. You're saying that because he had to retract all of his claims, if that information wasn't valid because he was forced to, because then they would have attacked his tenure, they would have attacked his pockets. So just like if you employ and you say something at work, and then this Blanco tell you, even though that you're right, you got to retract your statements. Does that take away from the legitimacy of your complaint, nigga? Come on, man. You got to stop all that. You know the measures they take to take away our
It did.
history.
Did you read any of his revised work?
This is the thing that I'm letting you know.
You did, right?
So you telling me, listen, so you're telling me that when you look at the Olmec culture and its representations, that there was no Negroid influence or Black, or whatever you want to characterize
No,
it at.
no, at all.
So they just
No,
look Black. They just have
no.
big lips and big noses for
You're
no
doing
reason.
lookership.
No, no,
That's
no,
not a
no, no,
method.
no, no, no,
That's
no,
not a
no. No,
proper
answer the
methodology.
question.
Ron,
Answer the question.
you actually supporting
Okay,
this
so
on your
no.
channel?
I'm
Come on,
telling you
brother.
that hold on, bro. No,
As
let
much as
somebody
you
talk.
call me
Hey,
a
bro.
op,
Hey,
at
bro.
least I care for the Black
The
American
individual,
education.
the Mexican, the
Come
guy
on,
who
Ron.
considered him.
This
If
is
you gonna let me
embarrassing.
talk, or
Go
you
ahead,
gonna
my
continue to
fault.
keep talking? Okay, let me talk. The guy who actually, when they argued about, this is how I'm letting you know this is the case. In the early 1940s, when they argued about whether the Mayan culture was older than the Olmec culture, because they were also vehement and they were telling people to retract their statement saying that the Olmecs was older than the Mayans. You can look this up. This is the 1940s. Now, how do we know? Because they settled it here at the University of Michigan when they finally had the ability to do carbon dating. Okay, and then that's what led them to believe. They said, "Oh, the Olmec culture is older than the Mayan culture. It is actually the father, the mother of American culture here. That's why they named it that." Okay, so they were always in dispute of that. And then they had, geologists, they had archaeologists, they had individuals who were historians retracting their statements because they had believed it was two different camps: one who were for the Olmecs being the oldest, and the other ones who were for the Mayans being the oldest. And then they settled that debate when the University of Michigan came up with carbon dating testing.
What does the Mayans or the Olmecs have to do with
Because
Black
I'm telling,
Americans?
because they were stating that if the Olmecs really did come here, when the guy first discovered them, he said that there must have been some sort of influence because there must have been transoceanic travel. The whole point of them trying to keep the Mayans here, or the Mayans older than the Olmecs, because it was considerable evidence that the Olmecs had did transoceanic travel. That was the whole point of them trying to say, oh, well, okay, yeah, if the Mayans is older, then yeah, probably later they went and sailed and did some trading and all of that different stuff. But if the Olmecs were considered to be older and diffused their culture to the Mayans, okay, then that would establish the fact that they did transoceanic trading. How do we know that? Because the number one prize of the Olmecs trading was chocolate, or the cocoa bean. Okay, so that trading went to all places across the globe, bro. That's why they needed to discredit the Olmecs for being the fathers of the civilization over here in the Americas. Know your shit. Talking about them pseudo, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So the fact of the matter is that when you take a look at those things, I wasn't even getting on that. I was getting on the point that even the Olmec civilizations was guarding something called oil. Their capital sits on
Ron, why
oil.
don't you fact check your FBA brother and
Man,
see if
come on,
any of his
man. That
claims
is.
is
Oh
historical?
my
Hey,
goodness, bro.
for
I just
one,
gave you dates, bro.
for one, why would I do your job? If you think he's saying something inaccurate, you supposed to come on here and challenge him.
But
What the hell
Ron,
you put your job on me for?
he's
That's your
teaching
job.
your FBA, children this pseudo history that
No.
can't be verified.
Oh my God.
Again,
Can't be verified, bro. I just gave you dates. I
are
gave you the
the
numbers.
yeah, don't forget, you guys are the cult. You think when we talk, we think like you. Like he's giving information, my boy. Like the chat
So you
is
agree
either
with the
going.
information?
Hey, bro, the chat. Well,
That's a
first of all,
direct.
first of all, he's in a lane that I'm not in. So it's a lot of things he's saying, I'm not aware of it. But it sounds like it's like when he talked about the Revolutionary War and things like that. Like that was like he knows a little more than me with that. So how am I going to
How
speak to
you know he
something?
know a little bit more than you if you never
Okay,
fact
because
check
I'm giving you.
anything he
Hold on, hold
said?
on, hold on. Let me speak for myself. Let me defend
Wait,
myself.
wait, wait,
Because first
hold
of
on,
all,
but
bro,
let me
I'm
just
giving you.
finish saying this
Okay,
though.
go
Let me
ahead, go
finish saying
ahead,
it.
go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
saying what I'm saying is sometimes when people come on here, they read something I didn't in the area. I don't cover everything. I cover what I cover, and I'm good at what I cover. But it sounds like he covers some stuff I didn't cover as far as history, and I'm letting him go in. I'm listening, just like you
Can
listening.
I can I ask
Hold
you
it.
a
Now, if
direct?
you wait, if you have a problem with what he's saying, you challenge him. Why you trying to throw me as your shield? Like, save me from him. No,
Nah,
you
nah,
challenge him.
that is not saving me. I'm trying to see why would you let somebody get on your platform and
Oh my
miseducate
goodness.
the FBA
Are you
youth that's
serious, bro?
checking in?
You come on
Okay.
here all the time,
Like we don't
miseducating.
think, bro. I mean, oh my
Right?
What did
goodness.
I
Oh yeah.
how? What did I
Okay.
lie
Can I
about?
Okay.
say something,
Or
Ron?
what's
Ron,
pseudo
can I
or
continue
what
right
these
Yeah. Go
quick?
niggas
ahead. Go ahead.
spewing on
Because
your
I'm
channel?
gonna stay off the Omex because he's not aware of he's obviously brainwashed by Blanco scientists. So we're gonna stay off of that because we're gonna stay off of this fact that you said that before the transatlantic slave trade. Now I mentioned 1776. Can we agree? Now let's just go point by point so that way you don't think that I'm going over or going off on the tangent. So let's just follow this because it's obvious that you can't keep the train of thought. So in order for me to keep you on track, let's establish these dates. 1776, was that not the Revolutionary War?
Yeah, go ahead, King. Go ahead.
Okay, 1776
Now
was
he got
when
to ask you a question.
now,
You got to answer the
right.
questions.
Was that not the
See?
Revolutionary War?
Yeah,
Okay, did they not say that they freed themselves from the British in 1776?
yeah, they declared independence.
Okay, so how can you declare independence when in 1812 the British came and burned down your White House? It's called the War of 1812. I'm giving you dates.
Bro, you
Okay,
just
you
you
can't
literally
have
just said a war, right? You said a war, right?
no. Right, and they burned down the White House to show them that they were still in control because they were not being financed by the British. They were being financed by Spain. I'm going to give you another fact that I'm going
So
to reiterate.
because
Just
the
to
Brit
say, no, listen. I'm showing. Just look. All you
I'm just
got to
trying
do
to
is
get
Google.
clarification.
Okay. What do you need clarification on?
So if one sovereign nation invade another sovereign nation, that conclude that they're still under them? Like, I don't understand your point.
They're
Because
not
the
a
British.
they're not a sovereign nation in that respect, because remember, they turned the 13 colonies into 13 states. So you tell me now, remember, okay, I'll give you this. In 1791 is the United States first census. That's when they started numbering how many Europeans were in the so-called United States. All right, they weren't counting us, and we got to understand that. Right? So the largest population was in New Amsterdam. They had 33,000 people. South Carolina had around 13,000 people. They turned their colonies into states by virtue of this idea that they were larger than the individuals around them. And we know this because Great Britain is damn near the size of New Jersey. But yet they call Europe a continent. And you know for a fact that Europe is not a damn continent. So I'm telling you that because they espouse themselves as great, because they espouse themselves as someone with magnitude, all of a sudden you believe it? That's what they were gut checking them. So I'm telling you, it wasn't a sovereign nation going against a sovereign nation. How do we know this? Because the United States didn't even have any money. How are you going to be a nation and a government and not have no money? They printed their first money in 1792 and modeled it after the Spanish dollar. So how can they have a government with no money? What does it look like? Look at the United States. What if the United States didn't print any money? Would they really be a government? Remember, the bulk of a government is called as bureaucracy, commercial law, how you exchange goods and services, GDPs, gross domestic product. Must we go on? So you're not a government if you're not using a form of currency or something to denote, or something to represent trade, or something you're trading, directly. So therefore, you can't say that they had a government when they had no money. See, you just got killed on that. But see, you believing that these Blancos had more power than they did because you have been brainwashed. Now y'all mad at FBAs because we don't
So this not plebiscite Bible as you call it, Ron?
dates because they don't
Dude,
teach that.
you're having a 1v1, man. You got to handle your business. You got to handle your 1v1.
And then you're gonna use Tariq Nasheed talking point when he talking about people. I ain't been to prison, boy. I've been locked up a couple times, but I never had to do prison. I'm out here. I'm already in America's prison, outdoors, nigga. But I'm the only one, obviously, in this conversation that recognize that he's in prison, not you. Take the shackles off your brain, bro. I'm giving you dates to look up, and what I'm trying to do is get you to be able to reframe the concept, undergo a paradigm shift. If they had no money, I'm giving you 1792. You can look this up while I'm giving it to you, bro. That's the first coin that the United States printed, and they modeled it after the Spanish dollar. Look up and see who financed the American Revolution. Ask chat, whoever you want to ask your AI, did Spain finance the American Revolution? I'm standing on business, fam. So how is that pseudo? How is that plebiscite? When it's common knowledge if you read the entire history book. But you know what you're dealing with? You're dealing with individuals like you who have compartmentalized thought parading around it as a holistic worldview. That's your problem. You just like how they taught us in the K through 12 mind fuck. We sit up there and go through all of these degrees of knowledge, and they'll have us read the introductory chapter 6 and 7, chapter 12, and then they pass you. See, a nigga like me read the whole book, fam. Nigga like me
So you
read
know
the
more
whole
than an
book.
expert.
No. So
The
you
meat and
saying that when
potato. Are you
somebody?
saying that black
All right,
people, black Americans was in America
listen.
prior
No,
to
no.
the transatlantic slave trade?
Let me kill you on this point. Now let's go to the so-called experts. Let's tackle this idea of experts. How many times had a Blanco claimed he's an expert, but then had to go back and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know." Remember, and let's just talk about in science. A vestigial organ is an organ that he claims has no use. He thought the pineal gland had no use. He thought the woman's clitoris had no use. He thought your tonsils had no use. This is a man who was an expert then. See what I'm saying to you? Take the shackles off your brain. Why do you think this Blanco knows everything? That's what I'm asking you. There's been plenty of times that he's been proven wrong from his own science. Even when the Wright brothers came out with the airplane, he said, "Oh, you'll never be able to fly a plane." He's not an evolutionary spirit. He's a stagnant spirit. And that's why
Okay, so
you
what
can't
about
go
DNA,
ahead.
brother? What about DNA?
What about DNA? Okay, let's go off into that. DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, is what they called it. But let me tell you something. You can do your research right now and find out that the DNA, these black holes have never seen DNA. Let me help you. Okay, Rosalind Franklin, who was educated at King's College, she's the one who sent James Watson and Francis Crick, who are the co-discoverers of the DNA molecule. Okay, so in 1953, they both were credited with the DNA discovery. If you go online right now, and I challenge you, the photo that she sent them was called the UFO. Make this up. You didn't do that research because you just expected for this Blanco to be telling the truth. And from their
Also,
mathematical.
DNA is fake.
Hold on. Let me finish because you're trying to interrupt because you don't know none of this stuff. Don't get mad. I'm showing you the science and then I'll let you decide. I'm not here to tell you whether or not you should believe like me. My job as an educator is to give you the food and decide what you want to eat off the plate. All right. So now how they look at DNA is through a process called X-ray crystallography. You might want to write down these terms, fam, because I'm way over your head. I'm way out of your league. You see what I'm saying? So X-ray crystallography is how they look at how things form. And I'm not going to go too deep off into that because I lose you because I'm a chemist. So I know these things. All right. So the fact of the matter is that they did mathematical equations. When they do DNA sequencing, they're sequencing chromosomes. They're not sequencing DNA itself. They're matching up the chromosomes that match together, the letters. And that's how they do DNA analysis. So DNA is just a moniker, but it's not what they actually look at because the DNA is hidden inside of the chromosome. Okay? And it unfolds when it divides. All right, this is the process of meiosis and mitosis. This is a simple biology class, fam. I could give you a lesson, but I don't want to go that deep because obviously you're not trying to internalize this information. You're just trying to buck. So we just gonna keep it at that. But the fact of the matter is, if you Google right now and see in Google research, when have Blancos have they ever seen DNA? I can tell you we haven't seen it. But this is an estimation of what we think it may look like. Now, if you want to run with that, cool. We're not saying you shouldn't. But when a Blanco say he don't really know, he's never seen some stuff, I'm of the firm opinion I'm not finna believe nothing that come out of that Blanco
Yeah,
mouth.
speaking of Googling, did you, Revenue, did you Google our debate? And find out who won?
I mean, I sent you my email. You never sent nothing back.
You didn't get it? Oh, shit. I hope I ain't sent it as a draft. It might even be even better if it is a draft. That means that you can do it while everybody can see it. Yeah, speaking of, you could be so you can do what you're asking him to do. You're saying he needs to Google this and Google that. All right, well, we're gonna put it.
I didn't say anything about Google. I just said you got the brother up here spewing pseudoscience information.
Okay,
I
you
didn't
keep
know you
saying
agree with
pseudoscience.
pseudoscience
Okay.
information.
All right, there you go.
Oh wait, now let me go.
He's not
Well,
saying that,
let me
bro.
go. You guys had a while to go. All right, so let me say this. So when people come on here, like you, almost everything you say I disagree with, but you're here. So the brother wanted to come on. He said some information. He gave the information. You disagree with it, okay? And whatever you disagree with, you called in. I thought you called in to, explain what you disagree with, but you try to pin it back on me. Hey, like what it Tether do and try to divide and conquer. Hold on. They're right there. Okay.
Raw, all I'm saying, I don't think my personal opinion, I mean, I'm not a Black American, but my personal opinion, I don't think the Black American community need more, Dan Callaways. They need more Robert Smiths.
Wow.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, brothers like that. I don't think
Wow.
they need more people that, don't believe in science or they reject, the slave trade
Okay,
or
brother,
we
brother,
always been in
what is
America.
science?
We
What is
we
science?
we
What does
have no
science mean?
African origin. We have no
What does
African
science mean?
DNA.
What does science
The
mean? What does
study of
science
nature.
mean?
The study of
No, what
nature.
is the word? What does the term mean? What does the
I just
term
gave
mean?
you the
No, you
definition.
did. No,
It means
there
to
you
know.
go. There you go, Rob. Science is Latin for scientia, which means to know. So what you're saying essentially is that as long as it is the conventional mode of thought, as long as we go along,
Hey,
and this is what
Kwame,
Black
check your
Americans
email,
have never
Kwame.
done that. Black Americans have never done that. As long as we go along and get along, everything should be all right. Let's not test what the Blanco is saying. Let's accept the conventional framework, and then we need more people like that. Where has that gotten us? I'm trying to, we're literally asking you, where has that gotten any of us? By playing by the rules, why they bend or often break the rules. You sitting up here telling me, and I gave you the dates, and yet I'm pretty sure you ain't wrote nothing down, and you're not gonna look at it, you're just gonna say pseudo. But yeah, remember, that's why you see how I set him up though, Ryan. Remember I gave the example of Django when Calvin D. Candy was sitting at the dinner table and he said, you know, I've parted ways with my phrenologist colleagues. They literally use phrenology, a science that is now pseudo, but that they use to substantiate that we were subhuman, that we were monkeys. That was the science they used to establish our, you know, our permanent second-class citizenship. So even though the science died, has the thought complex died? White people still call us monkeys, even though when you shave a monkey off, his skin is white. So how can we come from monkeys when they didn't pass down the largest organ to a human being, which is the skin? Matter of fact, don't you find it ironic to be called a monkey by people who age like bananas? So what I'm telling you is what you need to do is kind of step back, brother, and then see what it is that is the bulk of where your knowledge rests. Where is your paradigm? Is it centered on everything that the Blancos say is right and it shouldn't be contested? Because while we sit up here arguing, talking about, oh, there was never, they can sit up here and say liberally that they Americans. They can sit up here and say liberally that they established a country in which they didn't, because much of it was sold to them. How you establish something remember, when Louisiana was sold to them, that was 14 states. Louisiana was a territory, not the state you see today. When Spain was sold to them, Spain included Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. And that was not sold to them until 1821 with the Adams-Onis Treaty. So how can you have, what is your idea of the United States when the vast majority of the territory was not even settled, brother? They didn't even go west until the late 1800s. It was called Manifest Destiny. And the president at that time, I believe was, I forget that president's name, which is crazy because I never really forget nothing. But he called it and termed it Manifest Destiny. Okay, so we take a look at the Oklahoma student. Notice how, and this is what's so deep. This will show you that. Let's look at the evil of the Blanco. We know that the Seminole. Can we agree that Seminoles was a confederacy and that the name Seminole meant runaway slave, right? Now, so we know. We just talked about the Seminole Wars. How he went to war with the Seminoles. So even though they don't give credit to the, you know, Indians being black, we're not gonna argue that. But they will admit they said that the runaway slaves had mingled in with the Indian population. And if it's one thing that you said, you know about science, when
He had
black
dropped
people.
off.
Yeah, because he need to. When black people make babies with other people, what dominates? What gene is stronger? How are we gonna integrate with some Indians and they blood dominate ours? Ain't
All right,
gonna never see that happen.
let me shout out Maxwell Jenkins. He had gave the what the four T's are. I was howling. I read that. He said tiptoe twist. I'm still
Man, these
laughing.
ninjas, man, they mad because we well read, bro.
Tiptoe,
That's all that is.
twist, troll, and tap out. That is hilarious. He said the
You
four
know,
T's. Wait, hold on. Let me just shout him out. That's
yeah,
Max.
go ahead.
He's a super chat donor. Yeah. So he said tiptoe, twist, troll, and tap out. That's the four T's. I'm gonna start using that when I get on these guys. Yeah, so shout out to you for the oh, and there's a couple cash app donations that went through. We got FBA coins and music. We have Revon. So FBA coins and music, $5. Revon, $10. Burton said $2. That was early. He said get some water. And we got Heru Hain is you, $5. We got we had Revon with $15. This was a couple of days ago. I didn't read off. So I'm reading off the couple of days ago. I didn't see just now. So B Minds Production said, hey, get some more coffee. Great show at that time. And Jamal says $4. The coffee one was $5. Back fresh always $5. This is Thursday. This is going back. Today's Saturday, but I don't think I read some of these off then. And Napaj dinner, $10. Ray $5. We got and then I know I said Carrie, she $2. Okay, cool. And then you again, the real hand is Tuesday, $5. And then Carrie was $5 Tuesday. Yeah, so and fresh always super chats you love. Well, Cash App, that is, you can say. So yeah, thanks for the Cash App going back to last week, Monday, Tuesday. And we got a few today. But I feel like, hey, why you do that? Hey, go sit down. Hey, how you do that? I feel like, I appreciate the people who attend, like, support, all that. Support that. It's one of those days I see. I see what day he's going to put water on the laptop and doing all this right here. This guy's acting crazy. All right. Yeah, but I was saying, family, don't also like it, drive, family, great support. Yo, be there. Also, if you can, all right, I talking to folks who can, love or less. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, you talking to me?
Yeah. I was just saying, those who can't financially donate, don't worry about it. I ain't talking to y'all. I'm talking to ones that can. If you can spend, $2, $3, $1, go ahead. Don't let anything stop you. But go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm gonna hit you on the Cash App after this too as well. And one of the things, this is the thing that I always talk about. It's like when we come out and we buck the system or the way that it's designed and the information that they relay to us, and we say, oh, something wrong with that. We had these people on the outside saying, no, just because remind you, that's the whole thing. They say, I'll come here, I'll work hard. Well, we feel like we don't have to, we've done the work and we continue to keep doing the work in terms of fighting them and knowing that they what they're trying to do is as they destabilize the entire globe is take firm control. If you look at what's going on, and this is what I say to somebody, and I'm asking you a question, because what I try to do is I try to destabilize or deconstruct or destroy paradigms and encourage a paradigm shift. And you do that by reframing conceptual frameworks. The point here is that look at America. Okay, so if he think the slavery narrative, right? Look at these blancos, right? They said that they had you for slaves for 400 years. Did they not say that? That's what everybody say, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if they had us in prison for 400 years, why is your country $37 trillion in debt? How do you make somebody work for 400 years and you broke? No, you're worse than broke. You owe money. You see the logic here? How can you be the richest nation on earth when your debt is more than the money you make? See, on the individual level, we can understand that. If you got $1,000 in your pocket, but you owe the bank $7,000, can you say you balling? Can you say you really doing good? You know you owe $7,000. Technically, you can spend that $1,000 however you want to spend it, but you have debtors. You have people you owe. And the only reason why the United States is able to get away with what it's doing now is because its dollar is supreme. It's used as the world reserve currency to buy oil. And we go back again to the energy sector. That's why the United States dollar is called the petrodollar. And so when we say all of this, I know how some people can say, oh yeah, that's conspiracy theory or you talk. How is this conspiracy talk? Because we research what the United States is really doing. Now, so this is another point. When they said, and I don't, I'm not telling nobody to believe or what you believe or don't believe. I'm just using this as an example. I'm using this as an example. When people in the UFO community were saying, oh, there's aliens, people was like, oh, them niggas crazy, conspiracy talk. Oh, you got the 10-4 hat on. Now, when the government says, oh, we see aliens, AI Atlas is coming. Now, niggas like, oh, you better prepare. The Anunnaki coming back. So what you're saying is that as soon as this Blanco say something, it's automatic truth. It's automatic truth. Even when he assumes something, you presume it as a truth. Take a look at the word theory. Theory has theo in it. Yeah, go ahead.
You can't mix in when you say that, because when you say Blanco, you're probably tying them all together. So now, even amongst themselves, they disagree. So you'll have some people that say something prematurely, but the experts disagree, right? So one person might say, no, that's not the case, but that person don't represent the consensus of the country or the experts. The experts, because for far as I ever was following that, scientists never ruled it out as no possibility. They because even what is called alien life is like tricky because when Americans think of an alien, we automatically think of alien life as something more smarter than us that could do things that we can't do. And there's a flip side to that. Something that's alien life can be bacteria on another country or a virus, and that's also technically alien life on another country. And a virus hanging around can't do anything, or bacteria lingering somewhere really can't do anything. So
because it needs to be inhabit something in order for it to, but what I'm saying is in the court of public opinion, because we know that what we're contrasting the ideas of alien to is to a people who believe in a God, because it conflicts with the religious narrative. You see what I'm saying? When people are waiting for Jehovah,
for some people,
Jesus,
but
but for a lot, because it's billions of people on the planet are part of religious, are part of the Abrahamic religions. You see what I'm saying?
But most of them, but also here's the thing though, because I got relatives, they'll say they're Christian, but they don't practice one thing of it. So that gets kind of that gets kind of tricky though, because you could say, hey, this person's Christian, they're part of the consensus, but they don't practice one shred of Christianity or Islam. So it's like, are they really in that fold?
All right. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Then you got different denominations of Christianity where they tell you ain't got to do too much. Probably just give you know what I'm saying? So that's tricky in and of itself too. But what I'm saying is, in terms of, if you were to 10, 20, 30 years ago talk about aliens, what's the first reply you might hear from the average individual? Would they say, oh yeah, I understand? Most people would think you were crazy. That's what I'm saying. I'm just being honest.
Even now, I don't think that changed. I don't think that changed. I think the average person still today is going to say it's bullshit.
But think about, but I'm saying, no, we have to know that still in all, it has more credibility when it's coming out from the government. Now that the government is saying it,
no, wait.
to take it.
Yeah, but even then, it can. Well, when you say government, see, that gets tricky. It gets tricky because the government don't say shit. The government just regulate. Again, I have pharmaceutical.
Representative of governments.
No, not even that. I'm saying they hire people. Like they hire Fauci. They hire people who don't work for the government. They hire them to work for them. Like somebody came on not too long ago. Like we all, like for what I do right now or what I did before, I can get a government contract and do it for the government. I don't want to be government regulated, so I can do stuff independently. So, but even then, you could work for the government, but not be government. You just contracted for your services and product. So, but you're not really government. You just contracted with government. So I can say it gets a little tricky when you go down that road. It's tricky.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say that what people, because see, the thing is that without trying to, we can go into details, but I say,
but the person, but the bottom line is that the person who's saying it is probably well qualified to say it. And that's why people can kick their feet up and say, okay, that person said it. It must have some credibility. But my next door neighbor who said it, wait, hold on, just last thing. That person who said it, who has the credentials and have the experience in the background, okay, maybe I might believe that person. But my next door neighbor who just smoke weed all day and drink, no, I'm not believing that person. I mean, that I can get it. I can get why they choose one or the other. But you lost
right, and that's the only thing. That's the only thing that I'm saying. I'm saying that even if they have the credibility, how many people with so-called credibility that work for the government or a subsidiary of the government? Why are we to say that, they may be lying? We know that they lie all of the time, is what I'm saying. I'm saying not just because you have, that's the mindset that I'm trying to get at.
Right. But I don't push that. See, for me, I don't generically, monolithically put anybody in no ball or nothing. Everybody got to prove themselves to me. So I don't just say, oh, that person's Hispanic, they got to be wrong. Or because the other Hispanic person wrong. No, everybody has a right to represent themselves, even though they're part of a religion, part of a race, ethnicity. Like for me, I don't lump people up, but everybody has a right to represent themselves. So just because this person was dumb, like a Reverend might have a brother. His brother might be smart. So I won't automatically just assume this is Revenue brother, so he's dumb or he's a tether. He might be a rider, like for the FBA lineage. So for me, I do it for case by case. I don't lump people up because of the last person.
All right, and I'm not, and I would agree with you, and I think that we probably agreeing more than we're disagreeing. All I'm saying is that there is a. Let me just rephrase it in this way. There is a tendency for our people to believe someone more when they just have that skin than when they don't. I'll give you an example based off a true story. It was the movie Catch Me If You Can with Leonardo DiCaprio.
I watched that.
Exactly. He didn't have no credentials and no skills and nothing, and it happened in the early 40s or 50s, I believe. But so do you think that he would have been able to get away with that if he was black, just running around being
Okay,
pilot and
so now
doctors?
so now
You see
let me
what
tell you where I'm
I'm
good
just
at.
saying that they just
Right. So
assumed
all right,
that he
so
was
let
in
me
that position.
you
Okay.
know why? Because at that time, those credentials didn't exist.
Well, but I'm talking about even the credibility, the factor was not, I'm not saying that you had to at least show that you had, because remember they asked him whether or not where did he go to college? You see what I'm saying? So we're not talking about
Yeah,
extensive
but some
credibility. We're
people,
just
but
saying
some
that.
people get scammed today by, guess what? People get scammed by today by quote unquote experts who are black, white,
Yeah, because now the
Hispanic.
temperature is different, bro. The
No,
temperature
no,
is
but
different.
but
Where
I'm just
we
replying
fought
to
for.
what
Yeah,
you're saying.
okay,
I'm
go
saying
ahead.
some people are just good enough where they can fool some of the best. Like you have money, currency, dollar bills. That's fake.
Mm-hmm.
But they can fool some even CIA, because I watch a lot of American Greed. I'm a guy, bro. Listen, man, if y'all don't know, family, I watch and read a lot of shit. I don't talk about it because I don't think y'all interested. But even right now, what you're talking about, I'm weighing in now. Like a lot of this stuff, I read, researched, and I'm there. And I just haven't made this space for those conversations, but I can converse on a lot of these things. Some people are just good at lying and presenting themselves to be something they're not. The tether who got locked up, who got deported for working at a school, something like he was like a big dog in the school. He worked for like 4 or 5. He's good at lying. The dude. So some people can get people trust
Okay.
because
So let me put
and
it in this
don't be
framework.
credentialed because they're just good at lying.
Okay, let me put it in this framework with some evidence that you showed the day before, because I was watching. You had a live a couple of days ago where you pulled up a video with some immigrants who were in college. I don't know whether or not they was a part of the class or whatever. And then you seen a totally different, behavior when they was talking to that Blanco. You see what I'm saying? They was I don't they was yeah, nah. That's a totally different way that they talk to him than they
Yeah,
talk to us. That's the only thing
now,
that I'm establishing. It's
I got what
because
you're
they
saying, but
have.
I'm saying like be careful with that because I see what you're doing in a way,
I'm just
and that could be misleading. What I'm saying is yes, because the most especially growing up, depending on how old you are. Like my age, yes, most of our professors and teachers and bosses all were white. So yes, so when we go places with a white guy, you automatically, even if we're debating, like where I'm at right now, and we're like arguing, and a white guy walk in, we will automatically assume that he knows better, and we'll ask him, "Oh, yo, who do you think winning?" Yes, so we have that in us. But what I'm saying is that people can use that to that now that's the issue. That's a trauma, post-traumatic slave syndrome, Dr. Joyce the Guru issue. But people can use that to discredit the white qualified expert. That's what I'm saying. You gotta be careful because I can see where that's going. And I see people do that. People use the white people who we give the Jesus status and that's undeserving, and then we'll use that example to discredit the actual qualifying white person that we should listen to because
yeah,
it's
and
not about right for us, for me at least what I promote over here, not about
right, and I
race
think that
when it
that's
comes
just
to
my point.
intelligence.
Yeah, and
Right.
it
So
shouldn't be
let me just
about
land
race.
this
That's
last plane right
go
here.
ahead.
Right. But
Whatever.
I want to be clear just in case anybody don't or not clear. For me, truth don't have a color, truth don't have an ethnicity. Because people of the lineage could be wrong as hell, as you see BS is. All right. So you can be in a Larry Elder and Time and Soul. So just because you're of the lineage, that don't mean you're right. So you could be different colors, different ethnicities, different regions. You could be a Haitian and be right as hell. You feel me? So I don't want to get caught on this person is this color, so they're automatically wrong or automatically right. I'm saying both ways we shouldn't rely on.
Right, yeah, true enough, and that's what means doing our due diligence. That's why when when you heard when he had questions about he was saying that it was pseudo. Remember, I said I'm just here to give you the information. I'm not telling you to lean one way or another. I gave you the dates. I gave you the dates. I gave you the places, and here is we're trying to interrupt the conceptual framework, how they put it together, because it's a narrative. We always talk about narrative. So then when they interrupt the Blanco's fantasy, or generally speaking, so to speak, because they don't all think like this. Some of them do teach the truth. We know that, but I think that goes without saying. We know that there is no such thing as absolutes. It's just like in a family. You might order pizza. Not everybody might want pizza, even though you're a family. we're not expecting everybody to agree on every topic and that everybody is on the same frequency. But what we're saying is that generally speaking, when they come out and say something, it has more or less an authoritarian air to it, and people begin to soak that up because it was said by a particular sort of person. Now, can another person come and disagree and you know, voice their opinion and probably, you know, be able to successfully detract from what that person, or you know, the points that person is trying to make? Of course they can. But we have, like you said, our people collectively suffer from those individuals from that stock being able to come up to us and tell us anything, and we're just supposed to take it as truth. Like
yeah,
you said,
but but the thing is with me, for me, that was never a stumbling block for me. Like the type of educator.
But
wait,
bro,
let me
that's why
just
people on these channels.
right.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
let me just share with me. For me, that's not a stumbling block at all for me, because I think when I'm right, I'm not always right, family, but when I'm right, I think I'm very good with explaining how I'm right. That's why I debate. So if people believe somebody else just on face value, how they look, credentials, whatever, but if I think I'm right and they're wrong, that won't bother me, because I think I can articulate, I can talk, I can express how I'm right, point for point, and how they're wrong. As a matter of fact, I enjoy doing that. I enjoy proving how I'm right and the person that everybody believes in is wrong. And BS is one of them that I'm doing that with tonight.
Right. And I would say, like another thing I would say, just like how, you know, when they came out and they was talking about the you know, the dollar somehow, you know, eventually collapsing, right? Everybody is saying they're prepared for it. Economists have been saying that it's shaky. You have a government shutdown right now. So all clues is kind of leading to that. And then you had BRICS, which formed not too long ago, right? And they were trying to, you know,
light years away. Like yeah, but all of that is light years away.
That's
right.
not the point that I'm trying to make. I wasn't trying to make that point. I'm just saying that. I'm just putting it out
That's
there.
for the chat. That's for the chat. That's for the chat. Don't forget. When I talk to you, it's actually through you. It's because we're both. We have an audience. Yeah, we have a listening audience, right? And they'll take that somewhere else. I end up debating them, right? But I don't see them either. I'm just saying I know they're there. We're not talking amongst each other. It's not a private phone call. It's public.
Right. No, I can't see. Okay. I'm sorry about that, bro. Yeah, I didn't see because I can't see the chat. You know, but so my thing is that when we looking at the power of the dollar, and they say, oh, listen, I ask people one question, and this is one I want people to really understand what type of individual they're dealing, or a group of individuals that they're dealing with, right? White, black, whoever, the people who are in power, let's just say it for lack of a better term. When somebody says, oh, if the dollar will fall, reason why I'm not so concerned about that, because like I tell people all the time, I say, you think if the Blanco's dollar falls, or whoever's dollar falls, that he's going to give up his guns? He's going to give up his weapons? He's going to give up his tanks, his airplanes? Nothing could be further from the truth.
Yeah, it's the world, and that's what I'm throwing in there. It's the American dollar, but it's not just the Blanco's dollar. It's the world's dollar. The entire world is relying on it. Right.
Dollar, exactly. So the world falls. Is what people don't have to understand. It's what people have to understand. So we're saying, like, in terms of us challenging, this is what goes back. So now I'm doing the Einstein-Rosenbridge concept. I had that look like it was distant. Now I'm bringing these 2 points together. When we don't look out for ourselves and challenge the so-called ruling elite, or however you want to characterize it, we suffer greatly. This has happened time and time again. And what happens is that when they see us bubbling, when they see us sitting up and, you know, that revolutionary spirit begins to emerge and rise again like the phoenix, all of a sudden the detractors come out, start talking about this pseudo, that pseudo. Ain't nobody more pseudo than the science the umbrella of the science we've been under. They was the same ones doing the Tuskegee experiment saying we had bad blood. Then they're going to apologize for it in 1997 with the Clinton administration. We don't have time for that. We knew we was right. Our people who didn't have a lick of so-called scientific acumen said, I don't have bad blood. But yet they were convinced that they did. We don't have to read books like Medical Apartheid to understand that there's disparities between us and them. They just in 2017 changed up the science to, you know, because they thought black and white people kidneys operated differently. That's just fact. So
let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Okay. So what? Okay, because you said you chemistry. I got rudimentary chemistry knowledge, right? And I got some videos on basic chemistry on my other channel, right? So I do know that going way back to ancient Egypt to the Greece period, information grows as people or evolves with people. We evolve together. The more we know, see, because one thing science don't do, science don't say this is the answer in definitely. Science never says that. Science says this is the best answer in the world. And it said, if you think you got a better answer, produce it. That science claim and the way it introduces itself. It says it's not the answer of all time ever. It's saying no, this theory, this law, this is the best explanation for this occurrence. And if you got a better one, produce it. But it's saying right now, this is it. And it's not leaving it, and that's why it classifies some of the theories, some of the laws. But they leave it open to be overrid. Matter of fact, scientists, they provoke each other. You know, they hey, read this. That's why things are called peer review. And what that means is that the other scientists are trying their best to poke holes in it so they could be the one to debunk it, and they go into, you know, the history or whatever, the history books. So people are trying, and then like they believe their theory and law is the one. So it's a constant debate, a constant battle among scientists. They're not all in accord. Hey, you got it? Okay, cool. No, they actually compete against each other. But what I'm saying is science evolves as we evolve, and as we evolve, information evolves. And what we thought was right yesterday with the best, listen, what we thought yesterday, because it's not, they're not deceiving us as, oh, this is a lie. We knew the whole time. No, they didn't know. So whatever they thought was true some years ago, is because that was the best the information can do. Like this was the best they can do. They didn't say, hey, this is fake, but you know what? We're going to present it as true. Because you know why? That's goofy, because every country got scientists and they all use the same scientific method. So, science got to be retestable. So one person can't use it and say, ha, I'm going to lie to the world. And then another competing country is going to say, hey, that's bullshit. Look. So that's why science is global. Like it's not like somebody has control of it and nobody else has access to it. No, science is in everybody's hand. And the way we know something is true is other independent scientists in different countries will test it. The same thing with COVID-19. The way we needed their scientists to send us things so we can verify and corroborate and say, yeah, okay, that's it. But we would have known it was bullshit if it was bullshit. Okay, nope. It's garbage. You're lying.
The only reason why I say, okay, and I'm gonna say this, I'm just a shameless plug too as well. I got a book on Amazon called The Untold Story of the Carbon Baby. And in that book, I detail how a lot of, and this is on record, a lot of Harvard scientists, a lot of, Harvard professors and scientists, people who graduated from these so-called top universities and stuff, they will tell you a lot of them don't get funding unless they align themselves with the current now, how things are currently set up with the scientific community. You're less likely to get funding if you don't say that this is the way that things are. For instance,
I don't want to make this. I'll let you finish that thought. No. Listen to me. Listen. You can finish that thought, but I don't want like this channel to be too sciencey now because
I'm not.
Because I'm one who can I think this would be fun for you and I somewhere else, another channel. But this channel, these supporters, right? They don't do that. But for me, this I loved, and that's why Revenue kept saying, "You agree with that?" Because they know my background is in the science shit. I love this right here. But the chat. This ain't what they signed up for, but it's the science talk.
I feel that. So I would land on this.
They signed up for the historical talk.
Right. And so can we agree that, AIDS, how it impacted our community, right? And I just encourage people to go on, YouTube. There's a guy, who wrote a book called The Deadly Deception. That's all I want you to do. Look up a guy who wrote The Deadly Deception. He talked about all of these things that they did in that community in order to create what we essentially feel is like a weapon against our community, just like all these other weapons, biological and chemical weapons that you see. I say, if you look at the track record of the European, the reason why I always establish biology and biological and chemical weapons is because, remember, that's what he initially used when he got here. Remember, people
wait, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm just saying.
No.
I'm just saying that.
Going with that. Okay, no, you said biological weapon when he got here. Explain.
Biological weapons are anything that can attack the.
Explain example. Because you say he had biological weapons.
Yes, smallpox.
Okay. Well, what about it?
Lice.
No. So smallpox. Explain that one.
Okay, smallpox was obviously it's a disease at a
No. I know what it is. I'm saying show to tell us about how he used it. How can you say he is the man? Okay. So explain how he used it against.
People look at the narratives, and I'm gonna give you an important resource. People look at
no. Look, I know all about smallpox, my boy. I'm saying I want to make sure that you're lining up with what I know. That's what I'm asking you. That's why I said, what about smallpox and how you use it as a biological? I know everything about that.
All right, yeah. So they knew it
Yeah.
was a weapon. They knew that's why
Who?
so-called blankets was
Who?
infected. The governments, the
No, no,
governments.
no, 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 no,
Let me
no, no,
finish.
no.
Let me finish.
That's false. That's false.
How
That's
can I
false.
give you a source?
That
Can I
was a
give you a
particular.
source?
No, no, no. It's false. I know it's false. I don't
Okay.
need a source because I read it myself a long time ago, from years ago, before 2019. Okay, so there was a general. This was not public news amongst all of the Europeans. There was a general who had an idea. It was a lone wolf idea. This wasn't something passed around and no, hey guys, I'm gonna do this. This was a lone general who used a smallpox blanket, and I can't remember if it was even intentional. But they didn't know that the result would be the result, by the way. But this was a particular, anybody can Google this. This was a particular, that's why I say, like, it's a lot of things, family, that I don't talk about because this ain't the space for it, but I can go there.
I'm not saying that you can't go there. I'm just saying that.
No, I'm not saying it for you. I'm talking to the chat. I'm talking through you to the chat.
Man, you can remind me I can't see the chat, bro. I'm on Zoom.
No, but it's not. You ain't supposed to see the chat. Just know it. Just know when you
Okay.
call in the show, on my show, there's always going to be a chat. Whether it's 2 people, whether it's 200, there's always going to be a chat. So, but I don't always talk to, you have what you have, I got what I have. But my chat never heard me talk like this. So now I'm talking to them. Like, hey, family, I my lane is like, I got a lot of lanes, but I don't talk about certain things because I don't think the chat is interesting. I think it's too off topic to what the show is called. The show is called FBA News and Updates. So everything is centered around Foundation Black American and what directly affects us, right? Politics and things like that.
I'm gonna land my plane on that, and then I'm gonna just say one more statement and land my plane on that.
Yeah.
Then the biggest book that came out during the 16th century when they came out was from Bartolome de las Casas, and it was called Destruction of the West Indies. And they talked about how though they came together and stated that they were losing millions of the indigenous due to their diseases. Remember that's also when we talk about what was her name? Sarah Bartman. Remember when she went to France, she died because of the numerous diseases the French had. Syphilis and all of that was called boomer's disease.
Bro. I'm gonna stop.
Okay,
Look.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, but before you leave, let me tell you this. So you don't make the mistake. The most diseases that's ever known of mankind comes from China and Africa. Okay, so Europe can't touch Africa and China when it comes to diseases and deadly diseases. Okay, because when Europeans came over and got smallpox, guess what they left with and went back to Europe with? I guess what the Native Americans gave them.
I'm listening.
Syphilis. Okay, so when they was
there's a dispute that they don't know the
origin. No. There's no. Okay, so you could look. What I'm gonna do is all I'm gonna do now is say share the screen. I know it's to be true. Okay, so they came with smallpox because they were they were dying off, and a lot of them their immune system got adjusted to it, like their immune system, right? So they came here with it. And they killed. It was a novel disease to the indigenous peoples. They killed them all off, and it's one of the dangerous diseases. Get up off the floor. It was one of the dangerous diseases of all time. So of course they died like wholesale, but they left and brought back syphilis to Europe. So like there's this blackology lie that diseases like stem from Europe. And I'm telling you, anybody can Google this. Most diseases and most deadly diseases and most recent diseases come from China and Africa.
But I would say this, bro, as of recent, and I'm just gonna land on this. That's one thing. That's where I kind of disagree with you on, because from all the articles that I've read concerning syphilis and the incubations, where
I would love for you. Okay, so look. Let's do this. Yeah, you want to do science? Then we'll set up a day for science. And I want you to share your screen and show everything, right? So
no doubt. I got you.
Okay, because I believe a lot of sources ain't gonna check out.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, man.
Okay, all right, but you're gonna know, because one thing about me is that I take research seriously, as you know, and I don't like to be wrong. So I make sure. I make sure. Look. Okay, look, you got me to get some words in, because I understand what I be going back and forth. But when I go to talk, you got to be talk too. Okay, so the difference between me and most people is that when I say something, Google, AI, Wikipedia, Britannica, ChatGPT is going to say, unbiased, Ron, you're right. Other people, as you're seeing with BS and Revenue, when they say something, we fact check it. Usually the sources that's out there that the technology say they're wrong and it's totally wrong. Nobody's going to get that from me when I say stuff. So when I say stuff, I use credible public sources that anybody can get access to. I don't have no secret Illuminati what's the other thing you said? The other alien, whatever. I don't have no government closed, undisclosed files. I got regular public information, and it's accurate. And the tools you guys can use to fact check me is going to say he's right. I don't have nothing controversial. It's deep. Only I know, and the government, and no, I not and all that stuff. No, I don't have that. I have simple research that's public and is accurate. And if I go Google it after me at ChatGPT, it's going to say he's 100% or damn near 100% right. So for me, it's nothing going to be controversial, nothing you know what I mean? It's going to be irrefutable and things like that. And that's how I research. I don't research stuff where the family look after me and it says something different. And then I make up an excuse why I say something different. I don't do that. That's what revenue does. I don't do that and justify. I just say, hey man, I must be wrong then. So if I say something and y'all research it and it don't check out, I concede and say, okay, I'm wrong. I misquoted that, or I had something else in my mind. I'm not going to make up a reason why the research is wrong and I'm still right. That's very disingenuous. And that's what BSIA did today. And that's what revenue did. And I say we shouldn't do that. Because that is going down the conspiracy lane, which I don't want to ever be associated with.
Okay, I totally understand you, man. I'm just saying that, you know, the articles that I've gathered, they definitely, you know, lead me to the, you know, down the road to where I know that it didn't truly originate with, you know, certain beings. You know, certain beings actually carried this disposition, because even till now they have a weak disposition. Because, you know, you talk about Henrietta Lacks and all of that. You know, we got the articles, we got the science, and remember, you know. So I'm not gonna go, like you said, I'm not gonna go off into more sciencey stuff. I'm just gonna say that, yeah, you know, when you want to kind of, you know, raw.
Just let me know. Just let me know when you want to have that conversation, and don't be one of those when I look it up and it debunk that shit. You be like, oh, see. Don't be one of those. Just hold it.
Chef, fam. Come on now. See.
Okay, I'm just saying, just hold it.
We surmised after this, you know, after these conversations that, look, I'm champion FBA. So I guess, like I said, just to stay away from that. We'll schedule it. I'll give you my email. You know, I'll put that in the chat.
blackthinktank@yahoo.com.
Okay, yeah. Then we'll chop it up with each other, and then we can go from there. So, but I would say,
don't get on the floor.
Just to land the plane that I was on, because I know that flight was a little long and stuff. That, you know, we went all across the world.
That's good.
But my point being is that I think that the like we said, being the quintessence of the revolutionary spirit is something that is uniquely us. And, you know, wherever we go, however we take it, we do need people in all of these areas. You know, like you hear your criticisms against certain individuals and stuff. I've even made certain criticisms, but that that doesn't stop me from respecting an individual. I might not agree with what you do, you know, whatever you've done, but I'm not going to take away from the fact that I respect you if you're doing what you need to do, because we all have been down these lanes. We live in America. Ain't nobody pristine. Ain't nobody, you know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of us got stains on our clothes from growing up in this so-called Western Empire. So we do what we have to do. But my point is that it shouldn't take away from the fact that when, as established as we are, and that revolutionary spirit, we've always bucked the system. That has always been us. And that's what I see a prevailing theme across the internet, and, you know, from individuals who claim that, yeah, they respect us, but then how can you proclaim this, that, and the other? It shouldn't matter. This is ours. We said it. You should respect it. It's just like if I ask you, Ron, if I say, Ron, were you the same man you were 5 years ago?
No.
Were you the same man you were 10 years ago?
No.
Okay, so if an individual is not the same person they were 5 or 10 years ago, how are Black Americans the same people they were 300 years ago? We are the culmination of our experiences.
We're not, and that's why we say we're not African.
Exactly, that's what people don't understand. You'll ask that in the chat. You'll ask a person, "Are you a different person than you were 2 years?" They're like, "Yeah, you know, I learned this, I learned that." Well, how come collectively? That collective spirit, which is foreign to a lot of people, because see, what they don't understand is that's what's so unique about us too as well. Even when you talk about hip hop with FBAs and stuff, you can say rap, but we know West Coast got its own style, the East Coast got its own style, the South got its own style, but yet somehow through that division of frequency, we still champion each other. That's what hip hop, if it was any other group of people, it would have turned into tribes. And that's what they was successfully able to do if you grew up in hip hop in the early 90s and stuff and listen to Pac and Biggie and stuff. So we know what that is. All I'm saying is that they know before something gets too big, because they can see that collective spirit bubbling, they try to get out in front of it. And whether or not people are conscious of the fact that they agents are acting like agents, we don't care because we're aware we in this matrix where you're going to undeniably be an agent because your head is full of their ideas. And that's all I want to say to the FBA clan. Just continue to keep up. If anything that you think that I've said is pseudo, go ahead and check the dates, rewind it, line up the dates, because it's a narrative that's being pushed. And all I'm saying is when you line up the dates, like Jay-Z said, men and women lie, numbers don't. You can't have these dates and these wars and then say, oh, they had slavery like it was an unabated process. That's why they call it the peculiar institution. You were always at war as soon as you touched in your foot on this land. You got a person who say that they Seminoles, and if you respect the fact that at least the Seminoles wasn't white, can we all agree to that? Why do you let the Blanco create an institution called the Florida State Seminoles and then dress up as an Indian and stake the dang, you know what I'm saying, bow and arrow and run on the field? Because he's mocking you. You see what I'm saying? This is the only thing I'm saying. We have to notice these things. Most of these
you got
27 states still have their Indian names. You see what I'm saying? You know, yeah, go ahead. You want to?
They cosplayed indigenous and and Tethers cosplay the folks who came on the slave ship over here in the United States. Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying, bro. I'm just like, never let a person tell you to stop reading, to stop, looking reading in between the lines, because that's where you have to read. You know what I'm saying? You can't read the lines, you got to read in between them. What is being conveyed? Because it's going to take that mental faculty, that astute learning, those high analytical skills to not only see through it, but to encourage a paradigm shift. That's what's going on now with FBA. Who cares if it's a little rocky now? Even if the person say, oh, well, it ain't all put together. Who cares? It's a spark right now. But when y'all start seeing the full flames, everybody gonna get to running. You see, and that's what they upset at. They see the spark. They starting to see little fires here and there, and all of a sudden they like, oh, we got to get ahead of this. This is dangerous. Because I'm gonna tell you one thing, and I'm really gonna get off of this. It's encouraged our young people to start reading more, and that says a lot. Because one thing that I've seen in the chat more, I've seen young people say, oh man, I'm in the books now. Because they want something to bring to the table. They want to be able to contribute to this intellectual enlightenment. You see what I'm saying? This enlightenment movement is really what it is. We're rediscovering ourselves, and everybody who put a concerted effort forth to
for me, I get what you're saying. It's in the books, but for me, that is still not enough for me because it's what book? Like we got people who come over this platform and say the craziest shit, and they got it from a book. We know a lot of.
Yeah, and then we ain't saying, like you said, I'm repeating what you said. We can't say that every FBA who considers themselves as going to be champion something that's truthful. We're not saying that. But if you spark what they need in order to involve themselves into a conversation to understand, because like you said, what's the trouble that we have? Communication. Even if we say something
in black garbage. Yeah, nah. What I was saying is I wouldn't advise a youth just to read a book. I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are. Like when you talk, I don't hold that. When you say something, I don't take like you're talking to me. I just take it. You're just talking in general. You're just teaching. So same thing. So when I talk, don't take it as it's to you.
I'm learning your nuances. My bad. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
I keep saying it's always to the public. Yeah. So when I talk to the youth, I don't just say grab a book because I know that there's a lot of people, dumb people with crazy books that's written by Pan-Africanist scholars. So I would kind of like lean and guide them what books, depending on their stage in life, that they should get to. Of course, if they're in school, they stay with STEM, those STEM books. But if they're out of school, got their career going or trying to get their career going, then I'll say lean into some of the stuff we talk about, like learn about your lineage. But there's other books out there that I wouldn't recommend.
Yeah, true enough. I wouldn't recommend them either. I just, I think what I was, also talking about was I love the fact that it's sparking something inside them because, what it does is it encourages them to, have information to present because when people feel like they're contributing to, the dialogue, they're more likely to be open. You see what I'm saying? Like you said, when they can't contribute, guess what? They shut down, they leave, they run. And it's not about that. The whole thing was then that means that you came in here, under false pretenses just to try to prove me wrong and not to learn. And I know, and I think that what FBA is shifting to is, for lack of a better term, the street curriculum, or the court of public opinion, where we now validate ourselves by what we say and what we do. And everybody's fighting against that. They keep trying to say that we're being validated. Like you was talking about how, the dude was confused talking about, oh yeah, we're the only real Americans. Yeah, simultaneously you talking about the American flag. Which one is it? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't use a flag by some people you consider to be immigrants and claim yourself to be the original Americans. That's that type of stuff. That's what trips people out, and they just leave more confused than anything else. What we're trying to do and establish is first our credibility, our weight. Like, we do this. We should be taken serious. Charlie Kirk was taken serious. He didn't have no degrees, yet he running from college campus to college campus. And they're like, oh my God, he's smart. Oh, he's just, can't nobody debate him. And that's where it's like, okay, well, when we on these streets and we take it just as serious, as long as we are providing you with the dates, as long as we are providing you with credible and fact check evidence, that's all you need to know. Don't try to push me aside and say a pseudo. Look up the dates. Just look up the dates, and then you'll be like, man, that does seem kind of weird. That's kind of strange. That's all we need you to do. We just need you to think. We just need you to be like.
The chat wanted to know, like, what was, when you was talking to him, you could summarize your argument, because I think some people might be misunderstanding you, 'cause I'm reading the chat. So pretty much, if you could just summarize it in like 1 minute, like, what argument were you trying to make to Revenue, or when you first came on, so people can kind of follow like where you were going with the dates?
Okay, where I was going with the dates was that, in terms of the narrative that you see on TV, the movies, like, they just had this peculiar institution called slavery. Like, they just existed and had you on slave plantations, and then that was us fighting against the slave master. Nothing could be further from the truth. This country was riddled with wars. So what it does is it challenges the narrative that they just had slavery here, and that maybe, or more than likely, we were prisoners of war and not slaves. That's different, because if you came over here and you were always at war, there was no way. We know that you died from famine. We know a lot of your establishments and settlements didn't even last long. You had to come back. So you constantly came back, and then when you came back, you were met with resistance. All throughout the 20th century, you were met with resistance. That's all I'm saying. So then with that there in and of itself, the dates show you that who they were funded by, the instability of the peculiar institution in and of itself showcases the fact that they didn't have slavery the way that they narrated in their movies. You see what I'm saying? And that's usually the template that people use to talk about it, because people watch more movies and TV programs than they read books. That is a fact. You see what I'm saying? So their mindset or worldview is really from the movies that they watch. That's one of the reasons why Roots had such a big impression on people when it was released. So we got to get away from the narrative that we were just slaved up, that we were just, docile human beings. That's why I always go back to the movie Django. They always talk about, like, oh, why didn't they kill us? They like, we wanted to be servants or something. You see what I'm saying? Now we went from servants.
What do you think we wanted to be during that moment, during that era of time?
We wanted to establish our sovereignty as it was being challenged, because we knew that we were protectors. Every FBA feels this. We have a connection to Mother Earth. And we know that she is being compromised. When they drop bombs on countries and people, they just ain't dropping bombs on countries and people. They dropping bombs on her. The animals, the trees, everything. Like, she is under attack. And anybody not wanting to stand up for her is a coward. That's the only thing and that's my perspective. I'm not saying that anybody has to align themselves in that frequency, but that's just what I state. I'm saying that we had the warrior spirit here. We were warriors. Matter of fact, that's what feather in the cap means. When somebody puts a feather in it, look up feather in the cap. Feather in the cap meant that you was a warrior. It denoted your warrior status. That's why people say feathers up. You see, now whether you align to that or not is on you. I'm not saying that, but I know from what I feel, my lineage, my people from Mississippi, you say, look, like my dad kept, I have a book right now, and I'll show it. Let it when we do the next live or whatever, because I know we want to, short on time and stuff. But I got pictures, black and white. You see what I'm saying? Then we got drawings of our relatives and stuff. They literally drew themselves on paper. We had artists to draw our great-great-great-grandfathers and stuff. We were serious about ours. And my granddad right now, my dad's dad is 95 years old. All he says his dad remember is this country. That's all I'm saying. It's like, at what point in time I'm supposed to ignore what my granddad is saying? Oh, he just lying. Oh, he just making stuff up. I read it in the book in school that he lying. Fam, and none of us FBAs is about to do that. We were warriors, and my granddad literally, and I'm finna record him too on the next one and show you a video. He ended up dueling with a white dude and ended up killing him to get here. That's fact. And most of our FBA, cousins and brothers and sisters got the same story if they go fact check their lineage. So I'm saying we were warriors. My granddad's a warrior. My dad's a warrior. I'm a damn warrior. My son's a warrior. It ain't gonna stop. So I'm saying that the narrative of this docile attitude of us just laying down while we were enslaved and, oh, master, master, we didn't know how to read and all of this, that's nonsense. That's straight nonsense. You see what I'm saying? And then, Ron, one more last fact. Just show people exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm really gonna land after this. Okay, remember you talk about the Freedmen's Bank, right? The Freedmen's Bank was established on March 3rd, 1865. Right? The war wasn't over until August when Robert E. Lee surrendered the next month. They had already established a bank for us before the war was even over. Somebody fact check me. March 3rd, 1865. The war was over on August when Robert E. Lee surrendered in August of 1865. Now, that bank had $3 million in it. Frederick Douglass was the last president of that bank when it rolled over. They stole $3 million for our people. Now, if you go online and adjust for inflation, $3 million back then was
about 75 million.
Here we go. You see what I'm saying? What was our people doing with that much money? Well, remind you, they just was trying to get their currency off the ground in 1792. So all I'm saying is we got to align the dates because the dates tell us what really happened. You can't be this power. Somebody's coming in burning down your White House. You can't be the superpower you're claiming to be. You're still a tax for the. You see,
I'm trying to. Well, I don't think there's a superpower at that time.
But people see it as such. I'm just saying that. Okay, maybe they don't. Maybe they do. Or I'm just saying that from people that I talk to, they say America has all this military might because what we do is we look at what they have now and we kind of sense that.
So that's probably, okay, let me ask you this. So what would be the let's say somebody was believing that it was wrong. They're exaggerating. What would be the harm in that?
Believing that the United States was a superpower?
Oh yes, at that time. What's the harm in that?
The harm in that because it takes away from us being a superpower at the time. We were the superpower. You was learning everything from us, even in terms of agriculture.
Now, I think they pretty much. I think especially if they for the lineage, I think.
No, I'm not saying that's what I said. I have no problem with that. I'm just saying that it takes away. Look at the narrative. Once again, remember my narrative. If anybody don't leave with anything, you leave with this. We were the superpowers here at that time. That's why it was an ongoing process. You got to recall, think about it. If you got the Seminole Wars, you remember when.
Now, I think you're just talking over me. Now, I'm saying like the person who thought that, maybe they consider all of that. And they said we were a superpower. And they consider everything you just said. Like that goes to everything. Everything you said is why they concluded we were a superpower at that time.
All right. Yeah, no doubt. And that's why I try to say that if we challenge the competing narrative that we were slaves and we were docile, that's the only thing that I do. And I use the dates in order to support that they don't line up. There's no way. Everybody knows that you can't be at war and have peace at the same time. You can't be at war and have peace at the same time. You use war to establish peace.
All right. So at this point, you got to slow down because I gotta. All right. Because you kind of say the same thing over, and I'm trying to understand and piece it together, and pick spots where I might have a question that. Okay, so you said we were not docile, right? Because we were. I don't know who would think that like, slaves work, right? So we were working, right?
No, docile in terms of our behavior, like we would allow somebody to enslave us en masse, is what I'm saying.
Wait, all right. Hold on. Let me ask a question. You're talking so much that you don't. I mean, you got to add. I'm funny, but I always say punctuation marks. Right. When we talk, we got to use them. Okay. So, had you used one, you would have stopped, and I could have said something. So, damn. So you talk so much, I forgot your first answer. All right. So you said. You said that we were not docile. We were doing what?
We were warring. Yeah, okay, go ahead. We were warring.
You said that we were not. When you say we, you mean like the 388,000?
Well, for those who can trace their lineages back far enough, like I said, our
Oh,
drawings go
because
all the way back to the 1600s. I say that as a people, I know that my lineage was warriors. We always fought. We always had to be moved and forced off of our
right,
land.
right. Okay, wait. Okay,
See what
so
I'm saying?
now
Yeah.
I'm trying to just because something again. When you said warring, it kind of went over my head because you're talking so fast that I'm thinking you're talking about they were white folks warring with each other. Now I notice that you're saying they were warring with us. So now I gotta ask this question.
They were
You
doing
think
both. Okay, go
okay,
ahead.
so right, got you. So you call that warring? Like so you think when they were enslaving us and they had the 13 colonies, you think that we was like competing with them as far as like fighting?
So are you framing that like in terms of like we couldn't compete with them in terms of the
No,
weapons?
we had nothing. We had no weapons. We were chains and in a subservient position, and they had the army, the flanks. They had the tools, the financing, they had everything.
Okay. Regardless of what they had, I'm saying even our weapons that we had access to the same weapons because
What weapons you have on a plantation? There's 388,000 people on a plantation.
so this is what I'm saying. So that's why that's why I'm saying this is what you got to understand,
No,
brother.
but that's why you're talking fast when I can't
No,
understand. So
no.
I'm slowing
Okay.
you down so I can understand.
All right. So remember, look at the dates.
It's the
Slavery is
teacher's fault. I'm not getting it because you're talking too fast. Teachers talk slow.
all right. Okay. So if we look at the period of slavery, what would you
Yeah.
say was the period of slavery?
Nah, I don't want to focus on that. I want to focus on the plantation.
All right.
Okay,
So the
so
plantation.
people on the plantation, right? You're telling me that the plantation people were warring with somebody.
Okay. Let me isolate one war. One war. Just what. That's
No,
why
no,
I'm
no,
going.
no, 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 don't cherry pick. I'm saying on average. I know I'm saying on average. 'Cause I'm trying to. I don't do that. I don't want you to give an
No.
exception and make that the rule. I'm saying on the average plantation, you're saying we were warring.
Okay. Look at. Okay. So then, how many? That's why I
That's
say.
either yes or no.
Okay. Yes, we were. Why? Why would I
Were
say
we
that?
winning?
No, they weren't winning. They were not winning
So
because
why? Okay, so slow down. So if they were not winning and we were still doing the slave work and they were still in the house.
no, because you got to remember how small the 13 colonies was, bro. They wasn't
Oh
large.
yeah. I look. Okay, so now what you gotta do for me? Bookmark that. All right. Okay, bookmark that. I need you to send me because at some point, and I was going to ask you this earlier about something else you said. Hold. Slow down. Even the chat saying slow down. You got to look at the chat.
Can't look at that, bro.
Yeah. But I'm saying, when you rewatch this, they even saying you're talking too fast. They're not getting it. You're
Oh,
talking
okay.
too fast. Right. And you're bunching things up. And we, about time you wrapped our head around one thing, you said 20 more things. We're like, damn. Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
I was gonna say this to you earlier. When you start to say the white man, and this hey, he said that he ain't the authority of information. I was gonna ask you, who validates your information and what okay, who and how do you validate your information? Start right there.
Okay. I validate my information from history books. I read not only Pan-Africanists, from not
Okay.
Pan-Africans had a lot of that. I need FBA inspired documents. I read, their documents. I read their history books. What I'm saying? I can go on and on with the list of history books that I read.
Okay. So
So
I need to know because right now I got it.
everybody's argument.
I got it.
Okay.
Because you know how I do. So right now,
Mhm.
I want to know the book because I would do it right now. We'll get a review right now, an AI review right now of its historical accuracy. I want to know the book. I've never heard that before. I want the book that
What
you
before?
read and believe that,
You never heard what before? Because I want to get it.
that we were on a plantation warring with the slave master and not losing, and but we're still doing slave work. Because wait, before you answer that, okay, the three books I champion, and you said one earlier, Medical Partha. I got that book. All right. But the other ones is Slavery by Another Name and Parchment Farming, right? And all of those are dealing with I think Slavery by Another Name was dealing with our condition leading up to the Civil War and then afterwards. And that's what we did with convict leasing. And Parchment Farming was a little bit after Reconstruction, when the KKK came in and they took us out of those powerful positions and put us, and chased us into situations where it's unfavorable for us. Okay.
Yeah.
And I read how we made swamps living conditions, habitable conditions. Like, okay, so I literally read how we were enslaved, and we built America. So when people say you're not foundational, I laugh. Bro. I know exactly what we did, how we cut down the trees, and like we made it a plain view, like just grass, like acres and hundreds of acres of just, like we literally made it. So you're saying, so now you couldn't do that hard. People died there, by the way. The age limit for people was to death was so, like, people dying at 15 years old, living 10 years. It was very, very harsh. Now, if they're at war, they're not going to force somebody. They're not going to go through that, for one. That's one. Convict leasing, Alabama, 80% of Alabama's economy was on convict leasing and stuff like that. So if we're warring, we're not going to be put in that position. Like, I don't know who wars and keep themselves in subjective position. But let's just go back to the plantation. I want to know if you don't know, that's for next time. But if you knew a book off the top that you read and you could reference to us that said that we were fighting and doing good as a collective on a plantation, I want to look at that book.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the book. The reason why I reference this, and I'm isolating it because this is important. Now, hear me out. I'm saying this is extremely important. I'm just saying it slow. In the 1800s, early 1800s, right before the Civil War, okay, and even during the Civil War, they were still warring with so-called runaway slaves.
How do you know that?
They're called the Seminole Wars, bro.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay.
Now, this is the thing. This is the thing.
No. Let's listen. Could you speak? Listen. You're not doing it. You're not doing it. I'm talking to you, and you're talking past me. I said, how do you know that? You said it was called the Seminole Wars. I said, I'm saying, cool. How do you know about Seminole Wars?
I've studied the Seminole Wars extensively. The book, the guy who wrote the book on Seminole Wars.
That's what I want. I want the guy who wrote the book.
Yeah, I read it in the book bug. I got to go back and get it. But he talks extensively about the Seminole Wars. And he so what
okay,
he's
all right,
saying,
cool. Yeah, wait, yeah, but we're talking about slavery. Okay, and look, I'm familiar with some of the Seminole War talk, but we're talking about slavery. We're talking about actually in chains, like you're enslaved. We're talking about that, like American descendants of slavery. We're talking about slavery.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, this is what I'm asking people to challenge themselves.
Yeah, but you're not answering my question though when it comes to that. Like you're just saying what you. So what's the question I asked? So what's the question I asked?
At the same time when we were on plantations.
No, that's not the question. I'm past that. I'm asking, how did you know about it? Like did it just pop in your head one day?
I told you I was gonna give you the book when we reconvene.
All right. So now, okay. So look. Wait. Okay. So the fact you ain't got it, let's move on to something else then, because like that's so interesting and controversial that I want to look at it right now. Like before we say one more word about that event, like I really want to validate that and corroborate that right now. If we can't do that, because like my suspense is through the roof. If we can't do that,
can I give you this then? This is credible evidence. Can I give
No. I don't want nothing I can't verify right now. At 7 No. I'm saying a book. I'm saying at this point I only want books.
Okay, bro.
I only want books at this point. No, I'm just saying for me. Listen. I'm saying, look, you're on FBA News Updates. I'm saying for me, this is my requirement for everybody, not just you. You don't watch the show. Everybody. I say, hey, share your screen. Let me see. Google it. You know what I mean? So I'm saying for you to go any further on that, you could talk about something else, but on that, I want a book.
Okay. So
you can't reference a book, then I don't want to talk about that particular thing anymore.
All right. We ain't gonna talk about that. I just want remember my landing was for them.
No more landing because that sounds. I'm just saying. I'm trying to be nice with the words. That sounds so unbelievable to me that I didn't want a plane to be landed. I just want the book. That's it,
bro. I just wanted to. You said to surmise everything or what my argument was.
But no, I got to that was earlier while he was around, right? Because for me, like my books are so dear to me.
Okay.
Like I just gave you three, like medical apartheid, you referenced parchment farming, right? Right. But I'm just saying the books I read, like even Joy DeGruy, Postmaster Slave Trade, I got that. A slave, I got that. So like Michelle Alexander, my favorite book, the New Jim Crow under in the Age of Colorblind, is like these books that I know and I'm never gonna forget because they're so deep to me that somebody say, where you get that from? Boom, right here.
Okay.
Like that. That's how I am with books.
Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, all right. So I'll point you. Let me give you a book that's one of your favorite of mine. The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. In Immortal Life.
No. I don't want that. I want the slaves warring with the slave masters.
Okay.
Huh? That's what I want.
Okay. So now let me just say this. Can I just make my point and then just leave off of this?
Nah, if it's not a book on that, you can talk about Henry they lack something else. But when it comes to slaves warring with slave masters and we're like fighting and doing good, yeah, I'm gonna need that book.
Okay, well, like I said, I'll reintroduce that because I had some very good, good information that they could have just, hooked up themselves pertaining to that. You know what I'm saying? And then I can have the book later. I mean, because the dates, you can look up these dates, man. It's not like a lot of this information.
No more dates. You gave us all the dates.
Okay.
Now we need the books.
Okay, so and then with saying that, all I'm saying is Florida and East and West Florida would included Mississippi, Alabama, and parts of other states that were big in terms of or integral within the so-called southern slavery states. Is what I'm saying. So remember, East and West Florida was considered free territory. So I'm saying, all I was saying was when you look at the dates and when the Seminole Wars happened, then you have to ascertain how likely was it that you had this peculiar institution in a
Hey. So when you say war, okay, are you saying slave rebellions or are you saying like actual war?
They framed it the Seminole Wars. Remember, Seminole meant runaway. So if they were runaway slaves, yes, it was a slavery war. Bro, what does Seminole mean?
Hey, bro, I'm asking. See, now I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm getting a little annoyed now because I asked a question and you go run off something else. I'm just like it's plain English. I'm saying it's real simple. When you say wars, do you mean rebellions? Is that synonymous or no?
If they considered it a rebellion, a war,
I'm asking you. You're using these words. I'm saying when I'm asking you now, not they, not the them, they, he, shim, all those pronouns. I'm asking you. When you say war, are you, hey, Real Heinous, are you referring to slave rebellions or no actual war?
They had to be a combination of both, bro, because Florida was a free territory. So when those runaway slaves came there, they fought on the sides of those who were in free territory.
Plantations, right? These are plant because you remember I asked you earlier. I asked you about people on the plantation. Now you're saying something else about runaway slaves. I'm not asking about runaway slaves. I'm asking about slaves. I said this 1,000 times tonight. I know what I said. I didn't say runaway slaves. I said slaves on the plantation. Were they warm with their master? You said yes. I said get that book.
Bro, this is what I'm saying. Those who considered themselves slaves ran away to the free territory. The free territory was encompassed in land that was considered free. It was considered free.
But I asked you, but okay, so, all right, bro. Listen, I want to get back to my show because I'm asking questions and you're saying what you want to say, and we're right at this point we just talk around in circles. And look, just to make sure I'm not crazy, family, just make sure I'm not crazy, and just make sure. And I will apologize to you as well tomorrow. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this conversation between the questions I'm asking you and your answers, and I'm gonna ask AI tomorrow. Did I miss his answer or did he miss my question?
I must have missed your question. Let's not misinterpret what I'm saying, bro. Because
I'm past that. I'm past. No, I'm past that. I'm really. I don't want to talk about that. I'm past that. We were doing this for a whole hour, and I got to get ready to go, and I want to close out with my show. So I'm past that. So what I'm saying is, when you email me, blackthinktank@yahoo.com, we can pick that up. But tomorrow, once you email me, it'd be easier to invite you back on. But what I'm going to do tomorrow morning is I'm going to ask AI because sometimes I do miss the question because sometimes I'm like my kid going crazy in his spot. So I'm not really all the way listening like I should have been. But that's why I asked you questions that was said already, and now I'm trying to like hang with you on the fly. So I'm gonna ask AI tomorrow who was missing who. And if it says I missed you, then I'm gonna ask AI to simplify it. Hey, what was he saying? I asked to simplify it where I could get it now. And then when I get it, hold on, man. God damn, I'm just talking. I'm telling you what I'm telling you in the chat. Like, let me just go. Okay, so then when I do that, AI, let's say if I miss something, AI is gonna say, yeah, unbiased Ron, you bugging. All he was saying was this and that and this. After you email me, I'm gonna email you back like, yo, my bad. It was me. Then I'm gonna invite you back on. Then I'm gonna publicly say, yo, my bad. I get what you were trying to say. AI simplified it for me. Then you could cook. You could just go cook, for an hour or whatever. But if AI say, nah, I'm biased, Ron, he was tripping. And let me explain what you were asking and what he was saying, and it wasn't lining up to what you're asking. Now I'm gonna still invite you back on, but now it's gonna be that type of dialogue. So either way, I expect to have like a continuation on the dialogue. Because if you're missing me, I miss you, and Buzz Ron, my fault, and vice versa. This is growth, like you said, we grow every day, B. So just email me because I don't want to go back no more on that. I'm past that. And my son is going crazy. I hear him in the background running around like a my God. So I'm ready to pack up, but I want to pack up on what I want to leave with I'm gonna leave off what I was doing earlier. So once you email me, you're back on tomorrow. We could do early before the game. We can do live during the game because I don't really watch football this year like that anyway. So we can be live before the game. We could be live during the game. We could be live after the game. Doesn't matter. But I'm gonna end this right now. Thank you for hopping on. People was rocking with you. Some people say you talk too fast, but a lot of folks were rocking with you. And we'll continue from there. But I do want to close the show on how I opened it, like on my topic. The title of the video, FBA Glow and SBIA, and because it feel like they got a break. Like I went too far this way, where I stopped cooking on them, and they're happy as hell. But I appreciate you. Email me. You're back on tomorrow. Let me know what time works for you. I'll head to the diner, and we'll continue. But I'm definitely going to ask AI who was tripping. Is that fair?
That's fair, man. That's fair.
All right. I appreciate you. So tomorrow, we'll link back up for sure. Just let me know what time.
Okay, no doubt, fam.
All right, peace.
All right, peace.
Yeah, it's almost 8:00, and it's getting late, and I gotta start getting out of here. Because the walk is not that far, but it ain't close either, and it's cold. You dig? So I don't want to leave too late because it gets colder. The later you leave. Like yesterday, we left, man. Oh my God! By the way, I spoke to her, so I couldn't speak to her on the computer. Like for some reason, the computer couldn't pick up the call. So my phone, when she called from IG, I picked up from the phone. No, I'm glad it didn't go live because she was she was nowhere like I thought she was. Like she was like more on cold than she wasn't. So, but nice young woman, you could tell she's trying to figure things out. I didn't share anything deep. I kept it generic. I kept it just like whatever she was, I kept it on her level, the conversation. And she confessed, surprising to me, she confessed that a lot of her friends that's foreign African be having certain views about us, and I was shocked that she even took that angle. Because from her video, I thought she was like justifying like their behavior. So she kind of caught me off guard, like totally. I said, "Oh, damn, she sound like she on my side, our side, the lineage side." So I was glad that it wasn't recorded. I was like, good. So, but we did talk long. We talked too long. I ended up leaving here like wait, it was cold as hell. But I was walking fast as hell. So anyway, but she's I'm gonna find a way she come on. But I'm probably gonna talk to her a few more times before the live. Cause now I gotta update her where I'm at, so she ain't like just caught off guard speaking to you guys when y'all flaming her, and probably won't be able to take it because she might be too off cold. But from what I know, she is FBA. I didn't directly ask her, but when she was talking about her family and things like that, it sounds like she's an FBA. So Jason says once she realized that Gray Skull is the code name for the old plantation house around the corner from my house, and that's where they have had Klan rallies at for not my president for election. Buckhorse, he says, okay. Buckhorse DC says, thanks, Ron Ron. You are welcome. We got Jaquan in the building, 007. We got Golden Brown, and how many other rebellions that are known because of success rebellion, like this dismal swamp wars. And see, but that's why I was reading the chat as I was talking to brother, and you guys are saying something, he's saying something, and it's almost like you guys are putting words in his mouth. And that's why I say, hey, let me just ask him. You know, is he saying what you think he's saying? Okay, leave it. Just charge him. So I said, let me just ask him, is he saying what the chat thinks he's saying? Right. That's all. I felt like since he's right there, I could ask him. But the question, I don't feel like it was receiving. I don't think he received the question, but maybe he did. Maybe I just missed it. Let me ask the chat. Let me do a poll. Let me ask the chat. Yeah. So yeah, the chat. Answer honestly. And I'm gonna still ask AI. So y'all answering ain't the end all be all sway. Y'all ain't got all the answers, but I'm asking y'all. Y'all tell me, because I was asking him based on what the chat was saying. So maybe he did answer the question. But before I log off, I'm gonna find out. Because I'm familiar with rebellions. That's why had he said, yes, the wars I'm talking about were rebellions, I would have conceded, like, okay, all right, good. Like, because like the word war was throwing me off. Because I'm sure there were like small, tiny wars here and there, but you know, we lost. Collectively, we ended up doing a hard time in America. I mean, like it's evident. Descendants of slavery. So we ain't do good. So I was trying to figure out, like, hey, like, did we win? Because as I recall history, we went through 100 years of Jim Crow and 100 years of lynching. That's not the actions. Don't do that. That's not the actions of a winner. And then you had the Civil War. It's like, well, how does that play into it? Like why would we get off the floor? Why would we, if we're winning a war with them or giving them the work, why would we join them versus I mean, it just, what he's saying just leads to more questions. It's like, okay, so why would we join with the people we're warring with to war with the other people? Wait, why would we join a war with the people we're warring with to war with the other people we're warring with? Like, yo, how can we trust one or the other? I listen, for me, it was demanding more questions. And from me to him, and more answers from him to me. Let me read. Yeah, y'all still glowing. Thank you. None of your business. What about the Nat Turner rebellion? You see, I kept reading the chat. And you guys kept saying rebellion, but he's saying war. That's why I asked. I said, oh, maybe he's saying rebellion. But when I asked him outright, he didn't say rebellion. He didn't say that. I'm like, oh shit, maybe y'all wrong. I'm right. He's talking about literal wars. He keeps saying Seminole Indians, but I'm like, well, I know about the Seminole Wars, but is that the only wars you're talking about? But I'll find out more tomorrow. When he probably leave a cash app now. but that's all love though. It's not like, you know, it's not like that. But I think when I ask a straight question, I would like a straight answer back, because it gets tricky when I don't get when the answers are not coming back. When Revenue asks me questions, I try to give direct answers. When Tether Dream asks me a question, I try to give direct answers. When BSIA asks me questions, I try to give direct answers, quick, fast, and to the point. And then ready for the next question. You feel me? I want the questions because I think I can answer all of them. I think I'm just going to cook them on whatever question you got. Okay, what's your question, Revenue? Answer it. What's your next question? Answer that one. Oh, you want to debate that? All right, let me cook you again. You feel me? So I think people who really feel like they know what they're talking about, they will love questions because it just validate that they know what they're talking about. Hey, give me questions, man. Don't be shy. Give me questions so I can give you good answers. And so when I'm here talking with the microphone, I put the link out there, phone number out there, and I want questions about what I said. If y'all believe it's false, is sometimes I got to refine my information. Sometimes I got to refine, REFINE. Sometimes I thought it was like sharp. And by the way, family, I use AI for my own arguments sometimes. Like I want to see what did I miss? Did I miss something in history? Did I exaggerate? I do that for myself, by the way. And that's why I get better and better and better when I talk. Because whatever I said last month or 2 months ago that wasn't exactly correct, well, AI told me, hey, don't say that because that's not historically correct. You might want to, and then I drop it, right? I drop it right away. But that's why I say, are y'all going to be some of those people that say, nah, that's the white man knowledge. So that's why I asked, okay, so who validates your knowledge? Like books. Books by who? And why is that book validated? Like who peer reviewed that book? And so it gets to what we call confirmation bias. It gets to what we call selective research, cherry pick research. And that's what I never want to be accused of. That's why I took the name unbiased. And I got to live by it. Won't that be crazy if my name is unbiased and I'm biased when I research and give rulings and talk to you guys? So I live by that. That's why I don't interfere when y'all at each other next in the chat. I'm unbiased. I stay out of it because I don't know when that started and why you keep going back and forth. You leave it alone, they're gonna look crazy. Because if you left it alone and I noticed that and they're carrying on with it a week later, then I'm gonna say, okay, they bullying. And that's called distracting and trolling. Say, okay, look, they don't want to talk about it no more. Leave it alone. Because there's a show going on that I want you guys to follow and learn from and add to. But if y'all too busy trying to delete each other in the chat, it's defeating the purpose of the show. I hope that makes sense to some of y'all. So Jason said, I've read that already. He said, how many black people you see in He-Man? He said, they trying to tell you in the title, Masters of the Universe, in June code breaking. He's funny. Nah, there was nobody. The closest you got was Faker, I think. As a black man, I think. Yeah, so you guys kept tagging HR 40. So what was the deal with that? HR 40. Before I log off, what was the deal? Why y'all kept tagging HR 40? Let me see. Let me try to go back. Jim Mack, after I talk for 5 minutes, I'm going to land my plane. Talk after this, I'm going to land my let me get Jim Mack his lineage wrench. Jim Mack, welcome to the lineage. Like the video, subscribe. Yeah, so family, just because you guys, like, let's say y'all hopped on the channel, right? And y'all went at me, and I went at you. I don't look at you as, oh, it's my, no, again, we're a family. Family's going to argue. Up. Family's going to argue. Family's going to disagree. We're going to yell, scream. And that's what, I don't know what family you're from, but that's what my family did. And that's what we've done and do. So just because we have a disagreement doesn't mean we're no longer of the lineage. They still have the lineage. We just disagree, or we disagree for that moment, right? But more information comes out, I will say, hey, man, you're right. Or that person says, hey, you're right. I remember I used to think the Hebrew Israelites were wilding out when they was like, no Africans. I'm like, they tripping. And then 20 years later, I'm saying the same stuff they saying. Like, oh shit, like, see how information comes back and bites you? You like, whoa, shit, they were on to something. And Elijah Muhammad the Nation of Islam, they were not pro-Africa. They were not pro-African. None of that culture. They didn't let they didn't let no member participate in any African like wear, clothes, names. They said, hell no, stay away from that. Like they looked at African culture as taboo and primitive. Now look, 60 years later, we like, damn, they were onto something. That's why when I have a disagreement, I don't trip too much because there is a possibility I can be wrong. And I don't want to lay all my chips on the damn casino table. And then now I'm wrong. My ego won't, pay up. That's why when I argue, but I leave the door open as I might be wrong and I might have to apologize. And look, the more all in you're on the more all in you are with your argument, the harder it is to apologize. Okay, just remember that when you debate or argue, the more all in you are and you're wrong, is that much harder to apologize. That's why I try like to argue maybe 65% all in, leave some cushion. I'm wrong. I can just say, all right, yeah, you got it. But I don't do the point system. So you got BSI, and you lost. Like lost what? I'm still FBA. I'm still of the lineage. I'm still eligible for reparations. Like I lost what? What did I lose? I still got the glow. So, like you tell me what I lost. I'm no leader, so I didn't lose any members. And there's no loss. I'm either right or wrong when I say certain things. And so far, I've been right. And I took the bold stance, family. I took the bold stance by saying, nah, they ain't black. We're the only blacks. I took that bold stance. Nah, we're the only blacks. I'm repoing they're black. And then ever since then, I've been moving forward through so many Pan-Africanists, so many Tethers, so many FBA coons, and nobody's been able to stop that forward motion since. Like everybody who I talked to about that idea that I had that is now proven true, all they did was help me confirm and give me more confidence to push forward even faster and stronger. Like, yo, we really are the only blacks. And then when I do the Google and ChatGPT and AI Google, they're like, nah, you're right. Like matter of fact, not only you're right, how about this unbiased, Ron? Talk about the capital B. You did something I was unaware of. So not only was I right, AI was giving me strengthening talking. It was strengthening my talking points. Like, hey, wink, wink, capital B, first lowercase b. When I introduced that, oh my God, Tether Dream was so mad. Oh my, capital B, lowercase b pissed him off, man. So mad. All right. Yeah. Oh yeah. I didn't even talk about the so the brother, I was gonna talk about the 300, 500,000 free blacks. You heard what I said. For 300,000 to 500,000 free blacks. Like who were they warring with? Yeah. Were they just eating popcorn, watching the war? So we'll figure this out. Hopefully he emails me. If he emails me, I know that he's serious about his information. If he doesn't email me, I know that he felt like, all right, he's wrong and I called him out. And yeah, so if he emails me, I know that he believes his information. It might be right, it might be wrong, but at least he believes in it. If he doesn't email me, I'm gonna take it as okay. He pulled a fast one. Black think tank at yahoo.com. Everything spelled correctly. Black think tank at yahoo.com. As a matter of fact, that email is 2014. It ain't called African think tank. That email is 2014. You dig somewhere old like that. Because I got the Facebook page, family. Let me show y'all something that some of y'all might not be aware of. Let me share my screen. Okay. So look, it gives you memories 5 years ago, battleground tracker. You dig? Hey, come on. Move out the way. All right, anyway, right here, family. This is my group. Black think tank. Black. BLACK. My group. 13,000 members. I wonder if they tell you how long this has been around. How do you find out how long this group been around? But I want y'all to see how long I had this group. So I was always black, 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 black. I did say African sometimes. I did buy into the African for like a small moment, but it didn't stick. Let me see if it gives a date. Yogi, stop. Hey, stop. Okay. How do you I don't know. What you guys can see when oh, here we go. This is it. Nope. All right, let me see if I can go back in the day. Now the hell would I? Ain't gonna happen. All right, screw it. But anyway, this is my channel. That's the Malcolm X inverted with a brain behind it. Okay, that's it right there. But I had this channel. I had this thing. It might have been before 2014, but I'm gonna just give it there. But it could have been before. I would love to see how to find out how to see how long. But you see, Black think tank, not African think tank, and that was made before that clown, that Tariq obsessed zesty troll. Oh, you emailed me? Good. Okay. Thanks for catching. Yeah. But it's good conversation. You were definitely out of the league of revenue. Then he gonna want me to fight your battle. I said, bro, he's giving information on things that I have not read. Like, I don't know why y'all think I'm the smartest guy in the goddamn room. No, I only know what I know. I don't know what Jason knows. I don't know what Pinky Wells knows. I don't know. Matter of fact, Pinky Wells send me stuff in Yahoo. I mean, my Yahoo Mail that covers. So obviously, you know stuff I don't know. YouTube is full of Black American hate. I Otis Rich, 100%. I don't know what at Claire 64 knows, right? Whatever you research in your spare time or in college or your job, how they come across that. Oh, Ron, you gonna let him say like, yo, why you think I'm his boss? Why you think I'm his leader? Like, you can't say that because no, he can say what he wants to say. Just as long as it ain't anti-FBA, you know, some tether shit, you good. All right. Let me see. Okay, so family, I'm gonna wrap it up at 8 o'clock. I would say if you haven't liked the video, this is the time to like the video. If you haven't subscribed, this is the time. This is the best time to subscribe. If you haven't clicked the notification bell, this is the best time. And if you haven't donated to the Cash App, this is the best time. Okay. Matter of fact, here's a Cash App donation song for you.
We have to start supporting ourselves. We have to add value to our content and our voices.
Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Really real one of them. I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really with one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. I'm really with one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me at home, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Please don't. Please support on it. I'm really one of them ones. I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. Cash app, on box rhyme. Cash app, $sign on box rhyme. I'm really real one of them ones that they dumb. Thumbs up, subscribe, cash app, $sign on box rhyme.
Bye bye the Negro, bye the color, bye 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 African American, minorities and people of color. Don't cry now, don't cry foul now. We're one with our lineage and one with each other. Bye bye the Negro, bye the color, bye 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 the African American, minorities and people of color. Don't cry now, don't cry foul now. We're one with our lineage and one with each other. Black represents the lineage, black represent experience. Black power, Black Panthers, Black Wall Street, Black man, Black woman, Black family, Black banks, Black millionaires, Black history. Black represents the lineage, black represent experience. Black power, Black Panthers, Black Wall Street, Black man, Black woman, Black family, Black banks, Black millionaires, Black history. Bye bye the Negro, bye the color, bye 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 the African American, minorities and people of color. Don't cry now, don't cry foul now. We're one with our lineage and one with each other. Bye bye the Negro, bye the color, bye 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 the African American, minorities and people of color. Don't cry now, don't cry foul now. We're one with landing and one with each other. Be Aries and it's be Aries and it's
Body, Negro, body color, body, African American, minorities and people of color. Don't cry now, don't cry, foul now. That we're one with our lineage and one with each other. Black represents a lineage. You're just